Good morning. Good morning, and welcome to the final day of the Leadership Summit, which seems strange to say. How many of you were here on day one? Very good. How many of you were here yesterday? Okay. And how many of you were at the Lafayette drinks last night that went till 2 a.m.? Oh, funny, no one. So causation and correlation, they're not the same thing, but seems a bit suspicious. So day three. So day one we had for the Leadership Summit was on global growth and stability. So those of you that were here will have seen us talking about really the need, whether it's across economic institutions or through individuals or through investment, of collaboration. And I think one of the really interesting things that came out of that was the point about stakeholder capitalism, for anyone that saw that session. What do you do in this world where we need to collaborate versus the capitalist system? How does that play out? It was a really interesting theme that came through. And collaboration, I think, was something that came through all the way along. And yesterday, for the True Tech Transformation Day, I think the biggest point that kept coming up was risk v. reward. So how fast are we willing to deploy technology? How will those benefits play out? That's everything from financial services through to children online versus risk. What are the risks? How does regulation work? And today's theme for the entire day is the future of work and the employee experience. So we're going to be looking at skilling for a new workforce. What does it mean for work in the future? How does technology play into that? How does lifelong learning occur? So I hope you'll enjoy all the sessions today. Before we start, I'm going to give some very simple housekeeping. For anyone that wasn't here, and I saw a few hands not go up, the fire exits for the building are to my left, to my right, the entrance you came in. I hope you came in that entrance. Or there's a fire exit behind you to the left-hand side. The toilets, for anyone that can't find them, because I met lots of new people who came into the speaker area. Lovely to meet you. The toilets are just over here on the right-hand side. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our CEO and founder, Charlie Muirhead, who's going to talk to you about opening remarks, and then Charlie will lead you into the first session. It's the last day. I hope you really enjoy it. We're very happy to have you with us. Charlie Muirhead.
Well, good morning, and it's fantastic to have you all back here. This, as Michael mentioned, is day 3 of our CogX Global Leadership Summit. Now, for those of you who don't know the history of CogX, I'm going to tell you a tiny little bit about our story. Back in 2017, we started with a focus on the impact of AI on industry, government, and society. In that first year, we had about 1,000 people. Year 2, we expanded it to include blockchain and emerging technologies and grew to 6,000 people coming to the festival. And year 3, we added the Sustainable Development Goals and thought deeply about how we could apply the tools, the tech and the talent of this industry to addressing those by 2030. And that kind of inspired us to change the sense of purpose behind the event, which we summarize as saying, how do we address the question, or really just to focus on addressing the question, how do we get the next 10 years right? And that was inspired by year 2020, being 10 years before the date that the UN had set for the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I think everybody who's involved in them knows that it's going to be a real challenge to deliver those by 2030, and so we decided just to keep that theme rolling each year. How do we get the next 10 years right? And that's inspired the themes here that Michael mentioned for the first 3 days, and it continues to inspire the rest of the event, because we believe that it's through realizing the biggest transformational opportunities of our time and really addressing the challenges, and there's many of them that come up along the way, that we can answer that question and ultimately deliver the society that we want. So thank you for being here. Thank you to the audience online. We've got an amazing day ahead of us. I'm going to take you through just a little bit of background on CogX as well. This year we did something quite special. We welcomed and this is our 6th edition, we welcomed a number of our members of the community to actually become patrons. Now, there are a lot of patron programs, whether it's for the Royal Society or even London Zoo, and that's not a new thing. But we put a little twist in it. So many of you will know about the world of NFTs, and we actually announced that we're printing an NFT that will not only give the people that become patrons a gold pass for life to the event, but they can also gift a gold pass to charity every year, to a charity of their choice. And they also get to propose and vote on ideas for the agenda and ideas for the festival going forward. So it's a way of really bringing our community in. And we've got some fantastic organizations, big and small, and individuals that have become patrons now. And that's been a great success with really great feedback. The second thing we've been doing, which you may not be aware of, is developing an online platform. And so every year we have this incredible collection of people that come together across 20 different topics and discuss how do we get the next 10 years right, and trying to move the conversation forward with concrete actions. And every year, people leave the festival and go back to what they were doing. And so instead of that being a one-time-a-year event, we decided to build a social media platform that's curated around those 20 topics. And think of it as a bit of TikTok, a bit of Reddit, and an expert network all in one. And it's really designed for professionals. In some ways, you might say it's the most boring social network because there's no comedy, there's no sports, there's no skateboarding cats. There's just curated premium thought leadership content. And the feedback on that has been fantastic. Now, it's a free app, and then we have a version that we make available to organizations to help make sure their employees are as prepared and productive as they can be for the week ahead. And so it enables you to set learning topics in the app. So that's the other piece we've been doing. And then finally, I just want to say thank you to our incredible partners. And so we're going to be joined by Octavius and the CEO of MindGym in a second, but really thank you to the incredible team at Quantum Black, which is the AI group of McKinsey, Shell, Fabric Ventures, which is a blockchain-focused venture fund, and of course PwC. And then to our supporting partners, we have Egon Zehnder, MindGym, and ARC, I think all of who are in the room today. So thank you very much for being here and being part of the event. So just to finish, please do take a moment to go down to what we call P2 downstairs and do check out what we're doing with the app and the platform. We'd love to get your feedback. I think that's it from me for now. So all I'm going to do is welcome somebody who's a dear friend. Octavius, come and join us. Octavius doesn't probably need much of an introduction, but having set up MindGym in 2021, one of the leaders in its space, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you here to tell us about what you've been up to this year.
Jolly, fantastic. Thank you very much. Fantastic to see you all. Good morning. Excellent. As you gather, my name is Octavius, not the name I chose, but one I'm getting used to. And I founded MindGym in my kitchen 21 years ago. When I'm in the States, I said we would have found it in a garage, but we can't afford garages in central London, so it was definitely in the kitchen, as some of you will be only too familiar with that startup story. And what we are is we're a behavioral science business. I might just cue the slides just to give you a little bit of background. And so we started out walking the streets, trying to convince people that they should use psychology to improve the performance of their companies and the lives of the people who work in them. And I remember one of the first meetings saying to someone that psychology will really transform your business. We know all about it. And he said, I'm Sagittarius, what does that tell you? And to which the obvious answer is you don't know psychology from astrology, but I was just about calm enough not to say that. But over the last 21 years, we've been working with most of the FTSE 100, most of the S&P 100, and a range of other companies of digital sizes, of startups, grow-ups, all different stages, in order to help use behavioral science to transform behavior. And this has been incredibly exciting because the traditional world of human capital has looked at it through a lens of what we think should work, whereas the behavioral scientists look at the data of what actually does work. And the theme I want to talk to you a little bit about this morning that Charlie's asked me to introduce is a new research paper we're just about launching today on leadership, why leaders are in a funk and how to get them out of it. And we know how important leadership is because the data is really compelling. There's a study coming out of Wharton which looked at the electronic games industry and measured the impact of the creative person, called the director, on revenue, and the producer, in effect, the product manager, on revenue. And the creative, you think the person who decides what happens to the spears on level 3 or how fast the car goes and what happens to the exhaust and all the rest. You think that might be the big thing that changes it. But actually, it's the leader, it's the product manager who makes the big difference. They make more than 3 times the impact on revenue. So swapping a good product manager has more than 3 times the effect of swapping out a poor creative for a good creative. With apologies to those creatives in the room, you're still terribly important, just not quite as influential as it seems the product managers are. Loads more research shows that leadership is the single factor why people stay, why they grow, why organizations prosper. And yet, despite spending more and more on leadership, we seem to get results that are getting worse and worse. So here is the chart which shows the increase in spending year on year on leadership development. So everyone's recognized this is important. We want to develop our leaders. They're very hard always to recruit from outside, so often we have to grow them from within. But the consequence of this, you think, well, I'm spending more, I'm getting better leaders. But then we looked at the confidence in senior leaders, and over the same period, that goes down and down and down. So that's not a great place to look at a return on investment. But then what we looked at is, what are the leaders themselves feeling? And amazingly enough, 2/3 of people who manage other people wish they didn't. It's just like the worst job in the world. They're feeling overwhelmed, they're feeling that a lot of their work is completely pointless. And if you imagine what it's like as a manager or leader of people in an organization, you've got the people on the top claiming you're the permafrost, which is a pretty rude phrase, and if only you get out of the way, their brilliant vision would be realized. And you've got the people at the front line going, you'll never guess what my boss did today, which very rarely ends with anything positive. You look at the whole of society. Basically, if you think of any film or TV show about managers or leaders in business, they're pretty unflattering. Devil Wears Prada, horrible bosses, so good they made it twice, The Office. Basically the boss is either a beast or a buffoon. So we've set leaders up to fail, and the way we've gone about developing them clearly isn't working. So as a team of psychologists, we put our minds to work and studied over 200 peer-reviewed reports from psychological journals to understand what's really going on and how we can shape things differently. And I think the first thing that we noticed was that the life of the leader is all about tensions. And most leadership development tries to encourage people to solve tensions, to fix things. But these things are unfixable. Actually, tensions is the nature of business. In the same way that a bicycle without any tension is a lump of metal lying on the ground. It's completely useless. Well, organizational life is all about the tensions between looking after people maybe and getting short-term results or even medium-term results, thinking innovatively, getting things to happen practically. Forever, at every stage, there are tensions that are going on. And so rather than tell people to fix those tensions, to solve the problem, actually it's to lean into them, to embrace them. That becomes the mindset that we need, the mental operating model that leaders need to have. And then we can start to make some significant shifts in how people choose to behave. So moving on from that, we looked at what happens at the different stages of leadership. What happens when you start at the beginning? Well, it's at the beginning when you start to learn anything new. Cooking, I'm just a terrible cook, and the beginnings of cooking is learning how to saute and to chop and to slice and dice and all sorts of things. And when it says in the recipe book, cook until ready, that turns me into a head spin because I don't know what ready looks like. And I'm like, oh. So I kind of need quite a few rules to work out what to do. But as we become more expert at something, be that tennis or cooking or dancing or whatever else, then we start to rely less on the rules and the principles and much more on reading the situation, on the context, and knowing what to do as a result. And so what we need to do when we think about developing leaders is not rely just on doing the bit on the left, but also doing the section on the right. Now, on the left, there are some core skills that are really helpful to get right. And most of those, most organizations, have listed down somewhere in some form of grouping one way or another. Our form of grouping is to call them the first 5 letters of the alphabet, because that makes it really nice and easy to remember, but other organizations may have their own formula, and that may work just as well or better for them. But what we find in each of these is the psychology tells us a lot about how to do it well. If I give you an example, feedback. Feedback is a theme that everyone thinks is very important. We must have a feedback culture. I remember going to see Sears, the American retailer, and they just won an award for the most amount of feedback ever given and received in an organization. And I was like, are you sure that's a good thing? And they're like, we won the award, what do you reckon? Anyway, if you look at the performance of Sears thereafter, you could probably draw your own conclusions. It certainly went into a bit of a tailspin. Because feedback isn't necessarily a panacea. It isn't always a good thing to do. And actually, if you say to someone, can I give you some feedback? If someone says to you, can I give you some feedback? What's your reaction? Do you have to? What have I done wrong? Oh, I don't know, I'm supposed to think it's a gift, but I'm rather, can we do something else? And what we've found is that 33% of feedback actually leads to worse performance. 12% leads to about the same, 15% leads to about the same, and 52% actually improves it. So what we then did was we analysed what is the nature of the feedback that makes a difference. And I guess give you a brief example from kids. They've got 2 groups of kids, and they asked them to draw something imaginary with their hands. But they said, look, draw a tractor in a field or whatever. And with one group of kids, they said, my gosh, you're doing brilliantly. You're really artistic. Oh, that's fantastic. And another group, they described what they thought was going on. Oh, is that the wheel of the tractor? That looks like a fence that you're drawing there. Is that the sun that's shining that you're drawing? So they described what they thought was going on. As it was an invisible drawing in the sky, you couldn't actually judge whether it was good or bad. It was simply the view of the adjudicator. Then they tried another experiment with the same group of people. But this time, the adjudicator said, oh my gosh, you're really messing up. That's terrible. What are you doing there? You're making a mess of this. This is shocking. And the first group stopped almost immediately. They gave up. But the second group persisted far longer and kept trying and reinventing. And what that illustrates is the power of descriptive praise or descriptive feedback. So say, I noticed you had a source in all your charts. I noticed you arrived punctually for this meeting. I noticed that when the CEO asked you a question, you asked a question back. And then you own the interpretation. That tells me you're willing to speak truth to power. That tells me you have a focus on rigor. That tells me whatever it tells me. And then I can own that interpretation. So that way of giving feedback becomes far more effective than the general, you're brilliant or lazy or fantastic or should do better or innovative or whatever it happens to be. So there's lots about the basics in here that are really important to get right. And just saying them or thinking we should do them doesn't getting it the right way. There's great research, which we can happily share another time, on coaching. Most coaching has people think that coaching is really helpful. So the average person, when they receive coaching, thinks it's improved their performance by a whopping 76%. So we then thought, well, that's brilliant. Well, more of that, performance will be up in the sky. But then what we looked at was a longitudinal multivariate analysis, which looks at objective factors of what happens as a result of coaching. And the actual improvement was 3.6%. So you start to see the self-delusion that we sometimes have of what we think works versus what actually works. And more of that another time. I'm going to move on specifically to talk about leadership, which is the theme for this morning. And for this, I'm going to take you back to 1950 and the Monaco Grand Prix. And I'm going to tell you about the leader of Formula One back in then, was a guy called Fangio. He was the kind of the Lewis Hamilton or the Ayrton Senna of his day. And this is a story. He's in the Monaco Grand Prix, and he's going up to a double hairpin bend. And he's leading the pack, and he's motoring away, and then he slows down at the first hairpin. And then he carries on round, and he slows down again at the second hairpin. And as he comes around the second hairpin bend, there's a massive pile-up of cars. And had he gone on at the same speed as he was doing before, he would have crashed into those cars, might well have not survived, certainly wouldn't have gone on to win the race. But because he slowed down, he did navigate around the cars, and he went on to win the Monaco Grand Prix of 1950. So from a psychologist's perspective, the interesting question is why? Why did he slow down? And of course we asked him, or the psychologist at the time asked him, why did you slow down? And frankly, he had no idea at all. Lucky socks, I'm a brilliant racing car driver, that's part of being a genius, you know, Aquarius was in the moon, and blah, blah, endless nonsense, but it was all completely rubbish. So then what they did was they got him to go back and relive the experience of driving up that first route. And as you can imagine, if you're the top racing car driver, the top at any sport, you're constantly noticing and aware and in the moment picking up signals of what's going on. And as he was looking straight ahead in the stands, a bit like this, there were a whole lot of spectators who would normally be looking at him. But they were all looking to one side because they could see the crash because they were up in the stands. And just at that moment, he noticed, almost unconsciously, that this was what was going on. He made sense, something's not right. Therefore, he chose to act differently, and then indeed he slowed down and navigated the cars. Now, I share this story because this is the mental mindset, even though most leaders don't realize it, that they are using the whole time. The greatest leaders are constantly noticing this, and it's a process called attunement. And we've broken it down into 4 areas of what we do, and we do this kind of all the time when we're good at leading. And the first thing is noticing. And quite often, we're so often in our own head that we don't notice what's going on. We don't see who is doing what, who has said what, what's not been said, what's been missed out, what are the signals that we need to pick up. And therefore, the noticing without judging becomes really important. Again, when we're in a rush, we often forget to do it. So we're kind of so busy getting on with it that we don't actually pick up the information. Then the next stage is to try and make sense of it. You know, I've had 3 people use the same word from different conversations. So either they're all talking to each other, or this is coming from an external source, and I need to piece these bits together. Then we have the choice about what we do. We maybe do nothing, just simple information, quite useful to have, I'll store it for now. Or we may choose to act in a certain way. And then we go on and do it. And obviously doing it well becomes really important. You might know all the steps in a gay Gordon Scottish reel, but if you can't get your 2 left feet, it doesn't much matter. So you've got to kind of act on it as well. So therefore, the theme we wanted to share, we've launched a new research paper today, Leadership Regained, Why Leaders Are in a Funk and How to Get Them Out of It. There are copies at the back of the room, so please help yourself and available online. At the core of this is how do we set leaders up to master attunement? Because all the skills and training programs we provide won't have much impact unless we enable them to do this. And I'll just give you one final example from a client we're working with at the moment. And this is someone, many of you will have been to airports recently and had the pain of sometimes trying to get through the first stages, let alone the later stages of check-in and so forth. Anyway, this lady was the director in charge of the front house of one of our leading airports. And she noticed after the first few months in her role that when she walked through the front of the airport at the beginning, either the people at the check-in staff would either look her in the eye or they wouldn't. And she noticed this was a pattern that went on. And what she also noticed was when they did look her in the eye, the day would go relatively smoothly. But when they didn't look her in the eye, it was a lead indicator of there was going to be trouble ahead. And therefore, what she chose to do was when she got the eye contact, she would carry on with the big transformation program she was leading, and she'd work on that. And when she didn't get the eye contact, she'd park the whole of her agenda for the day, roll her sleeves up, and get involved and help solve things. So there are very practical ways in which scan and attunement can help leaders be far more effective. And our opportunity is to make leadership learnable by teaching people how to scan. So that's my thoughts today. Hopefully that's been a useful introduction. If it is, please share with all your friends. If it isn't, we'll keep it as our little secret. But in the meantime, Charlie, welcome.
Great. So what a brilliant start to the morning. And we're going to welcome a third guest, Janet. Janet Scotcher is the Chief People Officer, come on up, of Cambridge University Press and Assessment. And if you'd like to take the middle seat there, that'd be perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to have a little conversation now about leadership. Thank you for sharing this incredible research you've done. When you talk about lost leaders, I think about myself. I mean, I think the reality is, lockdown, caused lots and lots of changes, but even a small team like ours, building software and hosting this event, there was that kind of to do it in year one. In year two, there've been some people we've hired that have never been to our office and so on. And then, as you came outside, what do we do next? And we've actually done a big swing to getting back into the office. But it's been absolutely fascinating. And I actually blame my own style for needing to have people in the room, and because it's the way I know how to and judge and connect the team. But Janet, I would love to hear about you. Do you want to just share a little bit about what you've been doing and how you think about this new world that we're in?
Thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, one of the challenges we've had is amalgamating two organisations through this process. So last year, in August, we had to bring together Cambridge University Press and Cambridge Assessment, which is approximately 7,000 people, much of which we had to do the preparation for virtually. So that was a huge challenge, and I think working at that sort of scale really does make it much more difficult. And the description of how you scan, how do you scan when you're doing Teams Live, how do you scan when you're got people scattered in lots of different locations and groups of people in different stages of lockdown. So we really had to try and develop different techniques to actively listen to our people, and that was not just working through that traditional hierarchy. It was thinking about where are the touch points, where are the networks we can tap into, where are the conversations we can have, how can we create these virtual water cooler moments and understand the data points and what it was telling us, because we could merge by doing the usual kind of, here's the organogram, we're going to create these leaders, we're going to give them a handbook for the new organisation, and that's going to be easy. But it was actually about the fact this is going to be quite difficult, it's going to take us time, and we're going to have to coach and support people to work with that sense of uncertainty. So yeah.
And how has that changed now things have settled a little bit?
A bit, yeah.
A bit. I mean, is it and I mean, I personally, I'd love to understand really what worked best for creating those moments, and how you see it, I guess, evolving.
I think from a personal point of view, one of the things I really resonated with was the description that, in the paper about people immediately wanting to fix things, and that's certainly my preferred style. Description of the lady in the airport, that I absolutely recognise that. Right, roll your sleeves up, get in there, and when you realise you can't do that. So we really did spend a lot of time listening, and that for me was the biggest change. It was, how do I listen? So how do I get engaged? And now we've got a lot more momentum around it, and I'd say we still have lots of people working hybrid. We're like everybody else struggling in that transition. But what we're finding is people who previously didn't speak, didn't give us information, didn't give us the data we needed, are actually much more willing and more comfortable to do that. So that's made a big difference and really helped us with that integration. And for me, it is about that behaviour of those leaders as we move forward, and how do we really support them to be comfortable with the fact we've still got customers, we've still got a job to do, and it's going to feel difficult with integration and coming out of COVID for quite some time. And so the way we provide them with that support feels really important.
Absolutely. You mentioned 7,000. So how many of those people are still working at home versus how many people have come back to the office roughly? If you can share that.
Yeah, it varies from location to location. So in Cambridge, we've got about 2,500 people. I would say we're probably seeing, we're doing the same thing lots of people are doing, seeing kind of hump in the middle of the day, the middle of the week rather. And so, you know, at its peak, maybe we've got sort of 50% of people coming into the workplace. There are still people who've not been in at all. The description of people who've started and then never actually been physically connected. We're doing what everyone else is doing, putting on lots of events and things to create those touch points. But I think that scanning that's talked about is so much more challenging when you've got that hybrid environment. And in some ways it's worse, it's more difficult. When you've got everybody on screen, you can create a virtual space in which you can have those conversations, pick up those signals. When you've got hybrid, it's quite easy to then not pick up on the signals from the people who are virtual, and to just overhear the people who are in the room. And from a sort of EDIB perspective, I think that can be a problem as well.
Is that something you've been seeing as well?
We're certainly noticing that there's a depletion in social capital, the sense in which people feel a sense of belonging and wanting to be somewhere at work. And in society, if you think over the centuries, we've had different forms of community. It might be our local church, or it might be our village, or something like that. And increasingly, in recent times, it's been our place of work that we felt the biggest connection with. And that has been really reduced off the back of remote working. And therefore, people no longer have the credits in the emotional bank account to do someone a favour, or to help out, or to forgive.
Right.
And therefore, people are increasingly frustrated with work, therefore the Great Resignation. But actually the way to solve that is to rebuild relationships, and that requires some inhuman person-to-person time.
It absolutely does.
And new techniques and tools that hopefully people can learn.
Yes.
Yeah. But so if somebody, I mean, if a leader doesn't want to go down that route, you've seen some people just saying, look, I mean, I'm going to do an Elon Musk and it's, you know, in the office, or I'll assume you've resigned.
We've seen a few of those, and that often leads to some resignations. So that's
I think that's what his
high
intention
risk.
was.
I think exactly.
Yeah.
If you want to deplete your workforce, that's a good way of going about it.
Yeah.
And there's some banks and consultancies that have taken the same approach. And there are others that have said, you know, Twitter pre-Elon Musk, because they kind of work from home as long as you like.
Yeah.
And I think the psychology and the science really strongly advocates a hybrid model.
Yeah.
Where you're spending some time together,
Right.
and you're finding reasons to spend time together, but you're also using that as informal time as well. So it's not overly structured or just about collaboration, but you come in, so you might have a team day once a week, and then another day you come in and meet people and catch up and so forth. And that organizations that don't have any human contact. There's a great study looking at full stack engineers who, by and large, I'm going to paraphrase, but tend to work from home with their headphones on kind of when they want. And the study looked at what was the single factor that most accelerated speed to value of full-stack engineers when they joined a new organization. And the single factor that made significantly more impact than anything else was in-person of 2 weeks of in-person onboarding. So even for a role that's fully remote, actually making that connection at the beginning really helped them accelerate.
And then having a certain frequency of in-person afterwards, or they can then just stay fully remote?
This study didn't particularly follow that, but again, the research, the psychology would show bring people back every once in a while is a helpful.
It's a big discussion. I mean, in the tech industry especially, and you know, when you think startups which are innovating and they're iterating very quickly, and then going to see the customer and they go, that's good, but don't like this thing over here, and you need to do those tight cycles. Just, you know, you mentioned scanning. Just how do you get a feel and keep that team in sync when things are changing so quickly, I think is one of the challenges. And of course, your point about engineers, I think, is spot on. I mean, you know, I can certainly speak for our experience directly. Most of them have to suffer having headphones on in the office so that they can get their work done. And they've been at home without the headphones on in their, you know, home office or in their living room or wherever they are, very happily being productive.
Yes.
And you can, it's very clear why that could be a challenging thing. I mean, I asked some of our engineers, you know, is there one thing that you really get from being in the office? And they said, well, I guess we used to go to lunch together and talk about whatever, not work, and that social connection piece. I liked your idea that, you know, the bank and, you know, the favors piece. I think that is a thing.
Well, every time someone says it's really hard to get stuff done around here, or so-and-so function is not helping, my response is, well, have you spent time with them? Have you got to know them?
Yeah.
Because in the end, we all connect with people and we go, you know, I like Janet, she may have done something that annoyed me, but I know she meant well. Or she's done something brilliant, how can I help her? But if I haven't met her, I'm like, who is Janet? What's she doing? Why has that happened? And she's like, why can't Octavius help me out? I just asked a simple question. He doesn't seem to have responded.
Yeah, the chance of cognitive dissonance in that environment is quite great, isn't it? And you know, we've had people who've had never experienced our organisation except on a screen. And one of my team said that to me the other day, and I thought, God, that's true, because we had all these people who've joined, you know, and we've integrated, and they've not experienced the new organisation apart from something on Teams. So, you know, making the workplace a destination of choice and building that sense of community, which is where we're using networks, you know, staff networks and communities of practice as a way of doing that, and sharing and problem solving and kind of democratising some of that connection as well.
So I've got a question for both of you, which is, if you have a team and maybe there's a policy overall, you know, to what degree can you have policies per department and then make exceptions if somebody says, I want to work for you, but I'm just never coming in? Maybe or once a quarter, and you have another department where you want them in 3 days a week, let's say. I mean, without it feeling like discrimination of some form, you know, how do you get that balance right? I mean, it's complicated, right?
It is, and I think it is a bit of a leadership journey for all of us, and I think it's also just about being authentic and saying we haven't got all the answers. So we started like everybody else saying, oh, we'll give a bit of guidance, we'll have a policy, and we ended up saying we just can't have a policy. We'll have some principles, we'll push this, we'll lead by example, but actually, you know, what works for one team, or even for someone with a particular set of skills, if you've got someone who's really difficult to attract, then they say to you, look, we'll come and work for you, and we'll actually, you know, particularly for us, trying to really attract digital talent in Cambridge. People think, oh, Cambridge University, a bit dusty, you know, and so we think, no, actually, we are, you know, really a destination of choice, but we can, if we can give people that flex.
I come back to the issue of tensions.
Yeah.
And actually, all of these are tensions.
Absolutely.
There are no final answers. There's no perfect solution. There's no. People say leadership is a bit like whack-a-mole. As soon as you've dealt with something, you're dealing with something else. But actually, that's just the wrong framing of looking at it.
Right.
Leadership is all about embracing tensions, recognizing where they are, and what levers to pull to manage the tensions in a slightly better way. And once you recognize that, well, of course, you're going to have some teams that want something different from other teams that don't. But the idea there's a single rule that applies to everybody is
That's, I think, a very helpful point to understand. Is that you said it. You can't have a single policy that you put across, but principles. Yeah.
No. Well, one of the phrases I heard recently, which I quite like, was, you know, one size fits nobody, which I think is very true.
Very, very much so.
That's great. And when you come back to scanning again, I'd love to know from both of you, what is seen as now best practice for making sure you get that connection across everybody as a leader? Because it's you know, we can do that with everybody in the room here right now. It's so hard over Teams, and it's not a deficiency of their technology. Those technologies have come on leaps and bounds. But what have you found does work in practice?
The single thing that matters most is noticing.
Yeah.
Listening and noticing. Janet's talking about listening and really hear what people are saying and what they're not saying. And by and large, people tell you everything you need to know, often in the first meeting, but if you're not, it only works if you're paying attention. If your whole head is like, what am I supposed to say, or how am I going to do this, or how am I coming across, then you're not picking up any of that information. So noticing is the most important thing. And then just deferring judgment, not rushing to a view whether they're lazy or brilliant or engaged or disengaged, but actually just constantly course correcting. There's a great study, kind of Philip Tetlock, you may have read Super Forecasting.
Yeah, amazing guy,
Amazing guy, who identified the characteristics of the people who are best able to predict the future, which is kind of a useful skill to have, for accurately predicting the future.
It's an amazing book, actually.
It's an amazing book.
Yeah.
It's a longitudinal study over 8 years, and it's a great body of work. And the key thing, one of the key things, is to continue to gather new information and continue to alter your forecast as you're gathering that new information.
Right.
So if a leader's that suggest one thing to do, it's a two thing, but they go together, it's the noticing and gathering information and being curious, and it's the constantly altering your sense-making in light of what you've gathered.
Really interesting, because I think some of us are definitely inclined occasionally to jump to a conclusion quite quickly.
It can happen.
It can happen, right? So that's really good advice. And so we were talking about kind of the current state and then going forward. How does one really plan for this next stage? Do we assume it's going to be hybrid for good now? Is that what you're expecting?
I think that's what I'm expecting.
Yeah.
I think most people are expecting that. I think there've been huge benefits. And, you know, for us, we've got people in lots of different countries. It's meant people have connected, been able to work on projects together. So keeping hold of that sense of belonging is really important. But I think the point about listening is so important as well. You know, the thing about I found about being in the virtual environment, being on Teams, you immediately think, gosh, I'm on a screen, right, I've got to broadcast. So you've really got to very consciously think, you know, how do I listen? How do I keep listening? How do I...
Those people are putting their Zoom face on.
Yes,
So
that's right, absolutely.
You know, we all know how to show up on a virtual thing, and there's a half-hour meeting, and there's usually a lot of people, and you only have to say so much, and a couple of comments in chat, and you're covered. And therefore, it's finding ways as a leader to know how someone's faring, beyond just watching how they show up on Zoom.
Which is where that sort of taking the time to listen to what people are saying. And also, I think we were chatting before, weren't we, about the hierarchy and how you end up in a position where you sort of request a meeting. So you have to formally request a meeting to have a conversation with someone on Teams, perhaps, where before you might have seen them in the lunch queue, or you might see them in a different setting and be able to say, oh, you know, I was just thinking about this, what do you think? So kind of retaining that sense of being kind of human and approachable so that you can have those conversations becomes...
And how do you do that remotely?
I think sometimes you just have to have fun online and give people space and not feel you've got to come on and make this grand announcement or make, you know, come up with loads of solutions. You've got to give space and maybe have open conversation. And I've had to learn what you were saying about feedback. It's quite interesting. Everybody sort of goes, ooh, when people say feedback. But you know, actively seeking that feedback online, you have to be very conscious of doing that and saying, you know, tell me what you think. And actually, you know, embrace the tumbleweed. You know, when when people are not saying anything, just wait. But it's always that thing of, oh, just fill the space.
Right, right, got it. And so, and the tool when you think of that online check-in is Slack or Teams, it's messaging, or is it, you know, just calling somebody like without a planned meeting? Because you get into this kind of structured. I mean, you know, I'm sure all of our diaries can be back to back through the whole day. And where's the time for that moment that you would have walked down a corridor and just said hey to somebody for 10 seconds?
I think it's creating virtual space for people to drop into if they want to. I think it's, you know, I'm not very good at this, but I have people in my team who are really good at using Miro. You know, just creating different opportunities for people to have conversation. You know, having a session that people can come to if they choose to. Not making it sort of formal agenda. Teams, you know, Teams is quite good in terms of, you know, the chat and things. Teams Live is less accessible. That's more difficult because you really are just in broadcast then.
And then when you're having those conversations, often have them without an agenda.
Yeah.
You have one-to-ones with their manager and direct report. It's all about tasks and activity. And actually just how are you?
Yeah, having a chat.
Yeah.
Both of you touched on the Great Resignation, and I'd love to understand from each of you what you think is kind of at the heart of that, and you know, if you're going to be a leader that is going to attract employees and you know, be a you know, the preferred place to take that next opportunity, you know, what do we have to get right?
Well, really, a large part of it is about belonging and feeling that connection. And if you can find ways to bring people physically together, we just brought the whole of our Mind Gym company together in Edinburgh, the UK company, EMEA company, and then we're doing the same in Nashville next week for the US company. And that physical sense of spending 2 or 3 days together, getting to know each other, suddenly reminds you why you're here and what you're part of, and you're part of something bigger. So we really advocate finding ways to bring people physically together, and that will remind people why they are working where they're working, and what it is they like about that tribe, or indeed don't, but at least it's a distinctive tribe, whereas at the moment it's just dissipated. And therefore, until we start bringing people back, I think we're going to see people keeping moving on, and then feeling slightly frustrated because the next place isn't quite as good as it looked at on the job spec and wasn't quite all it was set up to be, and it ends up being not that different from the place that you just left, but it's then, and what we may then see, the companies that are clever about this will see a lot of boomerang employees. So we're seeing, for example, a number of boomerang full stack engineers coming back to us who kind of went, tried somewhere else, thought so, and then they've returned to Mind.
And so when you get a resignation notice, fight it or
embrace it.
Embrace it.
Yeah.
First thing is to understand why someone's leaving. And if they're leaving for a good reason, then encourage them. It's a fantastic thing. If someone's come to your business and as a result of what they've done is able to do something they couldn't have done before, that's something to celebrate.
Fantastic. Yeah.
And cherish it. And then they may come back. And that may be great as well.
Brilliant. And we always talk about moving the conversation forward with concrete actions here. So we want to pick 2 concrete actions. Are there any things that you've both observed that are just absolute no-nos and, you know, if you thought this was a good idea, just don't do it? You mentioned that stat on feedback earlier, which is, you know, for any managers like, you know, am I going to make things worse? What have you seen that people should just steer away and well clear of?
I think people should stay away clear of what we think the assumptions are, what we think works.
Okay.
Because there's so much. I mean, coaching is a great example. Coaching. A lot of coaching is done based on likability. Another thing I'd be really wary of is 360 feedback. Again, the research shows really compellingly out of the US, students in university colleges rate their professors. You can also measure their grades. The ones with the most popular professors have the worst grades. So be really wary of relying on just taking at face value 360 feedback. That's another thing I'd avoid.
Janet?
Yeah, well, apart from, I'd agree with everything Octavius said. I would also say, just don't overmanage. Yes, the management skills are really important, but I think really encouraging and supporting people to live with that ambiguity and be comfortable with it, not wait for the kind of everything to settle, because it just isn't ever going to settle. So how do we live with that and really get people comfortable, get our leaders comfortable in that space?
Brilliant. And on the positive side, what's the one thing you would say, and we're going to throw the questions to the audience, is like, this is just a no-brainer today, when you go back to your organization or tomorrow, whenever it is?
Well, I'm going to say notice. Notice what's going on and defer judgment about...
Whether it's in person or online, just
notice what's going on.
Yeah.
There was years ago, we did some work with a big telco that you'll know, and they wanted a leadership development program. And the big issue that came up in the training needs analysis was I never have time to think. Yeah. So we said, brilliant, everyone said this, never have time to think. So we had a lunch on the first day, and we had the iPhone and Samsung Galaxy Spa, where you handed in your mobile device, and we looked after it because you were very busy. And then you walked in for lunch, and we said, we're now going to have a silent lunch. And there was the nearest thing to a corporate revolution. Everyone went ballistic. How dare you waste my time in this way? Until we pointed out, you see, you never have time to think. We're now giving you time to think. Maybe the problem is you don't know how to think once you've got the time. And they went, oh, you got me there.
That's good. Janet, anything you'd like to add to that?
I don't think I could add to that.
Brilliant. Well, do we have the microphones? There we go. Mr. Greenberg, there's a mic coming to you if you just wait 1 second.
Thank you, Charlie.
Lovely to see you.
And you too. Octavius, outstanding presentation. I'm sure you could talk at this at length. I'd like to ask all of you a question around what is generally referred to as social and emotional learning, what is referred to previously as soft skills, and how or why what you're doing in the research you've gleaned is not taught in schools today and helping young people prepare themselves for the workforce. Do you have a view on that, please?
It's the meta skill that we're all going to need to flourish. I think increasingly it is coming into some school agendas, but still at a very early stage. And that the sooner we can build up those social skills, the better. I think there's also a real consequence. We talked about the workplace consequence of COVID, but actually the effect on children has been enormous. Yeah. And a lot of that social forming that would have taken place in the last 2 years just didn't take place. And therefore, there's an extra need to help kids advance in how they build relationships, recalibrate relationships. The most important thing, and we run a free parenting classes across the UK. I've done for 10 years. Because the research shows the single factor that most determines life outcomes beyond where you're born is the quality of the parenting. And so we run free. Someone says it's not for profit. I said, no, it's for loss. We simply run them in challenging parts of the country. And a key part of this is helping parents with the social skills and then building up that capability in their children.
We just wait for the microphone here. Sorry.
If I can suggest to you from my experience, I used to work for a little company called Apple. And the engagement we built at Apple was by engaging teachers in the staff room. And you have two impacts there. One is you impact with leadership going up, and secondly, you impact with students at the bottom end.
Yes.
And I'm encouraging you, and I will reach out to you after this and see if I can get some of your time and some of your bandwidth to support in that campaign.
I look forward to talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Do we have another question? There's one at the left, over here. Over here. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, my question is...
Who's your question for?
Well, I mean, whoever wants to take it. But
okay.
in face of the environment crisis, I guess leaders are now... There's a tension around doing the right thing, but also the profits. So I guess we have leaders who need to be brave enough to challenge, take risks. and also manage, and there's performance versus building well-being. So how can we create and enforce the right qualities, well, in future leaders and current leaders? Just curious about your thoughts around this.
Janet, would you like to take that?
I'll try. Oh, you're. I think the environment is a leadership challenge for all of us at the moment, and I think doing the right thing, clearly, there's a lot of conversation about greenwashing, etc. How do we genuinely do the right thing and make the right decisions? And I think some of that is about being authentic. I think if we talk about skills, and some people I think are better at the sort of soft skills that we were just discussing, but it's about that authenticity and honesty and actually supporting people to do that and creating an environment where there can be trust. And I think that's for me, is one of the most important things in developing any team and developing any leaders. And that means we encourage our people to call us out if there are things that we're not doing as we should. And that goes for kind of all aspects of leadership going forward.
And I think I heard something about the tension between performance and well-being. Did I hear that in the question? Yeah. I think we're very excited for a preview. We're going to publish a report on well-being in the autumn, where we've looked at what really makes a difference. And what's very interesting is most of the initiatives, we were with a meditation app company that you'll have heard of in San Francisco the other day, said, we love what you do, but frankly, I'm not sure how much it's really improving the well-being of the employees who use it. And they went, I think you're probably right. And a lot of these things, whether it's fresh fruit or massages or whatever, aren't really solving the problem because there's a massive self-selection bias. So basically the people who choose these things, the ones who would use them in any case, and the ones who are working more than 50 hours a week and incredibly stressed, haven't got time. You tell them to go to a yoga class, they're like, the last thing is a yoga class, you don't realise. And therefore what we've identified is what does make a difference. Things, for example, like certainty, make an enormous impact on well-being.
Yeah.
Certainty is a significant.
And having some degree of control over what you're doing and your workload, and that comes back to being not afraid to call things out and knowing that you're not going to be seen as, well, if you're not working 50 hours a week like the rest of us, then you're just not a good employee.
We're going to fit one more question in, so if anybody has one, be ready in a second. That word certainties, that's a really interesting statement. Can we just unpack that just a little bit and its relationship to well-being?
Yes. There are 5 factors that greatly affect your well-being, all of which you can most affect in the world of work. Obviously other stuff like sleep and diet, which is slightly separate. And one of them is certainty. And so the more I get surprises, I turn up and the mood my boss is in will determine the day, but I have no idea what mood they'll be in. Or I think I'm working on something and suddenly the whole project's up in the air and it's all been changed. And I don't know. All of that is very unhelpful it creates ill-being in effect. And therefore, the more we can concede changes in advance, guide people to where things are going, the more we can show. The single factor that most determines the success of a partner of a professional services firm is not cognitive ability or hours worked, it's emotional self-regulation, being able to hold steady in situations. So does that give you a bit more on certainty?
Brilliant, thank you. The last question. There's a lady here at the front on the left. Oh, you've got the mic. Oh, there's a lady at the back. You go ahead,
Okay, thank you very much. Fantastic presentation, a really great discussion. And, obviously tone from the top in the way that you describe setting how we get back people into work and being productive and all that is essential. But most people are actually managed in teams. So I wondered if you had some observations on how you actually filter that down to the people in middle management who don't get to go to things like this and hear all of these fantastic discussions and how because they've got very strong muscle memory in terms of their default setting and managing in physically present constructs. So their kind of skills in terms of the noticing and listening are much less well developed, I would say.
I can have a go at that one if you like. I think it's always the eternal challenge, isn't it? If you just work through the hierarchy, you're not going to make the difference that you would like. And we've done that, certainly at Cambridge University Press and Assessment, by using networks, using communities of practice, actually bringing those managers together, having conversation, exposing them to some of these things. We've developed things like change capability toolkits that we run, that we give to our managers and allow them to use, because I think even if you can't have certainty, if you can have some degree of control and you can be comfortable in that environment and be able to listen actively to what your people are telling you and to recognise that as being something that is part of your role, that it's not the traditional sort of managerial role as you describe, and people feeling comfortable with that, because leading happens at all levels. It doesn't just happen at the top of an organisation.
That's absolutely right. And I wouldn't be forgiven by my esteemed colleagues here, Desi, Crystal, Cordelia and Gracie. Wave your hands if you want to come and chat to them later, without sharing what MindGym does, which is precisely focusing on management. We run bite-sized 90-minute workshops that are live, in-person or live virtual on all these topics. There are 100 topics from conflict handling to sorting for stress to motivate to, and so on and so forth. And what we've found is doing little and often over time is how you build any new habit, but in particular management capability. So you know, a big program with a company you'll know, a big tech company you'll know well, where people go to one session a month over the course of a year. And we found that we measured pre and post the manager efficacy using 3 different kinds of measures. And not only was there a significant positive delta in those that had been to the distributed program, but actually those who hadn't, the standard was seen as going down because the overall level had increased. So really it's a little and often, keep learning, get access to the practical insights, the based in psychology, based in science, and then practice them and come back and review.
Brilliant. Well, listen, we are out of time, unfortunately, for questions, but can I invite you both to take more questions afterwards outside?
Fantastic.
Great. So thank you, Octavius Black. Absolutely brilliant presentation. Great to have you here. Janet Scott, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining us for our opening session on the future of work and the employee experience. And we'll be handing out some reports that you've brought with us as well.
So Rose wouldn't forgive me, and Dan, if I didn't tell you there's a copy of Leadership Regained ready for you at the table at the back there, if you would like to have a copy of this, which will give you all the insights. I saw a few of you taking glorious photographs of the slides. They're all in here with a much better rendition of what they mean than I managed a little earlier, but thanks for your patience. Fantastic.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Octavius. Thank you, Janet. It's a brilliant session. We're going to, rather than have a pause now, we're going to have a quick, we've slightly run over. We're just going to change the stage over and start straight away. We did have a brilliant moment backstage where we were missing a panelist and someone said, oh, they're in the audience, which is, oh, it's very relaxed. So they're going to be going backstage now. It's interesting, that session in terms of the future of work. For anyone that was here on the Monday, what we've essentially heard is practical tools for leaders and teams, which kind of goes with the Poppy Jamie session we had with Caroline Williams on Monday in terms of personal growth. So it's interesting to compare the two different styles. Can I just, a couple of bits of housekeeping. If you are online, I've seen lots of conversations going on, you're using Twitter, please use hashtag CogX 2022. And one final thing, and for those coming in, welcome, come in. Because we're noticing as people are coming in, they're sitting on the cameras or on the desk that the cameras are on. There's about 50,000 people that will see it, so you're making them very dizzy. So if we can try not to sit on the camera positions, that would be amazing. And I think we're about ready for our next. Please come in, welcome. If you are coming in, all the seats will be full, so please come and fill them from the front if you can. And for those that are sat with a seat between you, please feel free to move up so others can come in. Make friends. Yeah? Okay. And again, camera positions, please be careful. I've had a couple of requests as well in terms of how to find the agenda. For anyone that's not sure or the site is loading slowly, please look at the website and just type schedule. That will then come up without pictures and you'll be able to see what's going on. Yeah. By all means, please come in. Come right down to the front if you can. There's some seats here as well. Good morning, Helen. And again, for the next session, please do as it's going on. There'll be questions at the end, so be thinking of what your questions might be, and then we can try and get a mic to you at the end. One final thing, I'm sure the moderator will say it as well. If you are asking a question, just wait for the microphone, because obviously when it goes online, we can hear you. It's very hard to edit otherwise. So thank you. So the next session we have this morning, following on from the open one that we've just had, it's called The Future of Work, and it's the host will introduce your brilliant panel. It's a really fantastic panel we've got for you next. So if you could please give a very warm welcome to your host, Barbara Kroll.
I'm not sure when my speaking part is starting now. Thank you very much for being here. This is the panel on the future of work, which is a very topical theme for all of us professionally, but also personally. I'm very pleased to introduce my co-panelists, and I have to go to my crib notes to do that. So first of all, Brian Mullins, who is the CEO of Mind Foundry. You're looking at how technology impacts the future of work, so very keen to hear more on that. Then we have Matt Warman, Conservative MP for Boston and Skegness, and you've recently been charged to lead an initiative to review the future of work, so it'll be interesting to hear more on that. And you're working with Dora on that, who's working for the aptly named Institute for the Future of Work, and you're focusing on strategic programs there, so it would be good to hear more on that. And then last, certainly not least, Stuart, who has a background in real estate and looks at how clustering impacts the future of work. So very, very broad range of topics, and we'd really love to make this panel as agile as possible, and also invite you to ask questions, to have the panelists share their views on that. So please think about that while we're kicking things off. And as you are nearest to me, Brian, perhaps tell us a bit more about what Mind Foundry does and how you are looking at the future of work.
Thank you, and it's great to be here this morning. I'm Brian Mullins, the CEO of Mind Foundry. We are an Oxford University spinout, and we focus on high-stakes applications of artificial intelligence. So that's where decisions are made that affects people's lives, or when those decisions are made at the scale of populations. Our customers work across sectors like insurance, as well as government and security and defense, where the stakes get very high. And you know, our founders, we were founded by Professor Steve Roberts and Professor Mike Osborne, who are professors of machine learning at the university, and they've both done extensive work about the impact of artificial intelligence when it comes to automation and specifically the future of work. And we're very interested in how these effects shape both the human condition for individuals as well as all the way up to the macro and economic effects that will be caused by these transitions.
Thank you. And then Matt, I'm reading here, the review into the future of work commissioned by the government. What's at the back of the mind of the government?
Where to start? There have been many and various government reviews in this country and around the world into the future of work. Obviously, the pandemic has moved a lot of things in ways that perhaps were already happening but have been accelerated. Brexit is also a factor. There's a whole host of things that play into this. And the work that I've been asked to do divides it into 4 pillars, although they do very much interact if pillars can interact. And those are workers' rights, AI and automation, skills, and what we're sort of generically calling place, which covers everything from how do you balance the sort of juggle of looking after children, increasingly looking after older relatives as well, but also commuting, to what extent does hybrid working change that, and also to some extent what's going on the high street. How does the future of work look in terms of how it changes the urban environment in particular? And obviously all of those things interact, but I think what strikes me in some ways is that this very often, particularly in environments such as this, it focuses on flexible working and remote working and all that. And I think what we do have to bear in mind is, for all of the importance of that, there are going to continue to be huge chunks of the workforce that will simply not be able to benefit from those sorts of changes because of the nature of the important work that they do. And how do we make sure that the benefits of the changing world of work are spread as evenly across the workforce as they possibly can be, and how do we try and avoid some of the unintended consequences that might happen if we don't?
Thank you, and that's actually an interesting jump-off point perhaps for you, Dora, because I think you are looking at the Institute of the Future of Work also at how where you are based in the country, how might that access impact the access you have to work. So perhaps Thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Barbara. Yes, so I work for the Institute for the Future of Work, which is an independent research and development institute here, but we work across the UK. I'm the head of programmes, which means I oversee the different programmes of the Institute. And we're also the strategic research partner of the APPG for the Future of Work, which brings together parliamentarians, industry, and civil society to talk about some of these key issues. I think that's absolutely right, Barbara. Place is a big issue here. As Matt said, where you are, the region you're in, can often have a huge impact on the way you experience some of these changes. And that's why one of the big programs that we've got at the moment is called the Pissarides Review into the Future of Work and Wellbeing. And that's looking at disruption across the UK and really at a granular level, trying to understand how each region of the UK is likely to be disrupted by some of these new technologies, and also the kind of decisions that employers make when introducing these technologies. Because there are parts of the UK where technology is being adopted at a much faster rate than other parts. And yet, at the moment, there isn't a lot of evidence to show us why that is, what impacts those decisions regarding adoption. So that's one of the things that we'll be looking at in this review. I'm sure we'll get into some of the other things, but just to say, we're also doing a lot of work on the changing nature of work. So I think, as you were commenting, things like the gig economy and how work might be changing, how AI might be changing our experiences of work. And we've got a lot of different programs looking at that as well, and how that might change over the coming years.
And then sort of following with the theme of places, which is also, of course, very relevant to you, Stuart, perhaps tell us more about your cluster approach, and then how that creates places of opportunity.
Good. Well, nice to be here. So nice to see everybody. We're in the business of creating clusters that promote innovation. So we set up our business about 2 years ago, backed by Brookfield, a big Canadian investor, and we've built up a series of clusters in the UK initially, and we have aspirations to have more clusters in Europe and in other parts of the UK over time. And it's called Advanced Research Clusters. So we shorten it to ARC, which is easier to remember. And and we've now, the scale of the business is quite big. It's about £2 billion worth in terms of value. We have over 350 organizations within our clusters. Probably about 7,000 people working there in our different clusters. The ones that stand out are Harwell. You might know of Harwell. It's about 20 minutes south of Oxford. It's 700 acres. And that's kind of our flagship cluster. It's the first one we acquired in joint venture with Science, Technology and Facilities Council and UK Atomic Energy Authority. So Brookfield have 50% of that. And I'm the CEO of the business. But it's a really, if you kind of dream about what the ideal cluster looks like, if you were to kind of design it on a blank piece of paper, I'm slightly biased, but I'd say it's at Harwell. You've got green fields, you've got mature trees, you've got cool coffee shops, places to eat, yoga events. There's the biggest rounder event in Europe. But more importantly, in our buildings, we focus on the space industry. We've got 100 space companies, we've got 80 life science companies, we've got 80 energy tech companies, we've got a new cluster focused on quantum computing. So that's what we do. We kind of create these physical environments, these ecosystems that help innovators, scientists, technologists thrive. So.
And then perhaps, as we are at a technology-oriented conference, how do you see these physical clusters being disrupted by technology?
Physical, yeah. I think we promote disruption. So innovation comes through disruption, and if you were to imagine how do you innovate, how do you disrupt, how do you move forward? If you were to try and do that sitting on an island in the middle of the Atlantic by yourself, quite tricky. But if you're juxtaposed to 6,000 other technologists, scientists, innovators, I was there yesterday. I went down to the coffee shop, and there's people, a company called Astroscale, Japanese company. They're cool. They clean debris from space, so they're in the space sector. But next to the table next to them were people from one of our new tenants called Vaxitech. who are in the vaccine manufacturing business. So I think technology is obviously disrupting all the time, and I think Harwell celebrates disruption, collisions, collaboration, etc. So I think we promote multidisciplinary environments. So it's quite interesting. These clusters, the space people, they do good business and interesting research. If they're talking to people in the life science sector, same in the energy tech, people might deal with the people in space, etc., and quantum computing. So I think having an ecosystem that promotes disruption and cross collaboration across multidisciplines, scientific disciplines, is really important.
And as perhaps the most technology-focused panelist here, you're really working at the intersection of putting that disruption through technology into action by having, the human workforce operate with the increasingly automated workforce. How will that impact, our personal work experience potentially going forward? And are there sectors that are particularly impacted by that?
This is the big question. There are sectors that will be particularly impacted, but I think it's also safe to say all sectors are going to be impacted. What we see, though, is not necessarily always a very negative trend. And I think it comes back to some key factors about what automation can do, what it can't do, and more what we're seeing, machine learning and artificial intelligence, and what it's allowing for new types of automation that we hadn't necessarily anticipated. I think all of these things are coming together and reshaping even how we're thinking about the future of work. This is a very, very complex and recursive set of questions. But the encouraging bits are that there's these tentpole ideas that not all of jobs are automated away. Some of the job is automated away. And so we should be really thinking about changing the shape of the work that an individual does as much as the change at the macro levels. This is important because then we can think about changing the shape of roles so that the people are doing more of what they're doing and what they do well, and the automation is doing what it does well. I think in particular, in what we do with high stakes applications, it also makes it much more tangible for AI to make an impact when it's delicate to do so. Let me give it a very tangible example of that. Working in domains like policing, where you can't afford for bias to shape an outcome in a way that isn't the same if you get it wrong in another industry, it's even more impactful and can be tragic, and we've seen it worldwide. And police forces that are trying to use the technology most responsibly, they understand that it's not a magic artificially intelligent police officer. It's much better automating things in the back office so the police officers can do what they do best. And I think if you consider that, then you can approach the fact that the back office tasks also have a tremendous amount of risk associated with them. If I were just to read a form and misidentify someone as a suspect instead of a victim, that could have tragic consequences. And so we still have the burden of the responsibility, but it's going to unlock the ability for the humans to do what they do well and really actually have an impact. And so I think it's hopeful as much as it is this kind of ominous transition that we're facing down.
Very interesting. And then perhaps, Dora, for you a question, because you are also thinking strategically about how we need to adapt as a workforce and what sort of skills we need to build. Now, having heard that, it might be a division of labor between, AI, machines, and then the human. Are you working on any initiatives to to look at what would that mean for the workforce and the skill development?
Yeah, I think two things I'd mention there. The first thing, as you said, is what skills programs should be accompanying programs which might be encouraging tech adoption. So, if you're going to be trying to encourage work to have or to be adopting more technology, companies to be thinking about how they maintain at the cutting edge, then that goes hand in hand with thinking about what are the retraining programs, how are the ways that you can support this transition for your workforce. The second thing I think is really important is how workers are, how technology is introduced in the workforce or in the workplace. So there we've done a lot of work looking at how employers can work in collaboration with their workforce so that this isn't something that is feared by the, a bit of how we take away the uncertainty of new technologies and create a dialogue amongst the whole workplace, which we actually find can mean that technology is better implemented. It's shaped by people that know the job and can lead to better outcomes. So I think they would be the two things that I think are important to think about.
Thank you. And then, perhaps Matt, for you, with a government's lens on opportunities and challenges in an economy that's more and more driven by technology, less driven by people, perhaps. What would you say are the key opportunities, but also the key challenges?
Yeah, and it's an important distinction, I think, to say a lot of this is inevitably for business. It is right that business is left to get on with working out for itself how it can be as productive as it possibly can. But at the same time, it is clearly in government's interest to address the productivity challenges. It is clearly in government's interest to make sure that those to sort of some of your points, that some of the potential discrimination that arises from the inappropriate use of technology, where we have plenty of sort of norms and legislation and all that covers this stuff, that we don't accidentally say, well, this is a sort of completely novel problem, when actually we've already got literal laws that cover some of these potential problems. So I think government has an interesting set of choices to make over to what extent do you go in with a slightly heavier hand versus to what extent do you try and nudge businesses into doing the right sort of thing. And so as Dora was saying, we know that businesses that implement technology in collaboration with their workforces rather than on top of their workforces, if that makes sense, tend to see more productive outcomes, tend to see more harmonious industrial relations, or all of that sort of stuff. It's obviously in government's interest to say, how do you promote that? But obviously you can't mandate it, and trying to get that balance right is going to be really important. But I do think the most important thing to bear in mind in some ways is that if we get this right, this, as with every previous industrial revolution, is something that creates jobs rather than destroys them. And you've got to help specific areas get over some of those challenges where they're particularly affected, as you said, but we shouldn't go into this thinking, how do we protect workers from the computer taking over? We don't need to be sort of 19th century about it. But all of that very often comes back to skills and making sure that businesses and the education sector have the relationship that means there is the agility to provide the skills that businesses will need in the future. And sometimes those are skills that businesses don't even yet know themselves they will want, which is some of the hardest bit to deal with.
Imagine. As we said earlier, because we also thought the future of work may have very personal implications for the audience, we would actually like to see some audience questions without wanting to put you on the spot. And if you can perhaps, I don't know if they will come up here, or do people stand up? Here we go. You can perhaps introduce yourself and then also which panelist you would like to address the question.
Fantastic panel. Thank you for doing this. My name is Deepak Parmanand. I work as Director of AI Research for JP Morgan. So my questions, one for the MP and one for the panel. The first question is, are we going to see the government going to do 4 days a week, ever? I hope not. Maybe, don't know. Next question is, given the AI and the experiments around universal basic income happening in some parts of the world, what's the take of the government, and does the panelist have an opinion on UBI?
Thank you for your question.
So I think on the first one, for me, this is ultimately about productivity. It's not about whether you are, it's not per se about whether you're in the office or not. It's about where is the best place to do the job that you are there to do in a way that works well for you as an employee, but also obviously for the employer. And I think across government, the focus has consistently been on trying to get the very best outcomes on this. Now, there are obviously some views on whether that happens best in the office or at home or in some hybrid version of that, but I think it is about cracking that productivity challenge. What I think is taxing about that to some extent is if where you inevitably have sometimes some conflicts between the employer and the employee on where and how best to do that. And I think almost always that is about winning the argument with the employee rather than having a heavy-handed approach. Now, sometimes the nudges might be slightly more heartfelt, shall we say? But I do think this isn't about government mandating. It's never going to be about government mandating this has to be 4 days a week in the office or 3 days a week or whatever. On the 4-day working week, I think, to be honest, it's the same question, just asked through a different lens, right? The 4-day working week comes as a response to people's concerns about the intensification of work. It comes as a response to a whole host of caring responsibilities, all of that. If businesses can get what they need in a 4-day working week and they can afford to pay people for 5 days' work, then good on them. But I don't think it's not. I don't think it's ever going to be for government to say this is what the default looks like.
Yes, who would like to address the universal basic income question? This might be, again, more for policy question, but Stuart, I don't know.
No, I'm probably not qualified to answer specifically on that. But I will, maybe I'm giving a political answer, but if you were to ask a different question about what it's like to work with government, because we're a private sector, we're in joint venture with government, and I just think, step back, I think the ecosystem in the UK for innovation is pretty good, actually. We work with Science Technology Facilities Council to promote innovation. We go to meetings with scientists and interesting organizations, and they sit with us. So they'll bring their life science experts or their space experts, quantum computing, whatever. So we're helping to attract organizations, helping them grow, helping them to move to our clusters. And it's effective. And then stepping back, what is the broader ecosystem like in the UK? I think it's good. You need capital. There's lots of capital, and if you look at the VC stats, I think we're the 4th in the world after, I think, Beijing, San Francisco, and New York. So there's lots of activity, and the stats are really, really encouraging. We see that actually at Harwell and in Oxford, the amount of VC activity in the life science and broader technology sectors. It's really performing well. And then I think the people side is strong as well. Obviously, we've got great universities, hotbed of talent. The government promote people to come to the UK. I'm not a politician, but I'm generally seeing a positive environment there. And then obviously that kind of heady cocktail of money, really intelligent, smart people, strong immigration policy as well. I think it creates a heady cocktail for innovation. So I'm sorry to not answer your question specifically, but I answered another one. Yeah.
But perhaps on the UBI, and Dora, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I wonder if you may have a view.
So we don't have currently any projects, or I don't have an organisational position on that currently. What I would highlight is we have a huge focus on what do good jobs look like, and part of that is, of course, questions around pay and security, which of course links to questions around UBI. And for that, we have a good work charter. So we've brought together many experts who looked at different laws, different forms of best practice across the world, and built this charter of principles which detail what does it actually mean to have a good job, and what should we be aspiring to. And so I think that would be where I'd put my emphasis. I'm sorry to slightly sidestep the question.
Everybody's nodding now. That's a hard
I mean, look, sorry, just to sort of not sidestep the question, right? I think the question for me, speaking as an individual member of Parliament, not for the government, is what is the problem that UBI is solving, right? And secondly, who is paying it? And presumably the state is paying it with taxpayers' money, so it's not. This isn't free money, right? And secondly, you're presumably seeking to, or advocates of UBI are presumably seeking to solve the problem of people being at risk of simply not having enough money to live a reasonable life. Now, that is ultimately the function of the benefit system. In some ways, a lot of the questions that UBI answers, seems to me, should be answered by an agile and effective benefit system for people who need it, rather than providing it to people who don't, because the deadweight cost of giving it to people who don't need it just seems to me to be unjustifiable to the taxpayer.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes, please.
So I'm going to start off with a contentious statement. I think somebody once wrote that 90% of jobs are bullshit. And anybody who works in large corporations recognizes that many of the jobs really aren't sustainable. There's a huge amount of mental anxiety and mental health problems that are caused by contemporary working. I think there's a statistic that came out the other day that said 8.5 million people in the UK have chosen not to return to the workplace. Now, the question I would love you to try and answer is, rather than patching up work as we know it, and whenever I hear these kinds of conversations, they tend to revolve around innovation, startups, and the audience here understands that. We understand how to start a business, to raise money, to talk to VCs. But the vast majority of the country have no understanding of many of the topics that are talked about at conferences like this. And there seems to me to be a much more fundamental requirement. And to be honest, it's not about left or right-leaning governments any longer. I, for one, feel totally homeless with regard to government. But these are big and brave challenges, and I haven't yet heard anyone come up with answers to those problems. So tell me where to turn and who's got the solutions.
Ooh.
So I'll have a go. So I suppose the answer to why there isn't an answer is because this stuff is big and difficult and hard, and governments around the world are looking at how to try and address some of the issues that you've talked about. But I think ultimately, in some ways, the way I'm looking at the review that I'm trying to do is think of an employer. Let's take the NHS because it's the biggest one in the country, for instance. There are some jobs, some unexpected jobs, that are going to be massively affected by technology relatively quickly. If you're a radiographer, then computers are really good at pattern recognition. That's sort of your job. You are going to be able to use those technologies a lot really quickly. If you're the consultant surgeon, you can probably work from home quite a lot, literally operating in some scenarios. If you go to the other end of the pay scale, if you're the porter or the receptionist, far more porters and receptionists in the health service than there are consultant surgeons or radiographers, your job is not that susceptible to automation. It's going to be a much more similar to what it's been like for a number of decades, and yet people all across the income spectrum, even just to take that one employer, are reporting the same stresses of intensification. You can talk about it through that mental health lens, if you like, as well. And I think a lot of that comes down to other factors. It comes down to feeling like a job is precarious. It comes down to that sense that they are the cliche of being 3 paychecks away from homelessness, which is is more of a cliche than it is a sort of useful lens to look at it. But it is how a lot of people see it. I think those are that, but all of that stuff comes together into a sense of you've got to make sure that people have the skills to move on to jobs that are more secure or where their employment is more transferable. You've got to have a system that addresses some of the skills crisis, the housing issues that mean that people are spending huge chunks of all of their income on one particular thing. You've got to be looking at what it is that gives them that sense of precariousness, and are the workers' rights that they have really doing what they should be doing. Now, the reason I mention a huge range of things in answer to a relatively short question is simply to reinforce that we need an approach that goes across the government rather than look simply at a number of different silos. And that's what makes it so hard. And so in some ways, the question I think we've got to answer is, yes, how can we reimagine stuff? How can we think much more creatively, all of that? That's fine. But really the question we've got to answer is, how do we try and address the problems in a world where we can't reimagine everything? You can't overnight solve the housing crisis. You can't overnight address the fact that you're going to need porters, whether you or they like it or not, for a long time in the health service. So it is massively multifactorial, and addressing that starts with acknowledging that it is massively multifactorial rather than imagining that there is a silver bullet, which I'm not suggesting that you're doing, but I do think understanding the breadth and complexity of this across the whole range of jobs that exist in the economy is where we've got to start.
Thank you, and thank you for your question. I think maybe Brian could offer a perspective, just because you are so much working at changing the type of jobs human might do. So I don't know if you have a view.
Yeah, sure. I think there were probably a lot of questions in that question. And the thing that comes to mind the most, though, is that technology in and of itself is not a solution or a problem, right? Hopefully it's a tool that we can use to solve a problem, but what is the problem that we want it to address? You know, we think about, there was a question about UBI. I'm not going to answer either. I'm not qualified to talk about that as a system. But is that an attempt to change the benefit system, right? Or, you know, what's the problem that it's trying to address? Could that problem be addressed, you know, differently? I think a lot of times the simple answers that feel right maybe miss the complexity of the system, and that we really need to start with the problem we want to solve, have this kind of minimum threshold of don't make it worse. Because when you use technologies like artificial intelligence, it's the speed that really makes it good at what it does. It can make this decision so quickly and deal with the complexity in data and make that decision very quickly. And it could scale to affect everyone. And so you have to approach it from the standpoint of just don't make it worse, and then incrementally make it better. And I think that's how we ramp it up. And it probably ties back to how you opened your question, which was somebody saying that 90% of jobs were bullshit. I think that number's obviously too high, and it's hyperbolic. But if it was 50%, I don't think it's 50% of people and their jobs. It's probably 50% of the jobs they do is unnecessary. And how can we use these technologies to make that more efficient so they're doing less of the bullshit and more of the stuff that actually makes a difference? Because when you play this out to the next logical conclusion, when you think about it in terms of an industrial revolution, like was said, you know, the implication is if the UK can't skill up the workers to take advantage of this, the effect will be very similar to what happened to retail, which was completely displaced, you know, to companies that are delivering that, you know, through the internet, but that are not UK companies. And now, if that could affect any enterprise, anywhere people do work in the UK, and that can be partially automated and streamlined in a way that gets disrupted by non-UK companies that aren't participating in the economy, that's existential. And that's what we need to think about, and that's where we need to think about longer-term things like education for, you know, not just, you know, from primary up, not just postdoc, but what about all the people in the middle of business today that will be leading that business in 10 years? How do they get an intuition for what to do with machine learning and how it can transform operations in something that might be a traditional durable goods manufacturer that could actually benefit from it, but doesn't know where to start.
Thank you. We probably have time for 2 more questions. I'm looking for... please.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights. Rashmi Rao, Director of Stratec Limited. Much has been said and written. So, for example, Linda Grattan and Andrew Scott about the 100-year life from London Business School. McKinsey has written and publishes copious reports about the evolving nature of roles. I'm waiting to see the job advert, if such a thing will exist, about the actuary or the pricing specialist for real estate and metaverse. That'll be fun, wouldn't it? And of course, the kind of the pension gap, the gig economy, and the kind of psychological and emotional appeal of work being more purpose-led. So there is kind of the generational aspect. There is the changing nature of roles. There is the need and desire to work longer. So there's multiple attributes beyond kind of the geography and how it impacts UK and kind of the rest of the country, rest of the world. So any thoughts on how these aspects are playing into the future of work? And of course, the real future of work is there is no work, right? We all have fun and we do what we are passionate about, and hopefully the rewards follow. But just curious that given some of these trends where much is being said and written, how that plays into the future of work.
I don't know, Dora, if you feel best placed, perhaps.
Sure. Well, yeah, I think these are all excellent points, and they all contribute to what has been perfectly described by my fellow panelists as such a complex sort of area of discussion and fast evolving area. I think. How do we address this? I think the only way we can address this is by speaking across government, industry, civil society, employers, and coming together to really think about, what future do we want and how do we build it in a way that balances these different interests. So that's partly what we do through our APPG, but also through the different networks that we're involved in. And I think that was the main thing I wanted to talk about, that sort of also you touched a bit about well-being and what is the future of work. I think there's been a lot of research that shows it's unlikely that jobs are going to disappear. It's more likely that jobs are going to change, and as Matt mentioned, some of them significantly. I think then we should be asking ourselves, well, how do we, what do we emphasize within that context? And I would say well-being is one of the things that we should be thinking about more. We hear that being talked about when we talk about flexible work or employee well-being, but also what does it mean for the nature of our work and why we go to work? How do we measure well-being as an output, as a society, or also as an employer? And that's also what we're looking at as part of the Pissarides review. We're looking at how does work impact well-being across the country. We've got a lot of health researchers who are part of that review because we see that as also a very important area that we need to be looking at more going forward.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Stuart.
No, I was just going to add. I think the future where I agree. It's not work might change, but it's not going to go away. But the working environment needs to evolve over time, and I think this COVID experience has made people change the way they operate a lot. So I think certainly in our working environment, we're advocating a flexible working environment. Most people do this kind of 3-day-a-week approach, but then there's a pivot to the physical as well in terms of let's change the environment. Let's promote well-being. We're building these hides to look at birds. We're building these hides around a pond so people can, instead of having a meeting in a boring old meeting room, they can go out and use the hides for relaxation or meetings and things like that. So there's an onus on owners of these campuses and working environments like King's Cross to create these kind of places that are a bit different from what people have had before. In terms of your question about roads, that's obviously going to change dramatically. At Harwell, we're advocating We've actually got an autonomous vehicle driving around campus. There's no driver in it. It drives around. It's a joint venture between the European Space Agency and Telefonica using 5G technology. And this little vehicle drives, it can seat about 8 people, but it cruises around the campus by itself. The organization Darwin is testing that, and hopefully over time you'll see that roll out in a commercial as well. So I think roads, that whole car parking approach is being addressed by central government and local government all the time. So if you're in the real estate world and you build a building like you see at King's Cross, they have tight regulations on the number of cars you can have in a building, but in the future that's gradually narrowing. So it's evolving. So cars won't disappear forever, but I think it will evolve over time.
Do we have time for one more question? Because I think there's one here.
Thank you for an absolutely fascinating panel. So my name's Sarah Hamburg. So I've been working with DAOs for about a year now. So I'm helping build DAOs. I work in DAOs. All my friends do the same things. I'm just curious to hear if any of you sat there in the panel have thought about DAOs in your work, but mostly, like, how is the UK thinking about supporting people like me, people like my network who are wanting to form these DAOs and communities around what they do for their future of their work?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the question. I don't know what they are. So
Sorry, I just realized I should have explained that. So a DAO, it's like a decentralized autonomous organization. So it's a digital native community of people who come together using blockchain tools to form communities and create things themselves, rather than having permission from a company or a centralized organization to do those kinds of things.
Fascinating question. Do you know who of you feels?
Yeah. Well, that ecosystem exists in these type of big clusters, virtually and physically as well. So I think certainly we promote that. I use the word multidisciplinary collaboration. So space people talking to life science companies, etc. So we do that virtually within our clusters, but we also do physical meetings. We get people together and have events. Obviously, it's stopped for COVID, but it's now kicking back in. And we really promote it. It's at the heart of innovation, so I think it's good. So,
I would add, I'm quite familiar with the concept. In fact, I'm really excited about it for a number of reasons. But one may not be obvious, but I think it's directly related to why a lot of people are thinking about the idea of decentralization. Is taking power of organizing an organization around a commonly shared goal and being more effective at it, and not requiring any kind of outside control of it. And I think it's really interesting when you think about the idea of superintelligence, kind of the idea of AI becoming self-aware, which we think is pretty fanciful, right? It's kind of superstitious that you're just going to make models bigger and they'll wake up self-aware. But superintelligence does exist in the world today. Just nothing like we're afraid of. It's when you have multiple agents with neural networks or models that are working on behalf of the same objectives, and they deploy limited resources to achieve the objectives and update the objectives when the world changes. Like, these are organizations of people, right? And whether it's parts of some governments or certain corporations, when they can organize that activity, more efficiently than others, they can drastically outperform their peer groups. And we see that, constantly in the market. Certain companies, they're just perfectly coalescing around their objectives and their values in a way that actualizes the members of that group. Why not use it in a way, with a technology like a blockchain and DAO to let this spontaneously occur, and then focus on optimizing that organizational intelligence and how do you make that more streamlined so they can outperform their peer group. Anyway, I think it's super exciting technology.
And I think from a government point of view, if the question that I've been asked to answer is how does government incentivize good work, then one of the things we know about good work, loaded term though it is that one of the things that people say they really like and benefit from is a sense of agency and autonomy and that sort of thing. And the kind of structures that you're describing really promote that. And that is obviously a good thing. It's not for government to it's quite hard for government to do anything that is beyond the sort of nudging stuff in this area, I think. But what what we do have to ask ourselves is what is it that government's doing that potentially gets in the way of people doing those things that they say they want and they enjoy. And I think that's an open question. People haven't yet come to me with sort of, here is a long list of all the things that I wish government would stop doing. That does get in the way of it, but I do think it has to be something that is constantly on government's mind. If you're going to say we're going to be light touch, we're going to set people free, let 1,000 flowers bloom, all those cliches, then you've got to work out where it is that you're stopping that happening and trying to get out of the way as quickly as possible.
Thank you for the question. I think that's a wrap. Yes, I'm being heard. Thank you very much for your engaged questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Barbara. If ever you weren't clear that we're living in, to quote Azim Azar, an exponential age, when you have talks like this, you realise the shifts in workforce, the nature of work, how we work and what it means. It's quite remarkable. So I hope that was of value to you. We're going to have a very quick pause. You're very welcome to stay in your seats. If you are staying, because there's quite a lot of queues outside, just move up so there's no gaps in between you. It would be fantastic. And we'll let other people come in. Please do come in. You're welcome. Next session is going to start in 5 minutes and we'll come back out. Thank you. That's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, the next session is about to begin. Thank you.
Welcome back. Welcome back all. If you're, by the way, if you're stood at the back and you want to come and sit, you're very welcome. Come in, there's some seats at the front. You don't need to stand. Please do come back. So our morning is nearly done. This is the final session of the morning, and in keeping with today's theme in terms of the future of work, I'd very much like to welcome our next session. The session is Why a Great Rethink Must Follow the Great Resignation, and I'd like to welcome your panel and your host, Rachel Sylvester. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Rachel Sylvester. I'm a columnist at The Times, and I've spent the last year chairing our Times Education Commission. So that link between education and employment and skills is very close to my heart, something I've been looking at a lot. And our panelists we're all going to introduce ourselves. Jane, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you, Rachel. I sit before you, my name's Jane Reddin, and I sit before you as a rare beast in our industry. I am a female general partner of a fund, and I'm a non-investment professional. So I'm really proud of our team for lots of reasons, but mostly because that's a massive signal after 25 years of working in our industry that talent and people and building teams and human capital as a lever of growth is as important as fiscal health.
Fascinating. There's so much to talk about there. Sarah, do you want to introduce yourself? Quick.
Yes, hi there. My name is Sarah Moore. I'm a partner at PwC, slightly less rare, and congratulations.
But still very rare.
Yeah. There's queues for the loos now, which is nice. I lead our people and organisation business, and I'm also head of purpose for the firm.
Fantastic. So the theme of this session is so relevant post-pandemic. We've seen this exodus of people. Jane, what do you think needs to change in the way companies operate? How do people need to rethink the workplace?
Yeah, amazing. We've built a platform proposition at Albion VC, and just in case anybody doesn't know us, we're a $1 billion VCT, an early stage fund, and we invest specifically in B2B software and health tech businesses. And the 4 pillars that we focus on as an advisory and strategic advisory proposition are as relevant before, actually, as they are going forward, even more critical. And they are clarity on strategic growth alignment. So what are we aiming for, and why is that important? How are we sharing that? The purpose of an organization is as important, the why as well as the what. We're also really interested in helping our teams to build, so the team formation, specifically pegged to what we're actually trying to achieve as a business. And I think getting a direct correlated link there is even more important in hyper-scaling businesses. The third thing is leadership development. We know from our research that one of the most, and I'm sure you're going to say more about this, but one of the most important motivators for people joining companies is to understand what the company is going to do for them. What's the why for me, my why, and how am I going to develop as a manager and a leader during my tenure at this business or in this company? So we focus specifically on leadership development as a theme within all of our portfolio companies. And then the fourth is organizational scaling, organizational fitness to scale. And that's a factor of culture, codifying and embedding culture deliberately, and operating efficacy. Businesses need to operate in an asynchronous and remote environment in a way which is more deliberate and more focused on building the tools and environment for individuals to work from anywhere, whenever they want to, in an empowered way. So I would say those 4 things are the core pillars of our strategy, and that's what I think has been important and is even more important going forward.
Fascinating. Sarah, do you think that's right? Has the pandemic changed the way people see work and changed the way in which they work?
Undoubtedly. I mean, it's been an absolute paradigm shift in terms of people's expectations of how they will work and where they will work. Now, progressive organisations that have been looking at engaging and retaining their talented people even pre-COVID, were looking at, well, what can I do to attract people into my organisation? I absolutely agree that purpose and trust at the core of an organisation is now something very much that prospective employees are looking for in terms of selecting which organisation to work for. But one of the benefits of COVID has been that just this huge acceleration around remote, more empowered working, or hybrid working, as we might say now. And in the past, I've worked with a number of clients that have been very sceptical about being able to track or manage productivity of people that they can't physically see on the work floor. And that's just all been thrown up in the air, because we've proved we can be even more productive when we're working away from a physical office than we are in it.
So Jacob Rees-Mogg is wrong with his note saying all civil servants have to come into the office.
At least a part of the time.
There are benefits for being physically at work, and we've recently launched a hopes and fears survey at PwC. So globally, we've surveyed 50,000 workers in terms of their wants, desires, hopes and fears, and we have a UK cut of that, which has been incredibly helpful. So we've got over 2,000 responses from the UK. And yes, there is a majority of about 60% of responders that want to work in a hybrid way. So that's a blend of being at home or not in a physical office environment or location in which they might be paid to work. But only 30% want to do that 100% of the time and be outside of the office. So I think this blended way of working is absolutely the future. There's lots more I can say. I won't at the moment. I'll wait for questions. But I think key to it is around organisations really understanding where their business is going and how their workforce needs to show up to deliver it.
Yeah.
But how they can use technology and automation to be able to deliver that holistic service. And the tech is critical. We've all been there, haven't we? Not on mute, or the Wi-Fi's down, or the whole family's on the Wi-Fi. You know, so there's lots of issues there that have to be right and the right environment for hybrid working to work.
I wondered to what extent both of you have come across sort of more reactionary forces. So, for example, PwC was criticised by Alan Sugar for allowing employees to go home early, I think it was on a Friday. Do you think there's a kind of reactionary force? I was joking about Jacob Rees-Mogg, but actually there's a bit of a culture war going on about this, isn't there?
I agree. That, you know, all publicity is good publicity, as they say. And this is the second year that we have brought in summer hours working. And there are a number of other organisations that do that. We're not unique in offering it. It's a form of compressed hours. So we're still asking our people to work their full amount of time, but not in a presenteeism way. It's about the outputs rather than the amount of hours that you do. And overwhelmingly, our people said they wanted it to come back this year, so we've extended that. People will always have a different view. In the same way, I really get a buzz out of being, you know, my main office is in London. I have the opportunity of moving around the UK, which is fantastic. I love being around people. I like going out for dinner. It's a really lovely day. So there's something for me about the buzz I get when I'm at work, but the connections that I make with people. We've surveyed our people at PwC in terms of their preferences, and there are segmentations within that. And you know, the outputs of that are around our, you know, younger employee group of about 18 to 25. There's a mix for them. Sometimes it's harder with their setup at home to be able to work around a shared table, or, you know, everyone's kind of fighting for space. So it's good to be back. We've got subsidised food in the office, so that's another draw. But that middle band of people, perhaps with family responsibilities, they've really got a dividend of being able to work from home and balance and juggle other responsibilities that they have. Now, what we've done, which I think is really important, is listen to what our different groups want, but we've been really clear around what the expectation is. So at PwC, we've said 2 to 3 days to be spent at home, or we're outside, you know, working remotely, as you prefer, but 2 to 3 days in the office or on client site. So a really clear expectation around it is hybrid and it is a blend. And we're also quite clear, excuse me, that you can be a good task master, a processor, working from home. You can get through your admin, and that's brilliant, and you feel great at the end of it. But are you a good leader? And are you able to impart your knowledge and skills to some of our new joiners, some of whom hadn't actually set foot in the building for a year before they were able to come and work with us? And we're really clear, good leaders need to physically work side by side with their colleagues to be able to get to know each other and work productively. So it's absolutely a hybrid.
That's interesting. Jane, do you think that's right? Do you think in a leadership position it's more important to be in the office?
One of my favourite moments ever was a fireside chat that I did with employee number 10 at GitHub. And GitHub before the pandemic was, resoundingly the biggest global company that was remote first. And I asked the same question. I said, so, because one of the things we were thinking about is how do you build strategy? How do you set strategy as a leadership team? Not just like work together, but actually how do you have those very complicated, iterative conversations when you're building your strategy? How do you do that remotely? And he said, oh, it's one of our best kept secrets. We don't. I was like, oh my God, what do you mean you don't? No, we don't do it on a screen. I was like, okay, so talk me through this. How do you do it? And he said, they have a budget, it's a global budget, and it's a budget line globally for every single team, and including leadership teams, to travel wherever they are in the world once a quarter, and they spend up to 2 weeks together setting strategy in person.
All in one go?
All in one go.
How interesting.
And then it's a long tail, so you have this hit, like this sort of pep week, and then you have a long tail where the team's got lots of human connectivity, they've set strategy, they've had those healthy conflict conversations, they've been in a room together to hash things out, to make decisions, and then they've got this long tail where it's sort of there's a fade, and they're able to sustain the remote working, and then they have another kind of moment of pep. He did also say that loneliness was a real issue, so I'd love to bring that up. But I think to answer your question in terms of leadership and strategy, for what it's worth, and I'm sure he knows very, very well indeed, and I've seen this play out in all of our leadership teams, in all of the founders that we're working with, we are encouraging them. They are really enjoying having times, compressed times when they are together connecting with their teams, and then they fly off to their various places in the world and then come back together. What the cadence is for that is TBC. We're playing with, should that be quarterly, should that be half yearly, should that be yearly, and of course, budget dependent, team size dependent, business dependent. I would say kind of through your own lane on that one, but definitely don't try and do everything remotely forever.
Interesting. You mentioned loneliness. To what extent do you think the balance has shifted between the employee and the employer, if you like? And is the sort of individual needs now more important in this very different job market that we're getting now? Do you think that the power now is almost with the employee rather than the employer?
Well, that's a very interesting question, because I'm getting asked on repeat, are we going into a recession? Is there going to be talent liquidity in the market? Where we've experienced 18 months of salary inflation, scarce talent become even more scarce. I've been doing this for 25 years, so the gazumping that was going on in 2000 and 2001 all came back ferociously, and people would accept roles and 5 roles and then decide on the day which one they were going to turn up to, and all sorts of very destabilizing behaviors when building teams. So I would argue that there's potentially a little bit of a redress of the balance back towards the employer, in fact.
Interesting.
What I totally believe, though, is that this is an alliance. It's as important for the company to think about what they're doing for the individuals in the their team, as to what the individual's going to do for the company. There's the brilliant book that Reid Hoffman and Bez Go's a bit old now, but still my go-to as the tour of duty idea. I think it's a fantastic concept, and there's 2 other modes that I perhaps could pull up as sort of coaching tips as well. So I hold the mic and then I'll pass on to you. There's 2 distinct modes, I believe, in the leadership team. One is the leader mode and the other is manager mode. When I'm coaching founders, I express the need to context shift, to be adaptable to what you're trying to get out of the next interaction or forum that you're going into. Leadership is very much about setting clarity and direction. You know, we're on a boat and we're heading, and it's New York over there. Might not be New York, might be Sydney, but we're on a boat and we're going in that direction. So let's set sail, and this is the direction that we're going in. Manager mode is, okay, so the team's on the boat. How is that person feeling today? What is it for them? Like, were they sick last night? Do they feel good today? How, you know, kind of what's their experience of the next 6 hours, not the final destination? And those two modes have to be borne out, I think, in parallel. You've got to context shift between them in order to successfully navigate this next phase.
Interesting. Sarah, what's your perspective on this idea of the balance between employer and employee, and whether actually the kind of emotional needs of the employee are now as important as the financial needs of the employer?
Yeah, sorry, I've just got a little frog in my throat, so just bear with me. Thank you.
Some water.
I will in a moment.
Yeah.
Thank you, I'm fine. It was more wanting to cough on a microphone while you were talking. Look, it's absolutely as important. And resilience, wellness, it was absolutely top of the agenda for many organisations during the pandemic, because everybody's people and workers needed help and support, and it was uncharted territories for everybody. I don't believe there is a shift in power base between employees and employers, because I think there are different sectors where there is a balance. There's lots of jobs out there in certain sectors and not enough people, but then conversely, there is a war for talent in others. And you know, my mantra is absolutely, it's about understanding what works for both of you. And I think if you can have a curated conversation with an employee around what do they want to get out of the next 5 years at work, in the short, the medium, and a little bit longer term, and how can that be delivered within the organisation. And then I think if you take it to this point around kind of the wellness and the health, I think if people are secure in their role to the extent that you can be in this changing world, they've had career conversations where they understand where they might be able to progress to, and they've got the help and the support in place. That's absolutely vital. I talk a lot about being noticed. I think being noticed is something that keeps employees in an organisation. Because if you know that you're going somewhere, even if that somewhere is you're going to stay in the role that you do because you're really good at it and you love it and people value and appreciate it, you've had that conversation. But the main thing, to come back to that wellness point, is mental health is openly discussed. And when I think about where I was 25 years ago when I joined PwC, and I never intended to join or B intended to stay, and you know, some of the reasons that I did are around a huge variety of experiences in my career. I joined as an administrator in HR, so I shouldn't be sitting here as a partner. It's Social Mobility Day tomorrow, and I'm a bit of a poster girl for the firm for that, because it's a really great example of how you can move around within that. But at various times in my life, when my dad died, my husband is fine now, but he had testicular cancer, the firm were there for me in terms of go away, take leave, take paid leave, get yourself and your family well and come back. And they, you know, we laughed about it, as you can, in that black humour that you have in these moments around, you're no good to us if your head is over there, so be over there, come back when you're ready. And what that gives me as a loyalty to the organisation, it really, really anchors you.
Which you can't buy with a higher salary. It's invaluable, isn't it?
You really can't. And the fact that now we have very open conversations with our people about what they need in terms of our benefits, so we talk about the employee value proposition, or the deal, for want of a better word, for our people. You know, part of that is around the well-being, the health support that we can give them. Many organisations have employee assistance programs and helplines and access to counselling. We openly discuss that and offer that to our people, and many of my clients do the same thing. So I think being able to be open about, I feel a bit disconnected today, or I feel a bit lost. I talked about my own feelings of loneliness during the pandemic. I'm very extrovert, and I was sort of trapped in the top room, just talking into a screen, feeling lucky I had a top room to talk into that was my own. So it's absolutely vital, and again, our data is telling us that that's what prospective employees are expecting of their employers.
And Jane, how permanent do you think this shift is? Is the Great Rethink a permanent rethink?
Yeah,
or
that's a great question.
Is it just a sort of short-term response to the pandemic or the economic situation?
I don't think we're going back. I hope we don't. Like, I really hope we don't. Empowerment, we talked about empowerment, didn't we, as being so vital, and the next generation of leaders, future leaders, are starting work today. My daughter's 15, and I can see her with a different mindset. I can see her look at work differently. Her narrative around how she's going to path through her career doesn't look like the way that it did 10 years ago or 20 years ago when we started working. It just doesn't. The gig economy. I think she's going to she might not have a job, have an actual job. She might have 6 jobs. We mustn't. If we do go back, I think we've got something really wrong. For me, empowerment's important. One of the things that I'm most proud of in my work my research work over the last 5 years is digging into trust, the importance of trust, the importance of building a high trust environment. We call it the high TQ team, trust quotient, the high TQ leader. And I've found a way to measure trust. Because it's really hard to measure. It's expressed as a feeling, actually, or it's felt as a feeling. And to the question, can you cultivate trust? Can you build trust? Absolutely, yes, you can. And so I'm very proud that we work. We offer that as a diagnostic tool for all of our portfolio companies that help get a measure on trust and help them work on the areas where they may have blind spots.
How do you do that? Is that a survey or?
Yeah, so I've built a tool. It's got 35 indicators in it, split into 6 buckets or 6 clusters that you can see if you look at my blogs, and we'll publish it as well to make it accessible for everybody. And teams can use it in different ways. We've used it internally as a way of getting a measure from A to D on those 35 indicators. And then we've run a workshop to build our own teamship rules. And that helps to build psychological safety. It helps to build psychological contracting with everyone in the team. It helps to create clarity on what our expectations of each other. And genuinely, we bring that alive in all of the conversations that we have. And it really works. And our portfolio companies are finding the same, so I'm really proud.
Fascinating. Sarah, do you think that's right, that trust is very important, both for employees, but also for the customer or consumer?
100%, without a shadow of a doubt. So again, our survey tells us that trust and purpose are core reasons why people select an organisation. And, we've talked about greenwashing, in the press. Purpose washing is another new word that's out there. So organisations having a very highfalutin and grand statement about what they do. I think we've all read in the press, some of the backlash, then what they actually do doesn't correlate. So I think organisations that have got high trust, and that's fantastic to hear, are the ones that have a better chance of attracting employees into that organisation. And for us, our firm-wide purpose is around solving important problems and building trust in society. Our employees expect that of us. The work that we do, the consulting work that we do for our clients, is to create sustained outcomes that are value-driven but absolutely rooted in trust. And I just think there's no going back, I hope, to a life before hybrid working, and there is absolutely no going back to not having trust, ESG purpose at the heart for organisations and for employees.
It totally links to performance too. Yeah. It's not, it's about how we build a high-performing team and a high-performing organisation, a company of the future. How are you? I'm curious to ask if it's possible to ask a question. How are you measuring the correlated links between well-being and performance?
So we measure our performance through a number of different metrics, and we look at value that we provide to our clients. We have a lot of client satisfaction survey that's in there, and we have lots of quantifiable KPIs that sit in there, as well as our kind of regulatory requirements. From a wellness perspective, we have a number of data points around our engagement survey about how people are feeling and what they tell us. We have specific surveys that relate to that, and obviously we have things around sickness absence and what the driver of that absence is. Yes. And then we have some incredibly amazing techie people in our organisation that really bring it together and look at the correlation between the two.
Yeah, so interesting. I'm going to open up to questions in a minute, but first of all, Sarah, I was really struck. PwC did some fascinating business surveys for the Times Education Commission, which found huge skill shortages. 85% of companies in the survey said they were either had or were expecting skill shortages, and 75% of the companies said that they'd had to give new recruits training in basic skills, even literacy and numeracy.
Yeah.
Wow. How much do you think, what explains that skill shortage and what needs to be done if you think about the next stage of the great rethink, if you like? Is it about education, and is that about also then improving social mobility?
Yeah, there's lots in there. I mean, you've covered a number of areas in there, Rachel. So I think the experience that students get at school is absolutely paramount, both academically but also practically. I'm so encouraged by the movement around apprenticeship schemes and organisations that have hire apprentices. And again, we've got data that suggests that there's a real loyalty from school leavers that come into organisations as an apprentice with a longer tenure tend to do very well. They strive, they're appreciative of the opportunity. So there's a lot of data in there. And also other organisations, including ours, have changed the kind of gate stages and the entry qualifications that are required. So we changed our expectations around A-levels, for example, to make it for us to be able to really broaden applicants that could come in. So there is a greater social mobility of the applicants that are joining certain organisations. You just can't get that diversity in your workforce if you're not introducing it at its earliest possible stage. But there's lots in there, and employers as well, in terms of the training that they're providing to new joiners coming in, but also students that are still at school and offering, training pro bono. A lot of our employees want to give back, and we see that in our clients too. So actually delivering training services to students while they're there, and then lots of different internship and apprenticeship schemes as they enter the world of work.
So interesting. Jane, what's your view on the skill shortages and what needs to happen? Because particularly in the tech industry, it's a huge problem,
massive,
isn't it?
Yeah. Again, somewhat controversially, I'm going to give you my honest view. Look, we're here. I'm so proud that we're here as three women, talking on stage in a space that I'm used to being the only man in the room and. Sorry, the only woman in the room. Freudian. Freudian split there. I think it's. We have to broaden out. We have to recognize that if you are a man, a white man at that, you are from the beginning of your career going to have had more privileged advantages and more opportunities to progress than your counterpart who's a female, even before you start looking at ethnicity and socioeconomic background. The only way that we can begin to change the mindset and genuinely open up the talent pool is if we downgrade track record, and that's kind of what you're saying, I think. Every single a tool that I've built, and every single one of our portfolio companies uses a hiring playbook to make a hire. It's a scorecard system. Again, you can find it on, I'll share it with the world. If anybody wants it, you can have everything that I've ever done on this because I feel so strongly about it. The scorecard that measures candidates on a number of different dimensions, not just what they've done before, is critical to opening up the talent pool.
And not just academic
And
results.
not just academic background. So if you imagine 4 columns, a bit like 4 stripes of a beach ball, if you look up close to the red stripe on a beach ball, it just looks like a red ball. And then if you pull it away, it's not actually, it's multicolored. So if you think about those different colored stripes, your red stripe could be experience and education. The yellow stripe is role strengths. So what are they great at? Like, how do they do their work? What's their attention to detail or other competencies that are required to do the role well? The third is values fit, cultural fit. The fourth is growth mindset. The fifth can be personal motivations, and the sixth can be some specific. I definitely advocate for positive discrimination in order to bring a ping back so that we do get cognitive diversity or any diversity into teams. But if you then take those 4 or 5 or 6 columns and you remove the need for the track record, you have still a way of measuring and assessing candidates robustly, but you've removed the need, the bias that will come from education or socioeconomic privilege. And that, for me, is a way of getting certainty that the hire will perform in the role at the same time as widening the talent pool.
So fascinating. Do you think, Sarah, that women perhaps are more open to these new ideas, and that perhaps that's been a benefit of the pandemic, that some of this everything thrown up in the air?
That's a really interesting question. I think I wouldn't like to say that women over men are more open to it. I think it's about people with you talk about growth mindset, and I absolutely concur with that. I think it's people that are willing to be open and embrace change, and that there is a different way of doing things, and that even if it's a repeatable activity or task, that how can you do it better than you did it before? And again, who can bring a different perspective to that other than your own, particularly if you've been doing it for a while. So I would say it's more that, it's people being open to a different and fresh perspective. Now, I think the pandemic has definitely pushed us more into that space, because there's been so much that's been unknown and uncertain, and we've managed it, actually, and we've come out the other side. Yeah. And I think there's a lot of, we're talking about the rethink. How many of us in this room sat through lockdown and thought about, I'm going to do something different when I go back, or maybe I won't get on that hamster wheel, or maybe I'll make different decisions and choices. And I think it's that. I think if we can harness some of that, that's the fantastic driver that will get us momentum in the next phase of our lives.
Brilliant. Are there any questions for the panel? If you just raise your hands if you've got a question. If not, I can keep asking the questions.
Don't leave us hanging.
The lady there. Do we need a microphone? Thank you. Do you just introduce yourself as well, Sue?
Sure. Ulrike Weising, SVP Energy Transition at Valorec. First of all, it's great to see 3 women on stage. It's a refreshing situation, I must say. So thank you for a really interesting discussion. My question is, I'm going to give an example, and I just read about this, and it was a Swedish company who decided to give vacation days based on the time their employees spend exercising. What? So you can get up to a week extra vacation by spending at least 3 hours a week exercising. And they've done this now for a couple of years, I think, and they've actually seen that the long-term sick leave, has dramatically been reduced. The regular sick leave has dramatically been reduced. And I just thought that was such an interesting example. How are you looking at kind of the physical health, and how you bring that into your employee benefits, and how you can encourage people to stay physically fit, because actually it brings value to the company?
So fascinating. Jane, do you want to go first?
Oh, I was going to pass it to you.
I love that. That is absolutely fantastic. So I think it's absolutely imperative that progressive organisations, all organisations, have that focus on physical and mental well-being, as we've been talking about before. And again, many of us during the pandemic were encouraged to do walking meetings and get outside, because the data was telling everyone that we're so sedentary in this new environment that we're all
25 steps,
pounds on, and moving about. But building it into policy, I think, is very important. So again, I've got clients of mine that in their benefit programs, they're taking advantage of the cycle to work scheme and the efficiencies around that. They're building in time for physical exercise, activities outside of the office, and discounts in gyms. Lots of things that can be done there. It's interesting about the earning point for holiday. So again, there's other organisations that are shifting to actually there's no holiday balance. You can just take it. And again, the research around that seems to suggest that organisations that are offering that find that people don't abuse the system and take up less holiday as a result. Now, there's two schools of thought. One that is brilliant, that you're empowering people, and largely there's trust again, and people will make a trusted decision. They won't let their team down. And we're getting better at measuring input and output. There are other organisations that are doing that perhaps there isn't that culture of trust, and it's more fear, and I can't be seen to taking annual leave. So I've slightly flipped it into leave, but I think it's really important. My personal view is I love that as an offer, and to get physical exercise on the table. I think physical exercise should be there anyway. You shouldn't have to earn it. It should be a given, and perhaps an expectation that you do it. I am very interested in how organisations manage annual leave, and I prefer to live in the world of it's trusted and you take what you feel you need at any given moment in time. But you just have to be careful that people don't feel that they can't do that.
Jane, what do you think about that? Because I think, isn't there a danger that people take less holiday if they feel they're going to be monitored rather than more?
You know, and startup life's not for everyone, right? It's hardcore. It's relentless 24/7, and you've got to really want to do it. I think it comes from understanding your own drivers and your own needs. The judgment of not doing it though, to your point, it's like, what happens if you don't want to? Like that you've been told that you've got to, so you get something else. For me, it feels a bit counterintuitive. You know that if you if you medicalise everything and you take one tablet that makes you feel sick, so then you take another tablet to stop you feeling sick, and then that makes you bunged up, so then you have to take another tablet, and before you know it, you've got 15 of these things that you've got to take on a daily basis. And I only use that example as an analogy, really, to say, well, what happens if we were to take away all the rules and just empower people to take accountability for their for their own being, express educationally that it's really important that you move, that you do stay fit and well, and then allow people to be empowered. It's I don't know, I'm a bit anti-policy. And
so interesting. I spoke to Sal Khan, who runs the Khan Academy, which is a huge online school with 135 million users around the world. But he said he thinks the education system, and it's different to the employment structures, obviously, but that teenagers are really infantilized. They're made to sit in rows, become sort of passive recipients of information, whereas in their lives they're used to being very active over their own lives. They're creating their Spotify lists, they're running their own businesses, they're running climate change marches and campaigns. And then he thinks that's actually maybe one explanation for the mental health crisis in schools, that there is this kind of people feeling very disempowered. And I think there is something about giving people agency that actually makes them more productive. Yeah,
it's a brilliant word. I love that word. That's amazing.
Really interesting.
I'd love to ask you, because you've just published huge congratulations, an amazing piece of work. What have you found? What are the reflections on the educational needs to empower the next generation of workers? For whatever environment they're going to go in. What have you found, and what do you recommend as a result of the work you've done?
Well, what was so striking to me, so we spoke to educators and school leaders and head teachers, but also businesses, including PwC and artists, an actor, an explorer, theatre directors. We tried to work out what the country needs rather than what education wants to kind of give the country, or what the politicians think we need. And what just came across so strongly is that the system is training children up to be robots, whereas actually the robots are going to take over the routine tasks. The workplace is being transformed, before our very eyes. So we need to inculcate the more human skills in young people and prepare them for the kind of modern workplace, which is changing. We don't even know what jobs kids who are starting school now are going to be doing. But we also know they're going to have to retrain many times, so the kind of love of learning is so important. So we've come up with recommendations for, changes to the assessment system and curriculum. But I think it's so connected. There's this kind of disconnect between education and employment, which so many people articulated to us, and that's crucial. We've got to sort of reconnect what the workplace now is with the education system.
There's another, again, you're geeking out on the diagnostic tools, but that's where I've gone deep. Because I do believe that as in a fund, what we can do is provide a measure on the things that are hard to measure, and we can get scale by finding experts who can then embed those recommendations. About half of my time is spent pre-deal when we look at a founder and we look at a founder team and assess their potential. And I've built an in-house model which this time has 43 indicators on it, but there are 6 core investable traits. And that's where we look at, okay, so what is the potential that we've got here? A founder needs to show up with some magnitude of those investable traits in order to be qualified for the role, if you like. The 2 that that are there, and I believe, my thesis is that this is the founder of the future as opposed to the founder of the past, are EQ and learning mindset.
Fascinating.
Yeah, alongside
not
4 others.
knowledge and academic expertise.
No,
Emotional.
exceptionalism is one, but that's about have they achieved whatever it is, but have they achieved that to an exceptional level, and have they got the IQ to stay ahead? But the combination, which is rare, of IQ and EQ in tomorrow's leader is one that I'm personally dedicated and motivated to try and develop.
And do you think that's changed, both of you, that there is a shift to that EQ now matters more than it used to in the past?
It's a hugely correlated factor of trust and TQ.
What's TQ?
Trust quotient.
Okay.
So think IQ, EQ, TQ. If people are talking about what is your TQ, how are you showing up as a leader with emotional intelligence to be able to understand others' perspectives, to be able to see that there's more than one way to skin the cat, that we are not robots, we are humans and we're bringing our whole selves to work. Yeah,
Sarah, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I completely agree. It's those skills. We can get the data. You made the point about the robots are the ones that are doing the repeatable, repetitive work. It's about what do you do with that insight, and then how can you turn that into something that's valuable. So in terms of the M&A work that we're involved with, we've done hundreds and thousands of pre-deal diligence reports. They can be kind of cranked out using technology, but it's the insight that you have from working on those hundreds of deals or transactions, and often, usually, it's the human decisions that are made that make or break that deal, and understanding why that person is wired in that way, or what their potential reaction might be, or bringing that insight to our clients to help them make it a successful, value creative deal. They're the important things, and it's decision-making skills, it's emotional intelligence, it's all of those things, not necessarily the kind of academic inputs that go into that at the outset.
So fascinating.
Yeah, and I look at my daughter, and I think, God, she's learning EQ in a way that she's got language around it that I didn't even have a clue when I was her age.
So do you think companies and employers need to adjust to kind of encourage those skills and teach and inculcate those skills?
Oh yeah, but it's already happening. It's already happening in our teams.
So how do you do it? How do you train people to have EQ?
EQ. Well, there are various frames that you can put around it, but as a factor of role modelling, I think that's important. So I'm a huge fan of Brené Brown and her work of vulnerable leadership. It starts with the leader really being able to put themselves as vulnerable to role model when they've messed up. Again, building trust. So that the trust index has 6 buckets in it, really. The first is authenticity, and that's vulnerability and creating psychological safety. The second is healthy conflict. Are we able to encourage depersonalized debate that challenges each other, that disagrees with you effectively, but that I'm not personal to? It's not. I'm not personalizing. I'm not, sort of slating you. It's all about the betterment of the outcome. The next is accountability and get stuff done. So are we taking personal accountability for the deliverables that we're owning, and are we achieving the results? The fifth is bounce. resilience? Are we creating environments where we're resilient, where we're adaptive to the changes? And that's the most important part of any hyperscaling business, because there's one thing for sure, is that it's going to change a lot. And then the sixth is united purpose. Are we binding behind an overarching mission which is bigger than the interest of myself? It's okay for me to have my own personal drivers and motivators, but is what we're trying to achieve as a collective more important? And that framework will give you an environment to have conversation, to be able to set goals, to be able to deliver on the mission in a high trust, high EQ environment.
Fascinating. Sarah, what about you? Do you think, because PwC is obviously a very different organisation to Jaden's organisations. What does it still work in a big organisation like that? And is it still important?
Absolutely. I think all of those dimensions that Jane's talked through are skills and behaviours that we expect to see in our people and work closely with them to help them make decisions that are supportive of that. So completely agree, that's what's necessary. And just bring it back to the children, actually. I have a 10-year-old too, and when she talks about navigating her friendships, those skills that you've just talked through, they're the thing, that piece around conflict, it's so important. How can you come together in a common purpose? How can you have the confidence to say, this is not my skill set, but I'm going to work with you? And in a larger organisation that's quite historically hierarchical in partnerships, as a partner, as a leader, to say, and technology is a really great leveler of this, because several years ago we saw a lot of shifts in our clients, in ourselves, around grappling with technology, and I could see the fear in my colleagues' eyes of, but I've got to do that. And what's wonderful about the way that we use insight technology now with our clients is it is our most, I hate this word, junior, but it is our kind of entry level people that are working the technology.
And teaching us.
So the client no longer, in a way, needs to speak to the partner, because they want to have the conversation with the person that is generating the insight. And what happens if I do this? And what does that tell me? Now, I love that. I get very excited when I kind of see this sort of thing happening.
So all the hierarchies are breaking down.
We describe organisational design, again, that's one area, is constellation, so constellation thinking. Simon Sinek talks about it a lot. It's brilliant. It's thinking about it as a network with gravitational forces as opposed to a pyramid. Like, if I see any pyramid, but if anybody's got a pyramid-based org chart, throw it out. Do it differently.
So fascinating. I think that's a great note to end on. Sadly, we're out of time. We could carry on for another hour, but thank you very much to both of you, and thank you to all of you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This side here. An absolutely brilliant session. Thank you very much. Thank you. That is our morning, the first morning of the final day of the summit done. If you're going to come back, please go outside, enjoy the sunshine, have drinks, meet one another, continue the conversation. When you come back, we're going to start at 2. We had some challenges yesterday in terms of just the numbers wanting to get in. If you do want a seat, I'd recommend coming around 1:45 and grabbing a... Put your sun towel down and you'll be fine. Enjoy your lunch.
You'll talk back to her on that mic, will you?
I'm just checking this one. It's not coming back on this feed. Here? It shouldn't come back to me. 1, 2. One, two. 1, 2. Getting the mics back on the feed. Still getting these mics coming back on their feed. No, it's coming back into the mix that we're going to play in the house. So. So that mic is. This mic. You're using that as if it were one of the mics. As if it would. It's just turned off here. It's if we were going to put it in space. That tray. 1, 2, 1, 2.
So that's going out on the master.
Yeah, we don't want it on the master.
Well, the master's not going to you. You're just getting bus A, which is this.
But we seem to be having it on the queue when we can listen to it. One, two, 1, 2.
Do you lose audio completely?
I'd have to listen to it over there to see what's there.
Okay.
You want me to create that thing?
Yeah, we lose audio. Yeah, we lose it.
You're losing that now? Yeah. Okay. Give me some level.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah. Okay. And now I'm going to turn.
1, 2. 1, 2.
You shouldn't be hearing that on bus A.
See it? Just checking. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
So this
So, I am feeding you bus A. Give me a tap.
1, 2, 1, 2. I can see that going out on the master, correct. But it's not coming out on bus A to you, you see? That's not, that's like, that's flat. So look, you see I can see me here going blah, 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 blah. So A,
Can you just have a look at her settings?
in here, you can't, there's no audio settings in there. They're all the audio settings are here. So this is 6, and 6 is routing out of bus A, and that's 1 there. Take that off. So these are the only 2 that are on bus A. So that's 1's call there, and that's this call here. Sorry? Yep. It's in here. Audio outputs, bus A, out 1 and 2, Behringer, which is over there, which is going out. But if I mute this bus, so now that bus is muted, which is the bus that's going out to you.
Yeah, then we get nothing. So it looks like we're getting the master. Then your master's muted. Oh, your master's live, so we get nothing.
But 1, 2, 1, 2.
It's on the master, yeah.
It's definitely going out on the master. Paul's going out on the master, so Joe's going out on the master. So we're on silence there now, are we? We're definitely on.
Yes.
No. See?
No, you were bored then.
But I've muted my bus to you, so I'm confused.
That's what's weird. The thing is with this one, there's a lot of places that you can
So, what's happening?
My brain's melting.
Can you load that with THC?
Because you found.
Yeah, let me go back. Use CBD. THC, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Well, but I can't into it. It's invite you on the website. Essentially,
Let's just see this, right? So now, I'm definitely not seeing it.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's not.
My friends have like their own on certain channels. One, two, 1, 2.
Okay, so it's definitely.
You may have to send it out of a separate channel, unless there's
Have you got?
right, let's talk more addictions. Feed mine. What? Did Lunch then. Have we finished the test?
No.
What about now?
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah.
No, you can go. Joe for a few more minutes.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Go, go, boy. I don't know. Yes.
It's a while to like get around it because we normally have video guys do most of it.
Yeah.
I think you moved it. One, two, 1, 2. I've got nothing now. Nothing there.
Bingo. So it's root. It is root. So
is the call.
So do you want to? Shall I get Joe to speak now?
That would be very good.
No, but because anyone can tap into it from that remote thing from Unity. So
Get some chit-chat.
I don't think it'll be open. I don't think it'll be open, but I think it probably can be heard. Yes, but he's not here today.
Is he not?
No.
I'm
Yes.
going to take this out of the room, or you want to leave it in the room?
Oh, you are going to put this into the room. Okay.
Right. I think they will be able to speak back to you as well.
I'm on the old maximum volumage. Okay, so we are about to test the sound.
Ready to try it?
You haven't got headphones in.
No? Yes, hello. Hello there. Ready?
So, you're mute. Try speaking now.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. I'm not muted, no.
No, you're not
2,
muted.
1, 2.
Just need him to talk into the microphone.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Got it. We've got it.
And this is
Hello?
me now as well. Okay, that's me now as well, and talking as if I am in the room. Okay, can we send this to the room, please, so that we can check whether this is working? And testing, testing, test, test.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello, test, test.
No, I'm on a good, that's fine.
Test,
if you
test,
can
1,
hear me.
2. Test, test. Let me mute myself here. Okay, and test, 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 test. Is this working? The mic in the room is not working. She can hear me.
I can hear you. I can hear
I
you
want to
very
hear
well.
everything as if we're doing this. Okay, hello. And we'd like to greet Joe, who is going to be telling us all about all kinds of things this afternoon. Joe, what do you think of the situation as far as the audio is concerned?
Well, I'd like to let you know that I can hear you very well. I don't know if you're hearing me. I can't hear
we
myself
don't have you,
in
Joe,
the
at the
room.
moment. We don't have you.
One, two. There I am.
So, Joe, hopefully this is now going to be a successful test and the audio is working. What do you think?
I very much hope so. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we seem to have some quite a strange sound in here at the moment, but I think we're working on that. So if we just keep having this conversation, if you'd like to continue talking.
Absolutely. I would like to tell you that I have a day off tomorrow, which is going to be lovely. I've got a few meetings though, quite a busy day. Friday, I head off to the Isle of Wight, where I shall be enjoying the fall, although the weather forecast is awful.
Okay, well, what we're going to do is put you in.
Well,
yeah, okay. We're just going to take you around to another room around the back so that we're not hearing you from that.
No, I haven't got any.
It's just that's why it's floating around.
I do not have any headphones.
It's not, but we can stay here for a few minutes.
Okay,
Hello.
maybe good. Try it from there. Okay, that was it. Okay, that's not sounding bad at all. So perhaps we can manage to have a conversation this way. It's sounding good to me. So, Joe, tell us about your day off tomorrow. Or tell us about what you're doing on the Isle of Wight.
Tomorrow is not very busy. We have a few meetings, but I am playing tennis. That'll be nice. Then Isle of Wight Festival, I'm working, not there as a punter, sadly. But I think as rain holds off, then we should be good.
That's sounding good. I think the only problem we're having there is actually more to do with the internet there, possibly. And you're coming through, and the sound is not looping, so that's all good. Thank you very much. We're good.
All right. Thank you. Close it down, close it down.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? This afternoon's session is about to begin. Thank you.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Have a good lunch? Oh, it's quiet. Can't be that good a lunch. Welcome with us. We've got the second half of the final day, the last half of our day on the summit, and it's the busiest day. We have 5 sessions, almost back to back. You might say, Michael, why would you program 5 sessions back to back on the last day when the technicians are tired, when the curators are tired? And I would say, why did we do that? Because it's all really brilliant content. So we're going to jump in. This morning we talked about, we essentially talked about what it was to be a leader, what it meant to run companies, what it was to develop yourself as a leader, and how employees need to learn in the changing future of learning. This session, which I'm really looking forward to, is how to prepare your workforce for new realities. And who better to chair it than Anna Thomas, the co-founder and director of the Institute for the Future of Work.
I'm going to sit over here. Am I lined up? No.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be there.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter. We can sit in whatever order we like.
I'll come and sit next to you.
Did you want So welcome everyone, welcome panel to this session on how to prepare your workforce for the new realities. Work's changing faster than ever in response to new needs and new demands, and there are social, economic and ethical imperatives to make sure that it works for everyone. And this means bringing your workforce with you, and it means preparing your workforce for the new realities that we're facing. So we're looking at faster and more pervasive adoption of digital technologies and automation, although it's happening in a really uneven way with very uneven outcomes. It's irregular, and it's bringing profound changes to the world of work, to business models, to ethos, to practice, to what we all expect from work too, which might explain the extent of the skills mismatches that we're seeing across the UK, and the data released from ONS this week shows that they're higher than ever vacancies, 1,300,000. So against that background, I'm going to introduce my amazing panel. Charlie needs no introduction as the founder of CEO, co-founder of CEO and of CogX, and twice World Economic Forum technology pioneer. Octavius Black is a British entrepreneur, philanthropist and author who founded the world's first and leading behavioural science business, Mind Gym, and you've heard from him this morning about that. He's also a generous philanthropist, and with his wife Joanne co-founded the social mobility programme Parent Gym in 2009. And Jeffrey Rayport teaches entrepreneurial management at Harvard Business School. He was professor at Harvard Business School for nearly a decade, and whilst there he developed the first graduate e-commerce course, and his course spawned many startups, including Yahoo. And among other things, he coined the term viral marketing. Sarah Zanoni is head of research at Holistic AI, focusing on AI ethics, and previously worked as a research scientist at DeepMind, so we can ask her all our technical questions. She has a PhD in computational neuroscience from Imperial College and has investigated the biological and artificial reinforcement learning. We're going to start off by everybody opening for 1 or 2 minutes on what they think the new realities hold, move into questions which I'll kick off, and then go to questions from the audience. Charlie.
And I was going to say, you should kick off.
Yes, yeah.
Tell us about the Institute for the Future of Work.
Yeah, the Institute for the Future of Work is a research and development institute, a charitable foundation, co-founded by myself with a Nobel Prize winner, Sir Chris Pisarides, and a technologist, Naomi Clymer, just in the nick of time before COVID. And our charitable mission is to build a fairer future through better work. Charlie, the floor is yours.
Brilliant. But look, and it's so great to have you here, and thank you for chairing this session. CogX, our perspective on this is pretty well known at the festival. We passionately believe in addressing this question, how do we get the next 10 years right? I certainly hope we're all around for a lot longer than 10 years, but it seems like that includes the current year and the 9 after it. But, the pace of change just continues to accelerate. I think we all feel that. The ability to process and use information quickly, all of us individually, seems to continue to accelerate. As you said, our education and the tools to be able to do that vary enormously, depending where you come from and what privilege you've had and the background you've had and which country you grew up in. And I think when we just bring it back to the macro, the best and the only way we're going to address that question and be successful in getting the next 10 years right is by making sure as many people as possible have the skills to be successful and contribute as possible. And that's one of the reasons why we do this event, and we subsidize so many tickets to it. I mean, there's many, many people here who won't have paid to be here because they were either gifted a ticket by a sponsor or a partner or by CogX, because we need to be as inclusive as possible and allowing great experts to share their insights. And it's also why we developed an app. The CogX app is, again, a free platform that aggregates content from 3,000 different thought leadership organizations. And we're about to launch moderated communities on all the different topics from the festival so that we can continue that learning and engagement all year round. I think when it comes to, or the rest of the panel have all got different perspectives on this, which is brilliant. But when it comes to timing, I remember in 2017 opened up the festival with a discussion about the state of AI. And I asked the experts on the panel, how long is it going to be before, one, that we have autonomous cars on the road, and two, we have general intelligence? And this is something that gets debated a lot. And of course, there's the discussion about superintelligence or the supernova or the singularity. And at the time, in 2017, seems like it was a long time ago, it was 3 to 5 years before truck drivers would lose their job. And that's obviously the most populous job in the whole of America. So that was a cause of concern. And people were kind of 5 to 10 years for general intelligence. I would say we've failed on the first prediction. And I won't mention the panelists. But there are people who think that could happen any day now. I mean, obviously, Elon leads that pack. But there are others who are demonstrating incredible technology. And the second one, general intelligence, unless it's been completely hidden from it, I think we don't know how far away that is. Very, very hard to predict. Certainly, we've missed the 5-year mark. So I think on the positive side of things are moving fast, but some things we thought were going to happen really quickly that would completely change the world of work, right, haven't happened. On the flip side, they could happen tomorrow. And the pace that these things can emerge can be incredibly fast. And we had a presentation yesterday from Jack Hidary, who's just spun out from CogX, or X as it's now called, and Alphabet, a company called AQ Sandbox, AI Quantum Sandbox, with Eric Schmidt as the chair, where they're now applying quantum to AI to do things even faster and at the atomic level. So things are happening in a big way still. Maybe the hype around the timing of those things happening has changed. But I think we all need to be aware that we need to put the time in now to get ready and make sure we're ready to adapt to those changes and be ready for them, and to level the playing field, right? And make sure that it's evenly distributed as much as we can.
Super interesting. So the era of worrying about just job displacement now has gone. We've moved on, and we're finding more and more complex forms of automation with impacts, significant impacts on access to work, on terms and conditions of work, on quality of work, and on equality. So, Sarah, do tell us about what we can, perhaps what we can do, the new realities, if we don't pay more attention to equality and inclusivity as we go.
Yes, so there has been quite some work, talking about like AI, I guess, and automation in the context of work. And I'm a head of research at Holistic AI. What we do in our company is essentially our mission is to solve the problem of trust in AI. And what we mean by that is the fact that like AI is become more and more used and widespread across a series of applications, really, but like a lot of it really in the workplace as well. We have done quite a lot of work in the context of recruitment in particular. And there are many concerns around this. So as it becomes more widespread, obviously, there are like issues around equality, for example. There have been quite a few high-profile cases where there were issues around the recruitment and like biases and unfairness in the recruitment space. So what we do essentially is what we call like AI assurance or AI audits. And so a company comes to us if they use an AI system. So in the case of recruitment, it could be that they have an algorithm that allows, that decides whether someone can be hired or not, or there could be ranking CVs. These are just some examples. And what we do essentially is we receive this system and we perform a series of like technical assessment. We come up with some suggestion, like a risk scoring of like what are the main areas of risk. And actually unfairness and bias is only one of the areas of risk. There are others that we could talk about. And then we come up with like a series of suggestions and mitigation strategies that they could implement, and then with the view in the long term of essentially kind of mitigating the risks around using AI. And yeah, I think like there is the way that AI has been used in the workplace is super interesting. Recruitment is only one aspect. There have been lots around monitoring as well, and there's been a lot of regulation coming up. In general, in the area of AI and AI ethics, there has been lots of regulation. And I think, Charlie, you mentioned about superintelligence and general artificial intelligence, and that's only one of the aspects, right? Because we already have AI right now. So in AI ethics, there are always these two currents, one that is more concerned about the long term, and one that is more concerned about like, but how are we using it right now? So this is definitely one of the topics we're looking at.
Fantastic, thank you. So we know what the future could look like, we know what the risks are, opportunities and inclusivity. How are the realities of this new world looking for you, Jeffrey?
Well, thank you. First of all, it's just a real pleasure to be here with all of you and with these wonderful panelists. I did want to say that, you know, we're talking about artificial general intelligence and whether it's arrived or not. And I know that there's a former Google engineer, like, who was fired like 3 or 4 days ago.
Yeah.
Because he actually thinks a sentient AI has arrived, is a life form of some form, Project Lambda. So it is an interesting thing we should talk about, is like, is this actually on the horizon line, or are we here and maybe to some extent in denial?
What are we actually preparing for?
I think, absolutely. So I represent the education sector on this panel as a faculty member at Harvard Business School, and I was reflecting on the tagline of this conference about the next 10 years, Charlie, and thinking, you know, our mantra or our mission at the school is to train our students to become leaders who will make a difference in the world. And I've always worried about that because we say make a difference as opposed to making a positive difference. And given the reputation of MBA students, you might actually think that it's, you know, an entirely negative thing. So it's implied positive. But this interesting question then, assuming that it is a positive difference and a positive impact, as to how you train younger people. These are not obviously kids, they're people in their mid to late 20s, age of some of you in the audience. And you know, for us, this comes down to the question of what do you actually need to teach a person going into the workforce about the future of work? Like, what do they actually need to be able to bring into the workforce? And I guess just 2 quick things to say about that. I mean, one is that we have just celebrated our 100th anniversary of teaching by the case method at Harvard Business School, which is sort of odd because you'd think if we're training people for the future, how come we're using a pedagogical technique that is literally 100 years old? And the original case study at Harvard Business School was about a shoe company, and it was 101 years old. So it took us a year to figure out what to do with the case after we wrote it for the first time a century ago. And what I think continues to give us faith in this is that the case method is obviously not about rote learning. To some extent, it's about knowledge acquisition. But it is actually about dealing with change. It's about perpetual intellectual challenges, continuous learning, problem solving. It's essentially putting students into what I think of as a kind of flight simulator for organizational life. Our classrooms, where they have a discussion among 90 students to try to figure something out that is obviously business related and organizational. I think for us, you know, the interesting question is the flight simulator itself, meaning a classroom, a group like this, having a big group discussion, is that in itself something that needs a technology upgrade? And in 2 ways. One is, if it's a simulator, could we be using some version of VR or mixed reality informed by AI, actually to run more effective simulations than reading a 24-page document of just ink on a page, or digitally delivered? And the second thing is that, are we actually training our students through these discussions to deal with what I've spent a good deal of time studying as a researcher, is this whole question of we are training people to go into the world to take action, but that kind of implies that they're going to be taking action with a bunch of people in an organization. And we're now entering a world where people are working side by side with technology. I mean, in the most sophisticated forms, it's AI living in a network with whom or with they are collaborating. I should say in honor of the Google engineer, the former engineer, with whom, as if you imagine these sentient AIs are sort of living beings of some kind. But in the more primitive versions, you know, the sales rep walking around with an iPad, the person who is behind a counter as people do order entry on a touchscreen display, the airline people who are dealing with biometrics, but they're standing by to provide the human touch. That raises this really interesting set of questions, which is when we talk about businesses and business organizations, what does the quote-unquote talent even look like when, at least from our view, you know, it's essentially three types of labor. One is pure human labor that we've known for hundreds, thousands of years, face-to-face human labor. Then there's the technology labor when you walk up to an automated teller machine, an ATM, or a web screen, where it's pure technology serving a human being. But then, and let me end with this, which is like, what are we doing about the most complex of those, which is this hybrid? People working with technology, technology working with people, and how does that then become the new complex organizational reality that we've got to grapple with? So I'm sorry, that was typically long-winded of an academic. So forgive me, I've probably taken a lot of quota for the entire panel.
I wouldn't have missed a minute. But a perfect opening for you, Octavius. And so pulling those together and how, thinking about how we can achieve positive outcomes across your workforce for as many people as possible, what do the new realities hold for you?
It's a treat to be on this panel, and I love the fact you brought us all together, Charlie. It's a fantastic conversation to think about what's needed to set us up for the next 10 years. And I run a psychology business called Mind Gym, and so we're interested in the challenges that, many of the biggest challenges that face society today. 50 years ago, it was probably famine or pestilence or even warfare. Now, whilst those still exist, it's much more mental health or loneliness or relationships or exclusion or bullying or whatever else it might happen to be. These are basically psychological issues. So I come from this from a psychological perspective. And for me, there's one meta skill, one meta requirement that sits above everything else that will set us up for the future. And that is our ability and enthusiasm and capacity to learn. Now, I say that born out of some good evidence. There's a really good research that you think you want, if you're very unwell, you want to go see a rather experienced doctor. But actually what you find is doctors' knowledge peaks somewhere between just graduating and 10 years. And after that, the knowledge starts to decline because, in effect, they've stopped learning and they think they know it all. CEOs, interesting enough, with all due respect to Charlie, I'm sure is an outlier in this respect, CEOs peak at 5.7 years. You know, and the reason why they peak is so interesting is because, in effect, they arrive open to listening to lots of people from lots of different sources, going to customers, going to people who wouldn't normally talk to them. And then after a while, they just get used to their loyal lieutenants being the proxy for giving them information. Therefore, they have less good information, they make less good decisions, and they become less effective. So we can see very clearly, learning is also, there are very few racing certainties when it comes to happiness. There are, in psychological terms, very few racing certainties. One of them is listening to music you like, one of them is spending time with people that make you feel good, but another is learning. So you think, well, this learning thing is really good for us on a social basis. It's really good for us on a career basis. Those doctors or CEOs who want to be outliers, who want to last longer, want to be ready for the future, need to keep learning. And yet we have this slight aversion to learning. And when cable TV was starting and they were going to launch the Learning Channel, and the Learning Channel completely bombed in research. And then they renamed it the Discovery Channel, and we know the results that was. So there's ways of framing and discussing and shaping learning, and we talk about turning people into learnatics. And a learnatic is someone who knows what to do when they don't know what to do. And therefore, I think the more we can create this appetite for learning and this acuity for discovery and curiosity, that's the best way we set people up for success in the future.
Thank you so much. I mean, that's really interesting, given not only what employers need and us expressing that they need from their workforce, but also, and I'm not totally sure how this fits yet with what you said, that employees are now reporting, 1 in 5 reporting that sort of learning and development is the most important thing that they see in their work. And yet only 2 in 5 people are actually taking up learning in the UK. So how do we kind of bring this together? How do we marry this disconnect? how can technology understand that better and then help map skills and capabilities and development paths in a way that may address this mismatch?
Charlie, I think before you even get to technology, I mean, what Octavius has revealed the secret here. Learning needs a better marketing program.
Yeah.
And if we told everyone in the world they could become a learnatic, there would be no problem. Should have been the learnatic.
No, I think the
branding for one.
Totally resonates. I mean, when and we've spoken, as you have, Octavius, no doubt, to lots of large organizations about this topic, and there's no question people really value. They want to enrich themselves, they want to better themselves. But I think the stat from one organization, big multinational, who pride themselves on this, is that less than 30% of people had ever registered for their learning platforms, and of those that did, it's typically they'll engage with it twice a year, right? So this is not something that's become a habit of a monthly habit, a weekly, let alone when you think of social media, something that might be a daily or multiple times a day habit. And the label might be one part of it. It feels like homework maybe. Versus something that's exciting. But I think the delivery, how we get learning to people, I know you've been doing a lot of thinking about this.
I'll give you an example, if I may, outside of the world of work. And you mentioned the work we do in Parent Gym. So parenting is a really interesting area from a psychological perspective, because the single factor that most determines someone's life chances outside where and when they were born is the quality of parenting that they have. And by and large, politicians do not want to touch this. And I'm going to paraphrase terribly, I'm embarrassed this is being recorded, but nonetheless, the ones on the right don't want a nanny state, and the ones on the left don't want to label poor parents as feckless parents. So basically, they remove themselves completely from this issue, or largely, which is a fantastic opportunity for psychologists. So we get in there, and we set up 10 years ago a parenting program that's specifically directed at people who had at the lower levels of the socioeconomic group in the UK. By and large, who had a poor experience of learning at school, and by and large who left school at the first available opportunity. And what we found is that by taking them in cohorts, little or not, we frame it as for parents who care, so it's Parent Gym for parents who care. So it gets the identity issue. I want to be a parent who cares. That's kind of me, so it's not like a problem parent or a difficulty parent. I just want to be a good enough parent. And then we run it in bite-sized sessions in the school when they drop their kids off, so it's really easy to do. It creates a community. It's got really practical work to do, like how to organize a treasure hunt or how to have one-to-one time with each child. And when they come back the next week and they go on a scale of 1 to 10, they say, how much effort did you put in? And if they score 7 or above, they tell the story of what happened. And it might have been a disaster. We were going to have a treasure hunt. I put the clues outside. They got stolen, or it rained, or whatever. Also, but then someone said, "Oh, yeah, I had the same problem. I knocked on the neighbour's door, and they said, actually, why don't you come in? I think our kids are about the same age, and we could do the treasure hunt across both flats and stuff like that." And it continues to create a cumulative learning. So the research shows that appealing to self-interest to begin with, parents who care, making it bite-sized, little and often, practicing in between, and then producing cohorts that then share each other's experiences is a really powerful way. And we've now 5 universities evaluate the program, and not only does it improve parenting self-efficacy and childhood outcomes, but it improves well-being and mental health outcomes. So this can be done, however tricky it is. And I've probably gone way long enough on that.
No, not at all. So applying that thinking to the workforce and thinking about bringing into this discussion or the entirety of the workforce and not those that are higher skilled and most easy to access. How are we doing? How are we doing, Jeffrey?
Well, I'm not sure I can give a precise answer to that, but what Octavius is saying is fascinating, and maybe it's only half a joke that this is about a lack of a marketing program or a more innovative delivery program for learning. I mean, I'm just reflecting on the fact that in the U.S., I think last year's statistics were that U.S. industry spent $185 billion on workforce training, and that's everybody. That's not just knowledge workers, that's the entire economy. That comes out to about $1,200 per capita. And you think about that, I mean, you can go to McKinsey and Goldman Sachs and they'll invest $12,000 to $15,000 in an employee. But the point is, average $1,200. And then the question is, for me, a real conundrum. On one hand, totally agree with what you said, which is when you ask people what makes them loyal to a given job or employer, they will tell you, if they're investing in me, I feel more loyal to them. At the same time, we spend megabucks across the ocean doing this, and yet, as Charlie says, get very little uptake. And so it makes me think that part of the issue here is, do digital platforms give us an opportunity to, in a sense, invite the corporate sector to think the way Octavius is thinking, which is, you know, is there a better way to deliver this thing we call learning in the workplace? We know the individuals value it. We know the learning and development budgets exist. So then the question is, where's the failure point if we're not getting more uptake and impact? And clearly, a lot of this stuff is like watching paint dry.
Yeah. It's interesting that new research shows that big businesses are actually spending less on training and learning now than they were, for example, a few years ago, in spite of the fact that needs are becoming sharper and these disconnects becoming more pronounced. So I feel like stopping at that point and stepping back a bit and perhaps thinking about a check-in and a reminder, perhaps you, Charlie, that what is the best business case as well as the social and the moral one for reskilling for taking your entire workforce with you, as we've been talking about?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've been very involved in the conversation. Actually, the year before we did the first CogX, we did a dinner on this once a week for the entire year. So we did 50 kind of small and medium-sized roundtables, and then we did the event. So there's been 7 years of research almost. And you know, because we started in AI, the question people were trying to get their heads around is how's data and analytics going to affect my sector, my market, and how do I need to change my organization to do that? And that's only just one area of learning, right? I mean, there's so many different areas. And it took people a long time to even work out what the org structure looks like. And then they worked out, okay, which parts of their company could benefit in the short term versus the medium versus the long term. And then after all of that, they went out to the market to recruit these people and realized they couldn't recruit them without paying an extremely high price and competing with obviously the big tech companies who are, you know, gobbling up a lot of the talent. And then startups. So the, you know, if you like, traditional established companies were really left in a difficult position, and they've had to work very, very hard to create the right environment and the messages as to what they're going to do. And one of the big advantages actually they have in data is they have a huge amount of data, which is very appealing if you want to work in that space. But they, you know, if I was just to take that one area, and it's only one area as an example, they've all accepted at this point, I would say, that they're going to have to reskill their current employees and inspire them to think that this is the next step for their career, not for everybody, and that they should take the time to do it. And so that's one part of the process, and create the right environment for it, rather than go to the market and hire it, because the skills just aren't there. And God knows how many times the government obviously wants to create initiatives to create more skills in the marketplace. You just can't do it fast enough. So I think that's where the need ultimately comes from. And yes, you might bring in one person who's, you know, comes to the table as an absolute domain expert in that. But the other challenge is it's not just one, right? There's so many different skills. I mean, data science is a great example where you need the business leaders to have some knowledge, you need the product manager to have some knowledge, you need data scientists, data engineers, and so on to actually make it work. So yeah, I think the need is enormous, actually, and it is very surprising to hear your stat, by the way, that investment is reducing, and that actually in Jack's session yesterday about quantum, where he's saying, don't think we're waiting for quantum computers because they're a way off. There's applications of quantum that are happening now that means actually we've only just got our heads around data science. His advice is everybody now this year needs to start planning for how they get business managers and product people and so on to start thinking about the implications of quantum. And just to drop in one example, you know, cryptography, you know, and the ability to think you've got encrypted content is going to be at risk in the very near future. And how does that change? You know, you've got to audit your whole organization and work out what you're going to have to change on that basis. So there's waves of this technology innovation taking place that are going to have to create new skills need to be embedded across our organizations. And you just can't hire that talent. We're not producing the talent with those skills fast enough.
That's a good place to bring in Sarah, and back to the, you know, what's the business case for carrying out the audits, not just on our quality, but the wider impacts that we are that we're talking about.
So in the field of like AI ethics, so first of all, maybe this is not something that like most people know, but it's like incredibly new. I would say that like until like maybe like the first papers about it in literature started like emerging like maybe 8 to 10 years ago, and at the first like big conference in the field was like 4 years ago. So everything is like extremely new. There are like new jobs and new skills that are emerging right now, something that is like also reminds me of what Jeffrey was saying earlier, is that like it really feels like there is a need for interdisciplinarity that wasn't there before. And you were saying like we just wrapped our heads around the data science, and I'm like, I'm not so sure we have, to be honest, in the sense
around what's needed.
Yes.
Around what's needed. The implementation.
Yes.
We're still at the beginnings for sure.
And also about like how there is this whole space of like what does it mean for companies and for societies now that we're integrating all of this technology. And I think that's a new way of thinking about technology. I'm an engineer by background. I studied mathematics and then in computer science. And I was not taught at any point what are the possible risks of AI, like to think even in terms of like how are we applying this technology, what are we doing with this? It's like extremely, my training was extremely technical. So it was like, okay, what's the best way to get this algorithm to perform? How can I reduce the error? But there is not this element of like thinking in a bit of a broader perspective. And what I'm really seeing, for instance, like talking about new skills, is like the need for training for people to like really think in both these ways. In a technical way, there is a need to like really understand the technology itself for policy people, and then for data scientists, there is a need to try and think in terms of like how do we apply these technologies? What are we doing with this? Is it safe? Are there other, even like very technical skills, like are there other measurements that I can take into account? Can I measure whether it's a fair system, right? If we're doing, we can measure the bias of the system, but that's not something that most people know how to do. And we're seeing even the companies that approach us for like bias audits or for AI assurance, they're asking us for training. So they're very hungry for it, actually, in our personal experience. They're like, please teach us how to do this ourselves as well.
Which mirrors what we've said about the need for both digital and other human skills, and to really, for the best results, to marry the two and unlock, so that they unlock each other. Is that a good moment to open up questions?
I think
to the audience.
Do we have a microphone?
And while
here we go.
Hello.
Yeah.
What a fascinating discussion.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Sophia, and I run a company called Tech for Non-Techies. So we literally educate non-technical professionals how to work with people like you. So how to work with data scientists and developers, and how to work with tech teams. Actually, my MBA is from Chicago Booth. So my question is for you, Professor. What are you doing at Harvard to bring the two schools together? Because what I'm seeing in education and also in corporates is that you have these two camps, and I'm fighting at Tech for Non-Techies to bring them together, but it's a really hard job, so I'd love to learn how Harvard's doing it.
we're going to take 3 questions at a time, and then everyone can pick the one they like. Thank you so much. Excellent question.
There's one up here on the right.
Hi, I'm Cav Patel. I'm the CPO at a data infrastructure company called Yonder. This question is probably a little bit more for Jeffrey and Octavius than it is for the rest of you. I completely agree that learning is probably the key skill to getting through a lot of this. But there was a journalist who coined the phrase, added on to a previous sort of quote, there's 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and change. And that change is the only certainty that we know in the workplace that will keep going. How do we get people comfortable with the discomfort of change? Some people are more inclined to it, some people are less inclined to it. A lot of the processes I've seen, learnings I've seen, are about exposure therapy, but a lot of the evidence I've seen on that is that allows people to cope with it, not necessarily excel through it. So from both of your experiences, how do we get people to excel through periods of change or unlimited change as it's coming down the line?
I can't thank the lady in the green dress.
Fascinating. So my name is Abigail Barnes. I focus on productivity and well-being, bringing those 2 disciplines together. So my question is really around how you deal with talent, right? So the talent's 3 questions in their head is, what are you going to do for me? What are you going to do for my career development? And why should I share my skill set with your organization? So what is the purpose of your organization? So I love that we're talking about the future of work and all of the different angles, but I'm coming at it from the person who is saying, why should I work for you? Why should I work for you now? And what are you going to do for me? So, yeah.
So 3 fantastic questions, uniting together different schools, enabling adaptability, and thinking about the purpose of companies. Octavius, which one would you like to take?
I'm definitely not equipped to answer question 1, but I'd love to look at questions 2 and 3, if that's all right with you. I mean, I think the thing about change and constant change is you're absolutely right, it is there. The interesting question, you think we don't have enough time, but who would like to make a guess as when the first book was written about not having enough time? Anyone want to volunteer a suggestion? The first book ever written? Did I see a hand raised there? If you know, I thought about a bit said you a Picasso. What do you think? You think in the 1800s?
There's a gentleman over here as well. We've got another.
Seneca on A Short Life, bullseye, spot on. So at the time of ancient Rome, people thought they didn't have enough time. So we might blame it on our Samsung Galaxy devices or whatever else we use, but one thing's for sure, this is a phenomenon that is part of the human condition. So the idea of constant change has been around forever. Now there are some domains of our lives where constant change is what we expect. We'd be worried if it wasn't the case. Now some of you, maybe like me, be a parent, and if your child is not changing, you'd be quite worried. You said, oh my God, my child's exactly the same now as they were 6 months ago. This is a disaster, I better go and see a doctor. So you're constantly looking for change. You think change is something to cherish. So what we have to do is to help people reframe their love of change in certain fields to the world of work. And talk about the excitement, and that's where the curiosity and the learning comes in. So we make this a strength rather than a something to navigate. And for those of you who were brave or bold enough to come to the talk I gave this morning, really the future of leadership is all about tensions. And instead of trying to resolve tensions, to actually embrace them. As I said this morning, a bicycle without tension is a lump of metal on the ground. And therefore we think about change, continuous changes, as the driving force that takes things forward, that delivers progress in the world and in our lives. So that would be my way of helping people think differently about change. On the talent question, I think it's incredibly important that people feel that that my work matters. There's a really interesting study by one of my favorite behavioral economists. I'm geeky enough to have a favorite behavioral economist, and it's Dan Ariely. And he did a great study where he got people to make Lego figurines. They give them a set of Lego, and you make a Lego figurine, one of those machines that fired something at somebody, or whatever it was. Anyway, they got $3 for the first one, and $2.80 for the next, and $2.60 and $2.40. And one group would make the Lego figurine and be put on the table, and they'd be given a new set of Lego bricks in order to create a second one. And then do that one on the table, they get another set, the same set, identical bricks, but not the actual same bricks. In the second group, the Lego figurine they created was disassembled in front of them, and they were given back the bricks to rebuild the figurine. And what happened is the first group kept going for far longer, and there was a strong correlation between their persistence and doing the work and their love of Lego. The second group stopped much sooner, and basically the correlation between love and Lego keeping going didn't occur. And the reason for that is I can see the value of my work. My work feels worthwhile. So purpose on a macro level is really important, but purpose on a micro level too.
It's been such a rich discussion that I've lost track of the time and being told to wrap up. So we're going to have to go for perhaps 1 minute wrap-up point in response to your question, Jeffrey, but I do encourage you to think about the first one.
Oh, all right. Sophie, let me give you a direct answer to the first one. So we teach entrepreneurship, and needless to say, 99% of entrepreneurship at a place like Harvard Business School is technology-based. So we have these students who need to either learn about technology or find somebody who can bring technology, in terms of bringing, if that's what you mean about bringing two schools of thought together. And so for years, I would counsel students when they came in and said, I have a startup, a great venture, I need a tech co-founder. And I would say, you know, there's this little school, it is called MIT. And it's just a couple miles down the road. You just get on the tube and it's like one stop. Nobody would ever go to MIT, such as the aura of the Harvard University ecosystem. So we solved the problem, which was to take our entire school of engineering and applied sciences and airlift it from one side of the Charles River in Harvard Square over to put it contiguous to the HBS campus. It helped to have a gift from a hedge fund manager. $400 million allows you to build a brand new facility. But now we have literally done it the old-fashioned way, which is put business and technology, or business and engineering, side by side, with a road in between, with a traffic cop to make sure nobody gets hurt if they cross the street. And to encourage this kind of integration and confluence. So it's a crazily sort of old school way to solve a problem, but school plus school is going to equal this kind of integration.
Yeah. Physical co-location.
Yeah, can you believe it? Yes.
Moving to school.
Yeah, I think
Love
Seneca knew something about that. So it takes us all the way back to ancient times.
Sarah.
Yeah, actually, makes me think of our company. So the two founders are actually Adriano Koshiyama is an engineer by the training, and Emre Kazim is a philosopher by training. So it's quite interesting, right? Because like in AI ethics, you can see he's an ethicist. He did his PhD on Kant, and so it's quite interesting. I feel like it's really at the base of our company, and that's why I'm very passionate about bringing things together as well. I think it's. And in this specific sector, I feel there is a lot of interest for it, actually. Like, I haven't found that it's difficult. I feel that, like, I get a lot of people that need this translation, basically. So from, like, policy to data science language, and from technical language to, like, policy and governance.
Yeah. Thank you. And finally, Charlie.
Look, I think our perspective on it's very simple, which is how do you... Whatever you think of learning as, and I think labeling that differently and so on is probably a really important conversation for us to continue another time. But whatever it is, we need to find a way for this to become a light touch, high frequency thing that we do all the time. And that is, hopefully, if it's personalized to you and it fits you and it fits the time of day you want to do it and where you want to do it, that it isn't seen as a chore. And it's something that can accumulate. And instead of you getting distracted and going down a rabbit hole on a social media app, that you might end up going down a longer learning path because you found it really exciting and it took you there. So I think whatever we do to encourage more platforms and more opportunities for it to be a continuous process, as you mentioned, Octavius, dropping in little snacks, I think that's great. And I think there is a bigger conversation about all the other platforms that we have which distract us to things that are not learning, and maybe you call them the new form of entertainment. But I think that also needs to be talked about. And I know there's obviously been a huge discourse about things like Twitter and freedom of speech and town hall, which is a session we should plan for another CogX.
It certainly is. Yeah.
I just want to say, Anna, thank you so much for chairing this panel.
It's been a great privilege and pleasure to host the discussion. We've made significant progress in thinking about how to prepare our workforce, but we also know the scale of the task and the work to come. And with that, thank you all.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna, our panel, thank you very much. We're going to have we're going to be back here at 3 o'clock for the next session, so if you do want to have a quick break, please do. If you're going to stay in your seats, you're very welcome. If there are gaps in between you, and there are seats left, please squeeze up, because we've got a queue outside, and we should see you back here at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The next session is about to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? This afternoon's session is about to begin. Thank you.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm going to move very quickly because we're jumping through sessions. Again, please do feel free to come in and sit down. There's some chairs there if you'd like to take them. If you're online, please do use hashtag CogX 2022. And just very quickly, the next session is on, it's called Health Equals Wealth, a data-driven formula for economic growth and human prosperity. It's interesting how this links into sessions we've already had today in terms of the impact of health and prosperity or economic growth. It also links into some of the stuff that, for those that were here on Monday, that Steen Jacobsen was talking about in the global view of economic growth in terms of birth rates falling off a cliff, i.e. what does it mean for increasing productivity? Well-being is going to be one of those huge metrics. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome Tina Woods from Collider Health, one of our great editorial partners and the moderator for the session. Warm hand, please.
Oh, I think everyone can hear me. So welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for being here today. So we are going to be spending the next sort of half hour or so, and I hope all of you will be armed with questions at the end, on looking at this whole connection between health equals wealth. And we're going to be exploring the parallels and the lessons learned from the climate change experience as well in this discussion. So now, we can see, especially coming from the COVID experience, we know that health impacts on society and our prosperity as a nation. We know that. And I think there's a burning platform for change, and this is obviously what we're going to be looking at in terms of the system change that we need to drive to drive a system around health and wellness and prevention. We have an unsustainable situation coming about with our health and care system. So what are the solutions going to be looking like? So this is obviously what we're going to be exploring. And I think as we've seen with climate, you can actually measure the health impacts on economic growth, on prosperity, just like you can with climate. So we're going to be looking at the role of the business and investor community to kind of shape and improve our health, but also reduce health disparities. And we're going to explore three aspects of this. Obviously, there's workforce health, and of course, we've just seen the previous sessions today, or have been looking at that. There's obviously the impact of businesses on via products and services, and then, of course, there's the wider community resilience and wider societal impacts. So that sort of framework is something that all of our panelists are going to be discussing today with our respective perspectives. And we also know that the business community has huge power, a disruptive power through their might. That we're going to explore, and looking at the wider determinants of health, housing, nutrition, all these aspects that we know are actually far more responsible for good health and also bad health, depending on how you look at it, than anything that our health and care system can actually address. So there's a real need for change. We're going to look at this, what are the solutions, and we hope very much that you'll participate in the conversation. So a little word on myself. I mean, I'm driven by this need for system change in health, and so I wear a few hats, working very closely with John in particular on the Business for Health framework, looking at the three parameters to drive this change. And of course, my other panelists, they'll each be talking in turn about their perspectives. So we're really lucky to have John Godfrey, Dr. Kieran Boyle, Gavin Starks, and Jordan Cummings from the CBI, who we're working very closely with as well. So I'm just going to hand over to our panelists just to give their perspectives. We've got a whole range of questions that we'd like to ask in the conversation on this whole topic. So I'm going to hand over to John first, just to give a perspective on some of the work that L&G are doing, and also Business for Health in this context.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tina. As you said, one of the great lessons of COVID was that health equals wealth, and this is true at a national level, at a community level, at a family level, and at an individual level. You know, the health inequalities that drove out reinforced an existing trend, but we became very conscious that health was inextricably linked with the economy. And one of the lessons from the whole climate debate and the climate action is that you get real movement once an issue becomes mainstream and business engages with it. And business sees it as part of its risk and reward, and it's doing business day to day. And it struck us that the parallels between climate and health were enormous. I mean, at a very simple level, I work in a business, I have direct carbon emissions, and the health equivalent is, do my employees end up healthier or less healthy as a result of working for me? That's scope one. Scope two is, do my customers end up healthier or less healthy as a result of using my products and services? And then, does society more broadly end up healthier or less healthy as a result of what I do in my business? So these are key questions. And just like climate, the goal really for me as representing a large fund manager of £1.4 trillion under management, the goal is to try and mainstream thinking about health into the way we manage assets and invest in companies. And this is known more broadly as ESG investing, when you try and put an environmental, social, or governance lens on investment. I think it should be ESHG, and we should explicitly call out health as part of that process. Now, it's starting to happen. I would commend particularly the work of Share Action, who've highlighted issues with Tesco last year. They're highlighting issues with Unilever this year. For years, of course, we've highlighted issues and sometimes disinvested in some cases from the tobacco market, tobacco companies. So we have to do this. Why do we have to do it? Because it's good business to do so. It's the right thing to do, but it's also good business. Businesses create externality costs. It's true in climate, it's true in health. Somebody else, usually the taxpayer, has to pick up the cost of what businesses do to their customers and to broader society. And that means for governments it's very tempting to go after those businesses either through regulation, through taxation, and sometimes consumers will do it through litigation. Now, a good investor will work with investee companies to make sure that they avoid those situations. So is a company going to be hit by a sugar tax? How do you get them to adjust before that happens so it doesn't damage the value of your pensions and my investments, which will be the same thing probably? How do you aim off for investing into something which is so fundamentally wrong that because of its health impacts? If Purdue Pharmaceuticals in the US, which supplied opiates, had been a listed company, we might all have owned a bit of it in our pensions. It's now bankrupt and being sued for a colossal amount of money. We don't want that. And who wants to be the last investor in the health equivalent of a coal mine? Nobody. So that's why we have to intervene through ESHG investing to make sure we avoid these things. It's straightforward risk and reward, but it also gives us a warm feeling because we're doing the right thing for our fellow citizens and narrowing health inequalities and preventing damage to health. So this, I think, is a really key agenda. ESG investing, E is pretty clear what we do with climate. G is pretty clear on governance, it's usually binary, but S is very vague. And to avoid S washing, social washing, I think we insert health in there specifically so that we have a measurable set of outputs for employees, for customers, and for the broadest possible impact of business. That's how we will generate real system change through Business for Health, through investors, through like-minded thinkers such as those on this panel. I'll stop there, Tina.
Thank you so much, John.
Along.
Thank you, John. I'm actually going to skip to Jordan because, of course, we're working with Jordan from the CBI, Head of Health at the CBI, and tell us how the CBI sees it.
Thanks, Tina. Delighted to be here, and the CBI thrilled to be doing more on this agenda. The first question I usually get is, why does the biggest business organisation in the country need to care about health? Lots of people, including my distinguished guests, are already doing loads in this space. Well, we do it because we think there's something in it for every single business in the country. Something rare happened during the pandemic. Trust in industry went up, and believe me, I've been doing this long enough to know that that doesn't happen lightly. And it did so because, for the first time, bosses up and down the country could draw a genuine line between the decisions they make every day and the health outcomes of their staff. It was front and centre of their world for 2 years, and it already created lots of systems changes that we're talking about within industry themselves. So we've got a kind of golden window, we think, at the CBI, post-pandemic, to take lots of businesses on a bit of a journey in terms of what their health offer might need to look like in the future so that they can retain lots of you good folk today who go to work for lots of businesses every single day, and what it might also need to do in terms of community impact. Businesses are huge anchor institutions within local areas, and so they can play a real role. And John's kind of scope 3 on community impact is something that we're also really excited by. And so when we were kind of drawing up a strategy for the government in terms of what we think the economy should look like in 10 years' time, health for us had to be right at the centre of it. So we want to build loads of bridges, we want to create skills hubs, and we want to import and export more as a country to drive up growth. All of that stuff definitely needs to happen. But we need to start thinking of health as an economic enabler rather than just a cost that happens to sit on the balance sheet. And so when I came into this job 6 months ago, the kind of good and the great of industry tasked us as an organisation with trying to set out a framework of where businesses could do more on a day-to-day basis so that it can add up to a kind of big mission aim in the same way that we've had on climate for the last few years. And I guess we're going to get into this later, but if we just think about where we were 5, 6, 7 years ago, climate was this big, intractable challenge. We knew we had to do something about it. It's an existential threat. But in reality, if you're government, you don't own every single lever needed to solve some of these seismic challenges. And so the partnership element of getting solutions to lots of these things is kind of at the core of everything we need to do on a day-to-day basis. And so for us at the CBI, working with Business for Health, the investor community, the academic community, gives us a real opportunity to do what we did during the pandemic, which was to get the right people around the table at the right time to kind of think more like a business. Problem, solution, move on. That's how industry works, and we can get to decisions much faster. Governments, there's a natural lag for lots of governments. Some of these decisions take more time. There's lots more actors. There's lots more departments to keep happy. And so we need to think a little bit more about problem, solution, move forward, and setting a framework, which I hope we'll talk about later. So for us, as a business organisation, it's really about maximising this golden window where more and more businesses are thinking about what they can do and helping people along that journey in terms of how they might do it. And a big part of that is a workforce health index, which I'm going to bend your ears about later on for a long time. But that's all from me, Tina.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jordan. So I'm going to turn actually to Kieran now. And I think this conference is all themed around how to get the next 10 years right. And I think what we're seeing now is the long-term view is really needed. Patient capital, into strategic long-term investments in health. No one will know more about this than Kieran, who's been very active in this space. So over to you, Kieran.
Thank you, and it's such a pleasure to be here. Now, you may have heard of the CBI before. You might not have heard of Guy's and St Thomas's Foundation. That's where I'm from. We're one of the country's oldest charitable foundations. We can take a long-term view because we've been around for 500 years. So hope to be around for 500 more. And our philanthropic arm is called Impact on Urban Health. And what we do there is we test real-world solutions to how you make cities healthier places for everyone. And I'm going to come back to some of those real-world solutions in a bit, because there's such an exciting role for innovative businesses in creating the conditions for us all to be healthier. But I just want to touch very quickly on how this is just very deeply personal to each of us. Because if you stop anybody and say, what matters to you in life, you'll talk about your health, you'll talk about your family's health. Why do any of us go to work? We go to work to look after those people that we care for, and that's really what we're talking about here today. Is how do we increase people's health? And I also want to touch upon health inequalities as well. So let's continue the story of COVID. So COVID, when it first happened, this awful pandemic was tagged as a great equalizer, and of course we know it's anything but that. In fact, the disease targeted those people who lived in environments with poor quality air. It targeted those people who lived in areas with poor quality eating options. It targeted people who had to travel to work on public transport, had little say over their living conditions, had little say over what their housing was like. So it was anything but equal. And as we think about the health inequality angle, what's often not remarked, but I think John expressed it so clearly, is that businesses have a major role to play in all of those things. So as we think about the fact that life expectancy in the UK is starting to stall, in certain parts of the UK, life expectancy, it's an astonishing thing to say, is going backwards for the first time in any of our lives. Businesses have a key role to play in tackling that, and perhaps I can touch upon some of the very practical examples of how investors or businesses are really getting engaged in this agenda in a bit.
Fantastic, that's excellent. Thank you so much, Kieran. So last but certainly not least, Gavin Starks, and I've had the pleasure of working with Gavin on the Open Life Data Framework, which I'm sure we'll touch upon. But given your experience as former CEO of the ODI, the Open Data Institute, all the work you're doing and have done with open banking, open energy now, what are some of the parallels that we can draw and the role of data in this whole discussion? Because this is an AI and tech festival.
Certainly. Well, I think it's really inspiring to hear my fellow panelists here talk about the positives of business impact. And I think really to be commended, we've come a huge distance in a short period of time. And we need to take lessons learned from the climate journey that we've been on now for decades and are still struggling to create impact at scale. And I think there's lots of lessons learned. You gave an analogy of Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3, which is used in carbon accounting. And when you get into Scope 3, it's a mess. It's a complete mess because the data is all over the place. And you'll have heard a lot in the news recently about greenwashing and the concerns around environmental reporting, and are we confident that our investments and our pensions are going towards things that are actually going to deliver net zero, not just lower carbon. I think we're on the journey to lower carbon for sure, but are we going to deliver net zero? Because it's quite important. The parallels then to build on, I think when we come to look at health, is the ambitions stated here are fantastic, but we need to be very clear about getting the incentives right. And those incentives need to involve business-led work, government-led work, and citizen-level engagement. And I think there's a role for everyone here to call up your pension provider or your bank and say, what are your targets around the things that you care about, whether that's climate, whether that's health or anti-modern slavery and so on. What are your targets? Secondly, how are you going to measure them? And thirdly, how is your chief executive's pay linked to the performance of those targets? Because the incentives here have to go right the way through the organization. We can't just wait for policy, because that can take too long, and certainly in the case of climate, it is taking too long. The perspectives we can bring to bear, though, I think, around what helps to drive innovation in this space, and looking to the data there as the kind of raw material that you want to feed into the AI solutions, or whatever the machine learning or algorithmic solutions more generally that people are developing, is we need to have better access to information. We need to have better access to relevant information that helps people make decisions. Now, quite often, the most useful information can't be open and shouldn't be open. It should be private, it should be secure, and it should be under the control of the person who it refers to. And we can learn from the open banking standard, which I helped to co-chair, and how that has enabled everyone in this room to share your personal financial details with third-party applications to help with your accountancy. I did my personal tax return this year with 3 clicks. It was a declared success at that point for open banking, having saved myself hours of anxiety and stress, because I know behind that there is a regulated framework that protects me as an individual. It takes the principles of GDPR and turns them into reality. There are modes of redress in there. Really, if you like, the boring plumbing underneath all of these things has to be, how do we protect individuals? How do we protect businesses from each other as well? Because they're just as at risk from bad actors. So there needs to be a clear sense of liability and a clear sense of consent management within data sharing to unlock all of the innovation that everybody at this event is trying to get to. And the good news is we've got a blueprint for that. And I think equally the good news is it looks like the direction of travel for our national data strategy around smart data is also aligned with those kinds of principles. So the activity, the call to action, I say, is can we get businesses now to lean in to those kind of principles quickly and start demonstrating how best practice can work in this space, and lead by positive example rather than us picking up the pieces of maybe less than positive examples.
So Gavin, you talk about incentives, and I would argue that actually what we've got is very perverse incentives at the moment, which aren't fit for purpose in terms of generating health and wealth in this country. So that's something that we really need to address. So just on this point of incentives, because I think what has been, probably the most helpful way to drive a lot of the change so far with the work that I've been doing with the panel is, taking a mission-based approach, because then you can start to break down the silos, the barriers, and it's not about private versus public. It's not about, it's about focusing on really what matters. So would anyone like to take that on? Like, how should we see, how do we deal with incentives? What are the business incentives? What are the investor incentives to really change? And how do we need to see that? Would anyone like to comment on that?
Well, I can start us off, Tina.
Sure.
From the point of view of a business, one incentive is a very straightforward one. And that is that you don't want to have more of your employees off sick at any time than normal or than your competitors do. So it isn't in your interests to have a healthy workforce. And it's not just about sickness absence, it's about mental health as well. When your employees are in the office, you don't want presenteeism, you want them to be engaged and feeling good about their work and enjoying a high level of well-being. So that is good for the business if people are doing that. Then if you think about from an investor perspective, I'll give you one example. We're currently trying to engage with McDonald's, where we're a shareholder, on the subject of antimicrobial resistance. Now, most scientists will tell you that if you have a lot of antibiotics in the food chain as a result of modern farming practices, we end up ingesting those antibiotics. And then when another pandemic comes along, antibiotics will be less effective. I'm not a scientist, but a business which had a part in making that happen is not going to come through that looking good or performing well. So that's my point about you don't want to be the last owner of the health equivalent of a coal mine. So this is about aligning economics and health. And if you can get people to work with enlightened self-interest, you start to get really good results. And a little bit of pressure sometimes applied by owners.
Fantastic, John. Kieran?
Yeah, perhaps I'll pick up on that, because I think there's also, how do you unlock the personal incentives of people working within business? Because everybody wants to do the right thing, more or less. It's just like, how do you do it? So I chair an investor coalition that people on the panel and in the audience are involved with, called LIFE, Long-Term Investors in People's Health. Spelling's a bit dodgy, but and it's got many trillions of assets, pounds of assets behind it. And we engage with Tesco's. We engage with Tesco's for supermarket around how to help them sell a greater share of healthy food versus unhealthy food. Now, the Tesco's team wanted to do this. Their customers are increasingly saying they want help to eat healthily, but they weren't getting the support needed from investors to really drive at this. And so it's really helpful for the management team to hear investors saying, look, we want to help you, we want to help you here. But let's go back to the health inequalities point. It's really critical. Independent of how wealthy we are, as a country, we spend about 90% of our food budget in supermarkets. So when Tesco starts to make changes about the healthiness of the products it sells, and we know that unhealthy food tends to be cheaper, and if you're tight on time or money, that might be the only thing you can afford, then you start to see real effect at a great level. And people get excited by that, and rightly so, because it's an important thing. So I think there's a large part of how investors can support people within businesses who want to do the right thing to do the right thing.
And we've seen, and certainly in a conference like this, there are incredible innovations on the behavioral change and the nudging side that are coming into health. And we're seeing that through some of the examples and the case studies that we've been sourcing for the Office for Health Improvement and Disparities white paper. And role of retail supermarkets as anchor institutions, potentially, all those sorts of things are really, really fascinating. And the Smash app that I found out about recently, which gives discounts, to young people for choosing healthier food options in the shops that they go to, including supermarkets. So really fascinating stuff happening all over the place. But Jordan, I'm going to turn to you. You wanted to, on the business of incentives, the business case as well, because that, of course, we have to get right, for the business world to really get behind this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, not to depress the panel, but this is going to be really hard. Let's be honest about this. The majority of businesses in the UK are SMEs, and they're organisations where the chief exec also happens to be the HR director and the sales director and someone on the shop floor. So we're under no illusions. It's easy to sit in beautiful buildings like this and think a framework will help every business. But we've seen through climate, getting the tail of businesses in the economy to come with you if you're at the top end is really, really tough. So in terms of incentivization, there's got to be a kicker in there somewhere for business leaders who honestly don't have time for this. And that brings me back to the kind of partnership point at the start. Businesses themselves have lots of levers, but there are some specific things that government can do to make this more appealing. You can use the tax system for a multitude of things, and they already do for small business. So there's a long track record of kind of playing with the tax system as best to help SMEs. There's some real kind of clear things we can do at the bottom end to incentivize investment, reforming existing policies, looking at the budget coming up where we can go a bit further, capital allowances where they're skewed towards health. There's lots of things we can do. But in terms of kind of building fear of missing out, the kind of FOMO to get businesses thinking, all right, I've only got this £500,000, I'll put it in health rather than put it in sustainability. Not that we should be advocating for choosing either or.
50-50.
50-50.
Both hands.
But if you're going to build the kind of fear of missing out, one thing we saw from COP26 last year is that you kind of need a galvanizing moment. You need a moment in the year where the great and the good come together and say, do you know what? This is actually a good thing for the planet, it's a good thing for your business, and it's a good thing for us as individuals. And by the way, we really want to help you do it, but we're going to have to kind of push you forward on this agenda. And I think we're just missing that with health. And we've spoken a lot about kind of healthy life expectancy. If you're in government, you have to shoot for healthy life expectancy, because that's your job as the state, to keep everyone as healthy as is humanly possible. But if you're in business, the levers that you can pull are kind of limited to that 40 years in the middle. And in that 40 years, you can play more of a role in all of our health, sometimes than the state can. So one thing we've been thinking about is whether or not there is a kind of healthy working years equivalent of the net zero campaign. How can we kind of shoot for that big target and get everyone behind it? So I think there's kind of a mix of pulling small levers down here in the tax system to really help SMEs on a day-to-day basis. But also you need that kind of big galvanizing moment to get everyone around the table.
Absolutely. And I think, going back to the sort of the mission, the big idea sort of approach, of course, we've got, the government has been talking a lot about the levelling up agenda, and there are 2 missions in there that do specifically relate to healthy life expectancy or an increase in healthy life expectancy, but also the minimizing health and well-being disparities. So that has been something that we've been very, very focused on, obviously, in a lot of the work that we're doing. And that's, but I'm just going to address, and I know our time is going to come up so quickly over, and I do want to leave room for questions and questions from the audience. But for the cynics among us, because that people will probably question, business, are they really serious about helping, people or helping address health inequalities? There's a whole kind of them and us attitude that certainly I've seen, but has started to change actually between, for example, public sector, private sector. There has been some criticisms of, for example, in the climate space, greenwashing. This is helping businesses, it's not actually helping the climate. How do we avoid that? And how can data, which supposedly doesn't lie, but of course can, so what is the experience, from your point of view, Gavin, about how we can avoid the greenwashing criticisms?
I think the word I'd maybe use there is transparency. And one of the things that we've learned over the last decades, 30 years of the web, is that if you create a mechanism to share information and provide transparency at scale, more people can engage in asking questions. And actually we want more questions. We want more scrutiny around what people are doing. So there's a link of holding people to account, as some organizations have already been mentioned, where they'll actively go and scrutinize other practices. But I think here there is a public good component to it, which has a business benefit, which is what we've seen again in the financial sector, is by creating a common framework which enables data to flow. We've not only made a citizen impact, consumer impact, we've helped to stimulate new unicorns in the financial sector. There are more than 700 or 800 fintech companies who are not regulated, who are part of the open banking ecosystem. And I think there's the level of degree of transparency, control, and legal basis around which the data is enabled to be accessed and used is part of the solution here. It's definitely not a silver bullet, but I think it's the combination of quite radical transparency. It's not, businesses don't like it at the beginning and they love it at the end. It's one of these transformation processes where you go from a not very interoperable and open organization to a fully interoperable and connectable organization. And that actually increases revenue, and it increases transparency, and it brings a lot of good to your investors, to your customers, and right the way through the chain, including to your staff. So I think there's a lot of benefits from that. However, again, learning from COP, it needs the incentives. It has to have the political will. It has to have very strong leadership within the organizations. It needs organizations to step forward together, sometimes competing organizations. And investors definitely have a massive role to play in creating those incentives. And I think they have probably more of a role to play in mandating some of the things they want to see. And when it comes to pension funds, you're the shareholders. We all are all the shareholders. So I think it really is about everybody engaging in this. And just one thing I've heard on the climate circuit is you go in at the grassroots of an organization, everyone wants to do something about climate. They say, yeah, but it's up to my manager. And you keep having that conversation up to the chief exec, and they say, well, it's up to the board. The board say it's up to the shareholders. The shareholders say, well, it's up to the pension fund, and the pension fund says it's up to the citizens. So we just keep going around in this loop. So the solution to that is it actually has to be everybody.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask one more question and ask the panel to respond, and then I will turn to the audience. But this whole issue of a lot of the work that you did, Gavin, was triggered by regulatory reform in open banking, triggered by PDS2 regulation, opened up a whole innovation ecosystem for fintech. So that was driven by regulation. And we know also the pension, the ability for pensions to invest in higher risk innovation areas, that was triggered. We know that the government, and this is, I guess, a call to government, with the interest now, with regulatory reform, we know that the data regulation is about to change potentially, et cetera, et cetera. What is the role of regulation to really open up opportunities to do something really bold, really radical, that will really change the dial? So just an open question for everyone to perhaps comment on before I ask the audience. Bold, big ideas.
Well, just to follow on that, we are in a position now in the UK, for better or worse, depending on your opinions on Brexit, where we can be more innovative with policy and regulation. So there is a huge opportunity, I think, for us to use the tools at our disposal to create new incentives, to enable new frameworks to come to market very quickly, but not losing sight of why they were there in the first place. So it's not just about kind of getting rid of red tape. I hate that phrase, because the red tape's there for lots of very good reasons in most cases. It's taking the frameworks that work, that have been proven to work, and saying how can we get them to market quickly, and how does that unlock innovation in the economy?
Kieran, John, Jordan? Kieran?
Yeah, I mean, good regulation is just an aid to innovation, isn't it? And when we speak to business owners, both big business owners and little business owners, essentially they say, look, we just want regulation to level the playing field to help us do the right thing, not be at a competitive disadvantage if we're trying to, for example, sell healthier food. The thing is that government and businesses have exactly the shared interest in here, because we, to the point John said about the negative externalities of products that are sold. So I think we really need to laser in on regulation, helping innovation and drive population health.
John?
Well, this is a pension regulation point, really. It's always painful, isn't it, as UK folk, to have to admit that the French are better at something than we are. But the situation in France is that pension funds are obliged by regulation to invest 20% of their assets into things which deliver a social benefit. And we don't have that here. We should have something, I'm not saying it should be 20%, but there should be some kind of push through regulation to make investments socially as well as economically useful, or some part of them. And that is a place where health could be very explicit as a category.
So, Jordan, do we need a different GDP? Do we need something different as the measure of success in our country?
So, I mean, lots of people would say GDP is probably quite outdated as a singular measure to be shooting for. My chief economist will shout at me if I say that on this stage, so that's not the official CBI view, but we definitely should be looking at it.
You're right.
I think that, regulation in the UK is tough to get it right. It's really hard across different sectors, whether it's broadcasting or digital or health. But one thing I would say is what we've seen across different parts of the economy actually in recent years is a real move away from regulators just feeling like they only have a stick and no carrot. They're just people there to shout at you when you do things wrong. Actually, that's not the case. And when you speak to regulators themselves, they're incredibly enthused about regulating for improvement and innovation as well as compliance. And so we do have an opportunity, and I think the UK, lots of regulation is relatively archaic, but we do have a genuine opportunity now to look at it. If you speak to most business, I think you're right, Kieran, I think they just want a framework within which they can be flexible. They don't want everything done for them, but they want a kind of a safe space to play in. If you go out of it, we're going to shout at you, fair enough. But within that, please find a way to be better. And if we can get to that space where regulators are looking at improvement and innovation as well as compliance, we're probably on the right journey. But it's tough in the UK, I will admit that.
So maybe we need to get our heads together and put a proposal together for George Freeman, who's leading the regulatory
Sounds good
task
to me.
force. But anyway, so I'm going to turn to the audience for some questions, and I can see a few hands. I will go to you first.
Thanks. I'm Sophie Taysom. So I work with companies across the built environment to develop their approach to ESG. Just a comment on the incentives. I think we can learn a huge amount from that sector, because the primary incentive is within a couple of years' time, unless you've got yourself sorted on that front, you're not going to be able to get finance. Simple as. In addition, we're already seeing with planning refusals from local authorities or areas like City of London that actually real positive change is required, or you just, you can't build buildings. It would be great to hear a little bit more about sort of next steps for the projects, and I'd be particularly interested in both how you're potentially linking to forthcoming regs around the sustainability disclosure regulations, albeit it looks like there are some delays on that, and also how important you think things like the PPN 0620 and 0621 are. So that's public procurement notes as they relate to social value as well as carbon.
So there's quite a lot of questions in that,
Yeah.
Sophie.
Apologies.
And it's Sophie, isn't it? So I'm going to, Kieran, would you like to comment? I know you've been so involved on the housing agenda, and I'll also come to John, because I know there's some about next steps too.
Couldn't agree more, would be my comment. What I would add to that are, what are the builds that, no pun intended, what are the builds that we can put on existing best practice? So, for example, there's really increasingly helpful regulations and best practice around how to build buildings in a way that are good for the planet, good for communities, good for individuals. At the moment, they're actually quite quiet on quality of air, particulate matter. That's a huge health issue, but you can actually use pretty much the same frameworks that you think about climate for how you think about air quality as well. So what are the kind of the builds that, for those of us who are focused on health, can make to the existing guidance that kind of also promote a shared agenda of how climate and health interweave?
John, I know you've been doing some amazing work, LNG. And next steps also in terms of business for health.
No, I would agree with pretty much all your points, Sophie, and that's why we're working with Michael Marmot, the sort of health inequalities guru, to try and make regeneration of cities and new housing not only better economically, but also better for the health of a community. I would specifically pull out your point about procurement. We have social value in procurement in legislation, but to my way of thinking, it isn't applied enough. It is still a sort of pimple on the surface of stuff that usually happens on the basis of price. But the built environment's massively important. If you grow up as a child in substandard housing, your chances of having poor health in later life are massively higher than they would be otherwise.
So, thank you, John. So I'm going to ask, oh gosh, there's so many questions. I'll go to Angela.
Hi there, thanks Tina. It's Angela Middleton, and I work with connecting an individual's health with their productivity and their career prospects, so very much bringing it together. I'd really love to know the panel's view on stimulating workforce demand for this, because yes, we can leverage things with regard to incentives for business and government, but bizarrely, there's often individuals have a resistance to becoming healthier. And so you could be in that situation where you have all these incentives with companies, but their workforce actually are not interested in becoming healthier at work. So but conversely, we could really do some great work on stimulating workforce demand. So I just wonder what the...
So behavioural change challenges, absolutely gigantic to really engage employees. So Jordan,
Go on then, I'll take the gigantic one. So I think this is actually genuinely the hardest bit. I think if you take the experience of the last 2 years, that kind of golden window I was talking about earlier showed that there were lots of people who just didn't know the answer. If there's a big issue in the world, they know something's going to happen. If you don't know the answer, sometimes you genuinely do just need a nudge. You need to push forward, and you need a sense of leadership. And the leadership element is going to be a big part of this, not just in terms of government, but definitely in terms of industry. And so some of the learnings from climate was that lots of people just didn't want to move, didn't feel like they had to move. It's too small for me, I can't make a difference. And yet sometimes the nudge has pushed them in the direction that we needed them to go. So for me, I think it's mainly about bravery. I think there are some things that are going to be slightly more contentious than other, and we don't want to track everyone's health data from every bit of thing they do every day. And frankly, where would you put that data? But it's going to take a bit of bravery, I think, from leaders to say, I take the health of my workforce seriously. I offer this as a result. We're not doing this anymore, and this is why. And if you want to work for an organisation who does that, please do stay. And if not, then the choice is yours. But I think it's about bravery, to be honest, from leaders.
Thank you, Jordan. Kieran and then Gavin.
I'd just jump in on that. Absolutely take the point. I also think that we need to think about the design of what's being provided as well. So, for example, we've done lots of practical work around the experience of shift workers. And a lot of employee support schemes are just really poorly designed for people who work at night time rather than daytime. Or often you'll find that employee assistance programs work really well for people who are well paid, but don't really extend to people who are least well paid as well. So I do totally take the point, but I think there's an important role for employers to think about what is it that they're designing, and actually is that part of the barrier to take up as well.
And you've done some fabulous work, I know, Kieran, on the Night Shift Workers Programme, which is absolutely fabulous and is one of our case studies, by the way.
Just a sort of closing,
and then I'll have to wrap up.
A closing comment on this. I think I quite often get asked what the data gap is, and to your point, the data gap is leadership. So I'll just finish on that point, actually.
Well, it's a very, very good point to end on. I think to really chart through the waters ahead for bold system change, we're going to need a hell of a lot of bravery and courage. So in terms of next steps, obviously we want to work with everyone who's prepared to be on that journey, because it will take every single one of us. It's not just government, not just business, it's all of us as citizens. Come and speak to us. There's a lot of work that we're doing at Business for Health, and it's all about some of the points that we've been discussing today. And thank you so much for coming. And thank you to my wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tina, thank you as well. Special thanks to Tina. Tina's one of our great editorial partners and used to basically curate our entire health track, so came in to do this especially, so thank you. It was a brilliant, brilliant panel. So we're going to take a very quick pause. Anyone that wants to take a break, please go. We'll be about 2 minutes. Again, lots of queues outside, so if anyone can, if you're not coming back in or you see a space next to you, or there's space on the other side, please squash up, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Hi, do you hear me okay? Oh no, I don't hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The next session is about to begin. Thank you.
Welcome back. Well, some of you just stayed. For those of you who haven't, welcome back. Do feel free to come in and sit at the front. Some seats available. You're not allowed up there, Alan. You have to sit further back. So the session we have now, we're going to move in. It's a theme that I think has come up again and again. And for those of you that have been on the stage or been on this stage for the 3 days, this is this risk versus reward piece that keeps coming up. The risks of technology versus the rewards. For anyone that has children, you'll be fully aware that the online world offers probably the greatest ever space for collaboration, for work, for learning, for entertainment. But there are risks that come with that. Access to disinformation, access to harmful content. So we're going to have a panel to discuss that now and how we move forward. I'm really looking forward to this panel. I've been looking forward to it all week. This is designing an online world for the well-being of children. And I'd like to introduce our panel and your host, William Perrin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and welcome to this Samsung stage on this very warm day here in King's Cross in London. I'm William Perrin. I'm a trustee of Carnegie UK Trust, and my team developed a lot of the policy work that's formed the online regulatory regime in the UK and in the EU. We've got a phenomenal panel here today. We've got Neve Bushnell from Soapbox Labs. We've got Fred Langford, Director of Trust and Safety at Ofcom, and Anna Rafferty, Vice President of Digital Consumer Engagement at the Lego Group. And down the line from Hong Kong, and thank you so much for joining us at this time of night, we've got Ida Hilstead, who's the Chief of Child Rights and Business at UNICEF. And Ida, I wonder if I could start with you while the line's up and while it's not too late in Hong Kong. What is your perspective from UNICEF on how around the world companies and governments are managing both the benefits and the risks of harm to children in a digital environment?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this important question. So first of all, greetings from Bangkok. And
Bangkok.
thank you for hosting this very important discussion. So I'm joined the discussion from the business and human rights, more specifically the child rights perspective. And I must begin by drawing the link your question and our ongoing celebrations right now, marking the 10-year anniversary of this principles.
Ida, I'm afraid the line isn't very good. I don't know if the text can make the connection any better, or if maybe we come back to you in just a second when we see if that's been ironed out. So I think we might talk about this in kind of from a global perspective, then come to a global corporation at Lego. And Anna, how do you manage this with your incredible range of products, your commitment to children? How do you manage to balance the risks and opportunities to kids in digital environments?
That sounds like such a small question, and it's such an enormous question. I'm very lucky. Hello, everybody. You're right. I work for a big global corporation, a big toy brand, but also it is a brand that a company has been going for 90 years, and it's been going for 90 years. It's our birthday this year, not anniversary, but birthday. And through that time, I think you will know us for thoughtful, careful, trusted, joyful, exciting play. You know, that's what we create, that's what we invest in, that's what we make for children. And the power of play, what play does to children's development, you know, what we call inspiring and developing the builders of tomorrow through learning through play, is something that through that 90 years has been incredibly important to us in everything that we make, and now is still important to us as we go into our next 90 years as we create digital products, experiences and play for children. So I suppose the answer to your question is how do we balance it? There's lots of very specific answers to that, but maybe I'll start with, I guess, why we balance it. And you know, why we balance it is because it is fundamental to us. It's our core value. It's making sure that the digital play that we create and bring to the children of the world is just as wonderful and beneficial to them as their physical play is. And then how we do it is using all of the I guess the practices and thought and care and by design, you know, consider when we think about physical toys, is also part of our digital play development. So that means it needs to be fun and it needs to be good in both those things. Now, there's a subset of bullet points as to what that really means, and you know, and how you balance it is just by really caring about it and prioritizing it and making it important in the organization, and not an afterthought, not a checklist, and not a kind of quality assurance tick box at the end, but fundamental upfront from the beginning.
From the beginning, and of course, a company driven by that play ethos and driven by children. You're not essentially, you don't have an adult product that's accidentally being used by kids, right? It's for kids.
Kids are at the heart of our proposition. We have adult play for sure, but absolutely we start from the child. And so in practical terms, what this means with developing all of our kind of decision making for all toys and play, digital and physical, is that we also want to represent children's voices in that process. So we'll obviously think about them, test with them, speak to them and listen to them and think about, well, what does it mean to them to have good digital play? Or particularly important to me, and you'll hear me repeatedly talk about it, how can we make sure that we are addressing their well-being in their digital experience as well as their safety?
Thank you. Let's try again with Ida, see if the connection's improved from Bangkok, I think, not from Hong Kong. Now, UNICEF has been devoted to looking after children's well-being since 1946. What's your perspective on the digital realm?
So is this better now?
No, you're on. No sound coming through.
No.
That's better.
No sound.
Keep going.
No. Okay. Well, let me get back to the children's right to business principles, but I think you still have a bad connection though. It's
okay. Keep going.
Okay. So basically, the principles built on the UN Guiding Principles on business human rights, they really articulated for the very first time the ways that business impact on children's rights, going beyond child labour. And in addition to respecting child rights, the principles speak of companies' role in supporting children's rights, or going above and beyond to make a positive contribution to children's rights and well-being. And they urge companies to fight the marketplace, ensuring that services are safe, that they support children's rights through them. This is so relevant in the context of developing and designing digital products and services. And another milestone, sorry, for the big UN document references, but it's the adoption of the General Convention 25 on children's rights in relation to the digital environment. This is an authoritative document that clarifies how the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child should be understood and implemented by states. And it affirms that every right of every child must be respected, protected, and fulfilled in the digital environment. So we have two really critical issues that come out of the new document relevant for companies, and which is about how they must consider when they develop and design services that are used by children, but not only those specifically targeted children as the primary audience, that they respect children's rights. That means doing no harm, safety, privacy, to the range of other online risks. And of course, the more support element. Here, and particularly about the right type. So the right time for innovation.
The line is breaking up a little again, I'm afraid. Can I just pause you there for a second? And maybe turn to Niamh. So we have these overarching global principles and human rights, very lofty, very well-intentioned, but quite remote. A global corporation with huge resources built on pre-existing products. How do you do this with a startup SME focused on products for children? How does it work for you on the ground?
You start by putting the child at the center and building technology from the ground up for children. So, I mean, and it's not a balance, it's a non-negotiable, you know. So just to step back for a second, so Soapbox Labs is a voice tech company, so we build voice AI for kids. So think of Alexa and Siri, but that kids can actually, their voices can actually be understood. That's Soapbox. So kids are so different to adults. They're not a side dish, they're not small adults. And that's from every single perspective, physically, psychologically, privacy-wise, behavior-wise. Everything about them is totally unique. And you cannot re-engineer, no matter how hard you try or no matter how much money you spend, you cannot re-engineer something that's built for adults to work properly for kids, to actually work effectively for them, but also to work safely for them. And so Soapbox from 2013 built a privacy by design, kids first voice technology that is safe for kids to use and that understands them, whether they're learning English, whether they're learning to read, whether they're playing a game, whether they're in the metaverse, in an experience, and protects them in those environments and understands their voices.
But for an SME, someone starting up with all the challenges of cash flow, managing a business, isn't it just a really expensive way of developing the product? Doesn't it add a huge amount of overhead? I mean, How does that affect your bottom line and your sales?
You know, we always say this. It's a great question. It wasn't cheaper. It wasn't faster. It was very painful. It took forever to build voice technology that didn't make any compromises when it came to voice data and when it came to kids. So, you know, we started in 2013, we commercialized in 2018, 2019. So, I mean, that's a deep tech company anyway, but a deep tech company that's a small company needs to focus and then needs to just decide that fundamentally you're not going to make any compromises when it comes to kids and just double down on that. So the plus side of it is that then you get known as, oh, you're the voice tech company for kids. You know, my job as a branding person is much easier because that's all we do and that's what we do best.
So by starting from that initial design of saying this has got to be safe for kids, you can now offer a product to big global corporations the way you start and say, ours is compliant.
Exactly.
Ours does the hard thing. Yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Built right from the get-go.
Now, this is tremendous. So we've got this great unification between the global rights approach, global corporations, SMEs, and then if it all goes wrong, Fred, we come down to regulation. And there's loads of regulation happening in the UK at the moment, and in Europe, in Australia, in Canada, possibly some more in New Zealand. I saw this morning Nigeria's just come out with a social media regulatory code. How does the regulator fit into all this?
Well, hello, everybody. Well, I mean, the regulator, for those that don't necessarily know what a regulator does, we regulate on the legislation that Parliament passes. So the Parliament is making the ultimate decisions, obviously in consultation with the regulator and many others. You would have seen committee hearings, etc. I'm not going to say it's easy, but what I would like to point out straight away is the vast majority of experiences online by kids are positive. And we've seen that. We published our Ofcom Online Nations report last week, which highlighted that as well. But really the regulator's here as a backstop, as a check, to see that the industry are doing what they say they're going to do or what they said they are doing to the regulator, and then to try and work with them, if possible, if there are issues that we're made aware of, to try and resolve those issues in a beneficial way without stifling any innovation. Because like you say, the majority of the focus has been on the very large platforms, but that doesn't help the SMEs, and Ofcom does have a role to have consideration for the cost of implementing any solutions that we would like them to do as part of regulation. So we do have to think of SMEs, but we also work as part of something called the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum. So this is Ofcom, the Information Commissioner's Office, the Financial Conduct Authority and the Markets Authority as well. So if there were an issue to do with competition, we can work very closely with those guys and say, well, actually, this is your area of regulation, but this is what we think is happening. Leave it to you guys to work on it, because we need to work collectively to be able to make sure that we're not being played off each other like parents.
It sounds a voice of bitter experience with child-minding there. Anna, at Lego, doubtless you have the resources to form opinions on what you want governments to do with these regulatory regimes. What is it, as a global corporation, what is it you want to see governments doing when they set these new regulations at a general level?
I loved hearing you say the word innovation there, because I think that is perhaps, that's a fundamental position for us, in that, of course, our position starts from ensuring that the right regulation legislation is set in place to protect from harm and to keep children with all of their unique vulnerabilities and strengths safe and in an appropriate space. But it doesn't end there. And actually what we really we would love governments, but also the industry, to be able to articulate much more the benefits for children with the right thoughtful technology and digital play and experiences, and to incentivize, to think about how to incentivize good. What does good look like? So from my point of view, what does good digital play look like? How can we show patterns? How can we incentivize organizations? And that is, I think, where we believe that governments have got a role to play. So beyond that protective position, which is very understandable and essential, but much more expansive and much more focused on innovation, creativity, what we can add to a child's life using technology and play.
Super. And I'm going to try Ida again and see how the line's doing. From a UNICEF perspective, is that what you want to hear from companies? And what are you hearing from governments about the way they're approaching regulation?
Yes, I think there's really a lot of different initiatives happening to regulation, which is so important. I think one thing we need to keep in mind as well is that government are the ultimate duty bearer when it comes to children's rights. So their role is absolutely key to make sure that we get this right. For example, coming back to those principles and standards that we refer to, General Comment 25 also talks about how states need to make sure and require that the business sector undertake child rights due diligence. That means carrying out child rights impact assessments, means disclosing them to the public, special consideration given to shaded at times severe impacts of the difficult environment of children. So it's absolutely critical.
And Niamh, how does an SME fit into many layers of regulation? Is a child rights impact assessment appropriate for you to be doing, or do you see it captured in other bits of regulation at a lower level?
I mean, we are COPPA compliant, GDPR compliant. We are annually certified by a safe harbor company in the States called Prevo. So we like to tick all of those boxes from a regulatory perspective. We're very excited about things like the Children's Code, Design Code here. There's one in California now as well. There's regulations going through Congress in the States that we're kind of bigging up and promoting while we can. But we'd like to think of ourselves as almost ahead of the regulation, that we want to be the poster child for doing it properly for kids, because companies do have a choice. They don't have to wait for regulation. Regulation is so important and it has to be there. But you can lead the regulation and you can help accelerate that regulation by showing that you can have a business that doesn't, for example, have as part of its business model selling or reusing kids' data, kids' voice data in our case, or kids' data of any kind, to advertise to them or to sell them products or to put them in danger. So, so we tick all the boxes from a regulatory perspective. We're a cheerleader for regulation, but technology companies have to play a role in being ahead of regulation and accelerating its path.
And Fred, so Ofcom, a regulator I played a large role in creating 12, 14 years ago. Sometimes it can feel like it's in a bit of an ivory tower as you sit there thinking great thoughts about compliance regimes and so on. How can you, as a regulator, get out to talk to SMEs like Niamh and others more?
Well, I mean, there's a variety of ways we can do that. We convene multi-stakeholder events as well, and me being here, we're getting out more.
Are you handing out business cards later?
Not quite yet, not quite yet. But it's engaging with people and understanding what the concerns are and the challenges are from people. And we're only going to learn that from going out and meeting people and coming to events, listening to people's questions. Like William said, we can't do that all just talking in our own echo chamber within Ofcom's offices. So it's really key that we get out there. And just to pick up on Neve's point as well, which is very much about talking about that innovation and how we can stimulate innovation. So the online safety bill that we're predominantly focusing on at the moment in Ofcom is very much around systems and processes. But to be able to understand whether or not a system or process was working as it should do, you need to understand all the technology that is being applied. And actually, what it does do, sometimes it highlights some of the gaps. And to your point as well, it's about, well, that doesn't necessarily mean we want to regulate the gaps. We want to encourage that innovation. And quite a lot of the time, it's the SMEs that are nimble and agile enough to be able to address that. And so they're much quicker at pushing forward and then showing the larger organisations what they can do by example.
And in the larger organisations, what's your Anna? Do you have any great examples at Lego of products, online products, carefully designed to enhance children's experience?
I have a favourite example that I like to talk about. But safety by design is built into all of our digital products. And again, I feel very lucky to work for an organisation that prioritises that and pays for it. And for instance, pays for 100% human pre-moderation of all kids' UGC and things like that, which is not to be underestimated in terms of what that means. But I suppose my favourite example, which is a small one, is in that process of moderation. As you can imagine, so we encourage creativity in children. Like Lego toys are, we believe, the bricks are a creative medium, and we see children, using their imagination, expressing themselves with them. And we've created one experience which is called Lego Life, and it's a safe social environment. Children can contribute to it. They use their voice. They can, make friends. But we also encourage them to showcase their creativity, not just with their bricks, but certainly with their bricks. And so they take photographs of what they've made and they upload it and they share it and they're proud of it. And of course we need to make sure that anything they share won't put them at any risk. And so we moderate it. And it's very disappointing, as you can imagine, if a child does make a creation, make a video or make a photograph of something they've built, and it doesn't get approved. So we've taken real care with that sort of liminal space of the moderation experience to make that not feel like a sort of computer says no process, but actually in itself to be joyful and to help teach them and give them skills. So if there's a reason why something isn't going to be published for them, one of our non-playable characters, for instance, will have a dialogue with the child and start explaining to them what they could do differently, how they should refocus that, why this might be not a great idea. And usually, to be honest, it's about photography skills. But it turns into something which isn't a process to keep them safe, but actually an experience that they enjoy, and they don't even know that they're learning. They feel like they're playing. And of course that's bang on brand for us, but it's that sort of example, that is that spirit that I want to pull through, and we attempt to and prioritise pulling through all of our digital experiences for children.
That is wonderful. As a very disorganised parent, I'm in love with the app that allows me to take a photo of a random box of Lego and tell me what I can build with it.
Art.
That's absolutely amazing. Neve, you must have a huge range of moderation challenges at Soapbox or recording challenges. What could you talk to that
Well, so we are the technology, so we're the deep tech, we're the AI company, right? So we don't build front-end products for kids, but our technology powers voice-enabled experiences for kids who are learning to read, who are learning a new language, who are playing games, who have accessibility challenges, who are dyslexic and need to be screened, who need speech therapy. So there's so many different use cases. Once you get voice right and you allow a kid to use their own voices to learn and to play and to grow and to build their confidence, the world is kind of their oyster. It's just such a beautiful, magical thing, and we talk a lot about how our technology is used in education a lot. People may have seen we did a big deal, for example, at the start of the year with McGraw-Hill, who are planning to voice enable a lot of their mainstream and supplemental programs for kids in schools, because kids are playing games and having interactive digital experience outside of school, and then when they go into school or have a remote learning experience, it's kind of, it's kind of this really poor experience. So companies like that are using our technology, and we think, they're using it for things like assessment and for things like helping kids to practice. But imagine a kid who, because their voice is understood, can sit in their bedroom with their mobile phone and practice their reading that they know they're going to be asked in the classroom to read out loud someday soon, that they can use our voice technology to practice reading and get immediate feedback that builds their confidence, so that when they go into the classroom and the teacher goes, "Okay, Mary, your turn," they're ready. So there's all of that social, emotional, confidence building, agency, independence, all of that stuff that goes with it. I don't know if that's answered your question, William. I kind of went off on a bit of a tangent there.
It's good enough. Thank you very much. And it's fascinating, as you say, when you get voice right.
Yeah.
The potential is colossal.
Totally.
But if we get it wrong, there's going to be a backlash.
This is it. It's building from the ground up for kids.
Yeah.
Have the kid at the center and build from there. Don't pull in technology from here, there, and everywhere and try and make it work. That's how it works. It's not magic. In the end of the day, it's just a lot of expense and time and commitment.
Yeah. It's a good old customer-focused design. Now, Ida in Bangkok where it's very late. It's going to have to drop off in a moment. I just wonder, Ida, if you had any final observations listening to this discussion before you drop off and we move to questions from the audience.
Oh, thank you so much. But I did want to, and it's linked to what was just mentioned as well, I did think it would be important to mention the RITEC, the Responsible Innovation and Technology for Children project, which is funded by UNICEF and the LEGO Group, and funded by the LEGO Foundation, which is exactly about working and developing with children around the world a framework that maps how the design of children's digital experiences affects their well-being. And I think this is a way of actually moving from to not only think about things in conceptual level, but to the concrete levels. So how do we enable companies to consider children's well-being when they design the digital spaces? So watch that space, and maybe Anna can speak more to it, because it's really exciting what's happening here.
Thank you very much, and good night in Bangkok. Now, Anna, do you have a final word on RITEC before you have to dash and do something? Tell everyone what you're going to do now. Very exciting.
I do have to, I'm afraid. I have to go to the Women's Prize for Fiction Awards. But I do want to, because the LEGO Group has partnered with UNICEF and the University of Western Sydney and various other academics for RITEC, and if you didn't catch it, that's Responsible Innovation for Technology with Children. And the first report was published a few weeks ago, and essentially it's a framework for well-being for designing digital experiences for children in consultation with children in 13 countries around the world, and there's 8 characteristics, and it's very much focused on, as Ida was saying, and I think I was too, what is this, what's the benefit, how can we impact positive, constructive impacts through our digital experiences, our play, the products, even if they're not designed for children actually, but children might be there, which is a whole other story. I know you alluded to it. And to be a really constructive, thoughtful piece of research to start from, to actually base it on data, like what does that well-being mean, and then what does good look like, which is how the project will continue. And so I do urge everybody, it's published obviously on the UNICEF website, and I hope it's very useful and helpful, because we really want it to help SMEs and all companies, all organisations who want to build things for children or that children might access.
Super. Thank you so much.
I'm so
you have
sorry
to
that I do
dash across town.
Away. Yes.
Dash away. And that's a great example of companies with the resources, big global companies, getting ahead of regulation, working with regulators to set the rules. Now, we're going to take some questions from the floor. I think we have some roving mics. And if this gentleman here, if you could wait for the mic, because then that gets into the video feed. Thank you. Could you tell us who you are, sir, and what's your question?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Paul Eastman. I'm at Kraft Heinz, but it's not relevant to the question. Actually, I have a couple of young kids, an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old. And this is a very thoughtful panel, and the first panel that's given me any hope. I've spent quite a lot of time looking at stuff around metaverse over the last few days, and I guess my take was the platforms and the businesses love dollars, and they care about dollars. The scientists and the professors and the computer geeks love computers and technology and have forgotten the kid and the human. So apart from this, I've left all those conversations feeling less hopeful about the future for my kids. and I'm more nervous about allowing them into the online world than I was because I didn't trust the people around the technology. So why, in your view, why should I be hopeful? My 8-year-old, I can't stop him yet. My 4-year-old isn't there yet. So when my 4-year-old gets there, why should I be more hopeful in a few years' time that actually it's going to be a safe, healthy environment for children to be in?
I think certainly in the case of the metaverse, and I'm on my third Oculus set now. I started with the original Rift and spent a lot of time messing around. And walkabout mini golf is definitely my favorite. You love walkabout? Yeah, everybody does. It's the best thing, right? One of the hopes for the metaverse is that we're having these regulatory conversations right at the outset. So Meta Facebook came up with a new set of rules only 48 hours ago, I think, to govern behaviours in the spaces they've created. And our approach at Carnegie has always been that if you're creating a public space that you own and run for profit, you do have to bear responsibility for what goes on in there, and it shouldn't harm people, especially not minors. And we're having this conversation at the beginning of that technology rollout, not 10 years after it's already out of the bag. So the online safety regime in the UK will almost certainly cover the metaverse. We're reasonably confident in that. I think the DSA will, I'm not really sure. But also I think Meta in that case has learned. But there are lots of other versions of the metaverse. We don't quite know how it's going to turn out. Some of them will be brilliant. Some of them won't be. And that's when we come back to this difficult task you're grappling with of parents supporting children in these tricky environments. But I wondered if Niamh or Fred in particular.
Yeah, I can certainly dive in, and I mean, I'll echo what Will has just said about the regulation and getting in there early, and it's certainly something. I mean, I've got various members of my team who are huge gamers anyway, and an absolute fascination. And myself, I'm always looking at future technology, so I'll broaden that out and say it's not just virtual, it's augmented reality as well in any XR. And you know, how quickly are these products going to come to market? How are people going to be tracked around? How are people going to communicate with each other? How are they going to interoperate? And then by working together and trying to build these and getting in early, hopefully we don't need to do too much in the way of the enforcement end of regulation. We can encourage innovation. And I think Will's right. I mean, we're already seeing changes as well. And so Meta do come out and announce changes when they're making it. But there are many other metaverses out there. Don't just think there's just one. How they're going to communicate with each other. And I just I've been in this business for a long time. I'd just like to say that it's not the first time there have been huge, great organisations. I'm thinking of Second Life and Linden Dollars, and it's going back a few years now. But there was a lot of fear and concern about that, and a lot of them were realised as well. But I think the challenge for us really is about the physical nature as well. It's just adding a physical nature to some of the potential harms in there. But again, to talk about mini golf, walk the plank, any of the other ones you want to try out on there, they're good fun. And actually, but we're trying to work out, well, where does that limitation lie on the physical risk? Because there are physical risks. I'm sure you've all seen the YouTube videos of people doing stupid things while they've got VR headsets on. But also, how will that play out in the real world? I mean, more for augmented reality for us, and you're seeing Snap have got glasses, Google Glass, and there's all sorts of others, but there's HoloLens as well, and what you can do, and how would we be able to potentially regulate for things that only certain individuals will see in certain scenarios. So there's lots of challenges, but because we're starting these discussions very, very early, and because of things like, I say, the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, working with people like the Information Commissioner's Office who are concerned about the protection of the data, I think that we're in a fairly good place. That said, there are always going to be people who are trying to cause harm to others, and in that respect is how quickly can industry respond to complaints or reports of harms in those and take appropriate action.
And to that point, Fred, I'll pick up on that. There are technology innovations that will help and that will make you feel more comfortable as a parent too, that are coming to the fore. I mean, today, if you're a kid trying to get on a game, for example, that you shouldn't have access to, you just either have to self-confirm, yes, I'm over 15 or 18 or whatever it is, or there's that one end, which is, you kick down the gate. The other end is you have to provide your passport. Now, even if you had access to your passport as a kid, you don't want your kid to be giving your passport details to a platform. So there in the middle is regulation, and there is innovation that is answering these questions very, very quickly, I think, in the next year or two. So biometrics, for example, that you will have as a user on your phone, that will do voice or facial recognition, but never share that information, but that will just check back. So it's not going into the cloud, it's not going to a vendor, it's not being held somewhere else, but that is on your own device, is something that's coming very quickly. So we will have technologies that are safe technologies, that are built safe, that will allow kids to have more freedom. I mean, voice moderation, we're talking to a lot of gaming companies now about voice moderation. You can use voice AI to understand tone, to understand bad language, and to pick up on these things and moderate. Now you have all these human moderators who cost a fortune. You can actually use technology to very effectively to do a lot of that work for you. So as technology advances and your kids have more fun with technology, these safety and civility related technologies are also advancing, and hopefully, will come to a point where they're really, really helping kids and making sure that they can have those experiences in a safe environment.
Now, just before you, if any more questions, just stick your hand up. We'll get a mic to you. But Fred, quickly.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly finish off there as well. I mean, as part of the online safety bill, there is an expectation, well, there's a requirement, a regulatory requirement to carry out a risk assessment based upon the likelihood of your users. So when you're talking in the scenario of your kids using this, there is an increased amount of focus going to be on these sorts of platforms because of the risk to kids. Because the products are being targeted at kids. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more reassurance that we're thinking about that.
Thanks, Fred. The red jacket in the third row there.
Hi, I'm Giselle. I'm the CEO of DataKind. We're a charity that helps other charities use data science. And so my question, perhaps predictably, is around charities. We've talked a bit about business, but we help a lot of charities that are helping families and young people. So we supported Action for Children recently on their Parent Talk service, which is IMs basically, and that the sector is really struggling to keep up, but it's often the social sector that is at the sharp end when things do go wrong for people, for children in particular who are in online spaces and are getting bullied, or things that go wrong in other ways. So just thoughts on how we can, I guess, level up the sector and ensure we can actually provide the support that's needed.
So I'm from a 120-year-old philanthropic foundation. I'm from a family of philanthropists. The answer is very simple. If anyone in this room has become suddenly wealthy through their brilliant tech product, there is a tax offset that's completely legitimate in the UK and in the USA that you can use to give money to DataKind. So that's what I urge you to do. And we don't see enough of that, I think, in tech philanthropy in the UK. I think in the USA, there's this old notion, it's just baked into the American social settlement, that if you raise loads of money, you give generously as well. It's part of what you do. In the UK, not so much. And I think that's a shame, because we need to have a thriving, multi-sectoral approach. Charities, wealthy industrialists, philanthropists, all working together to make this thing better. In the interest of getting other questions in, there were a couple of others in the front here. The mic's coming down to you.
Hi there, I'm Evelina. I'm a founder of Elite My Consultancy, which is organizational well-being. We do develop some products for children as well. But my question was really about the issue of safeguarding. And I think when we design products from start, it's all very well to build for children and with them in mind. But my question is about how do we address when things have already gone wrong, right? And we have places that have not been built for children, yet children are there. We have platforms that are being used in a way that shouldn't have been. And we are seeing this whole damage on children's mental health by social media, like Instagram, self-image, even things like children using TikTok to as a diary, as a private diary, to document their eating disorder progress and things like that. So when things already gone wrong, what can we do about that? And it's not really necessarily a question to the company itself, but what can we do as parents? What can we do as startups, innovators, people who are creating those alternatives, or maybe even challenging what's been wrong?
Thank you very much. Could I ask for quick answers, then we can get another question in before we time out?
Yes, I should probably dive in there. So prior to joining Ofcom, I spent 16 years working for an organisation called the Internet Watch Foundation, which stops child sexual abuse content online. So I'm well versed in safeguarding and what can go wrong. I would say actually to the point previously, there are a lot of fantastic charities out there supporting, and I think signposting and making sure that those charities are at the point of where the safeguarding is needed, and I think that's a real challenge for NGOs, charities, and for government-funded bodies as well. It's at the point that they need that help, and where are the signals that you're seeing and this behaviour online, and how can you quickly direct them? Now, there are challenges here, as you know, because you start getting into, is that thought police? Is that really what the person was doing? Do they really want to be referred? But it is a challenge. But I think most of that for us is around media literacy. So we have media literacy, and it's much more about the education and trying to make sure that when somebody does need help, that the help to either report or seek some sort of assistance is at the point where they need to find it as quickly as possible.
Neve, anything quickly to add?
No, I'm good.
With the red hair.
Perfect. Hi, I'm Katie. I'm an A-level student and an entrepreneur. And my question was mainly about, in terms of policy, how are you able to ensure that kids are at the centre of that process as well? So I know most kids just get insanely infuriated by these apps that will come up and say, no, you can't have access to this website for your homework because it's been blocked off by a parental control. And so most kids end up then hacking the system, getting through it anyway. But as much as we like it, that's always going to happen. How are you going to be able to bring kids into the process of policy making so that this gets rid of the problem and they understand?
Great question.
Oh. It is a challenge, and particularly for kids under 13 to get their views as well. And I won't try and second guess what our lawyers would say about it, so I'll probably not say too much there. But really, it's about trying to engage with those organisations that already have established communities of kids. The struggle is getting kids, a good cross-section of kids from the community to actually engage. So it tends to be the more affluent kids whose parents spend more time with them, who engage on these topics, rather than having a full demographic of different kids from different backgrounds, different cultures actually providing their input. I can't say I've got the answer to it. It is a real challenge. But I would say any way that you can encourage anybody from those other demographics to engage. There are places on Ofcom that you can see that you can try and sign up to provide your views and to show those challenges. I do take your point on parental controls, that is a challenge. I've just given my eldest daughter her phone for the first phone, and I'm a technologist, and even negotiating through what I could and couldn't give her access to and what was or wasn't getting through. And as a technologist, I knew that she could potentially hack things as well, so a challenge.
I think that's a great point to end on. Thank you very much for that question, because we're here in King's Cross, this beautiful, regenerated landscape. And if you cross York Way that way, you end up in the Bemerton Estate, which is one of the poorest places in the whole of the United Kingdom. I think the challenge for all of us here today is to work out how we, as articulate, educated technologists, can work with people from the Bemerton Estate to actually make better products that are safer for all kids. And with that, thank you very much.
Well said, William.
Little break.
Great. Who comes on?
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a brilliant panel. So, 2 more sessions left for the day. If anyone would like to have a comfort break, we're going to be about 5 minutes. We're going to turn the stage around, and then we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes. We look forward to seeing you. Oh, sorry. I thought it was 40.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The next session is about to begin. Thank you.
Our penultimate session of the day. 2 more to go. So, again, if anyone wants to come, there's some seats here. Please do come forward. Please do come forward. So the penultimate session of the day, it's Inside Digital, insights from the front line of BT's digital transformation. We have Harmeen Mehta, who's the joint BT's Chief Digital and Innovation Officer. Harmeen came and did a session with us last year, which some of you, I recognise someone that were here, may have seen in the Aga Khan, and I think she had maybe only been 4 months in the role. So I'm really excited to see how the year has been. And interviewing Harmeen will be our CEO, Charlie Muirhead. Welcome.
What side do you want me?
When you sit over this side.
All right.
Well, Harmeen, what a joy it is to have you back. I can't believe it's been a year
I tell you,
since we
I
did
think
this.
you've made the clock go faster.
I hope not. There'd be a lot of people complaining. I mean, we sat, actually we were in the Aga Khan Center last time. Here we are in Samsung.
That's
true. It really does feel like it's been a blink of the eye. Now, you had a big agenda when we spoke last time.
Yes.
Taking this beautiful company, BT, that we all know and love in the UK, and thinking about how it can be reinvented and go back to growth, and thinking about the culture.
Yeah.
How's it gone?
I have to say it's been a roller coaster ride. It's been a hell of a year. I think first of all, moving countries in the middle of COVID, new country, new job, new company, I would never recommend it. It was a nightmare. And I can write a book on it. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. One country in lockdown moved to the other, was literally smuggled out of India in 24 hours notice because it was going on the red list. Then Suez Canal happened, couldn't get my stuff in, got the stuff, couldn't find the house because UK went into the lockdown. Found the house, then couldn't get the shipment couldn't get any furniture because nothing coming from Europe. And I mean, appliances ordered in December actually got installed yesterday, so I've got something to celebrate. So it has been a bit of a nightmare. But I think within BT, you talked about a rich company, a company with a history of 178 years.
Amazing.
A national icon, lots to be very proud of and lots to learn as well. And the impact that, and COVID shifted the impact that telecoms can actually make in your lives and things we took for granted and how customers perceive it. And that has been really fascinating. But along with all this heritage comes a lot of legacy, and it's legacy of culture and thinking and systems and technology and everything, even processes. So this has really been a true revolution that we are trying to create there. And I think the first few months were a little tougher for me, but last few months I really feel like we're really starting to really accelerate BT and get it back to growth and do what we need to do and get the transformation back on the road and be much more big and bold about it, thinking about how we're going to bring about the cultural process and people transformation, not just about technology, and at the same time new platforms and pivot from that. Large companies have, and many of you will recognize this tendency to just do project after project after project, and move away from that thinking to say we're going to build platforms and you can launch what product you want on it, and that is a different concept. So us getting to that and making that successful, almost doubling our share on the digital channels and really bringing about new revenue growth, both through that and through the platforms. And actually having a lot of fun trying to experiment, build new businesses as well. And we're experimenting with healthcare and health tech and working with NHS and a few startups, and also we've acqui-hired a couple of startups, we've invested in a couple of them. So a lot of very interesting things happening there. We're experimenting with drones, having lots of fun. We think we want to own, we can really make a difference the way we do on the network side. Imagine the biggest problem of drones is not the drone, and the tech is not in the drone. The tech is about how to do unmanned traffic management in an airspace that is not managed today. And no one company who has a drone solution can do that, and hence the network companies are one of the best. So we're really trying to see what we can do there and work with public and private sector. So a lot of interesting things across the board.
There's a lot to dig into there.
Yeah, it is.
And I know we've got a good chunk of time to do that, and we should definitely take some questions from the audience. Now, transforming a company like BT.
Yes.
I mean, how do you even begin to do that? And look, we chatted earlier. Our audiences always love to get specific and hear what worked and what didn't work. But what can you share?
First of all, you have to be a little bit crazy, a little insane. If you are fully, a conventional thinker, it's not going to happen. So you have to think almost live out of the box, and be crazy enough to think that you can come in and change a company with a 178-year history. So that's the first ingredient. The second is, get more and more crazy people like you. And
so you've been recruiting?
I have been recruiting. I've been very busy. And I started at CogX last year. We had
I know, some of my team called me.
Yeah, we actually did our first dinner, which was kind of a public dinner, was at CogX last year. And at least 3 people I met there are now part of BT Digital.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so, and making real differences. But now I think, we've been all around the globe trying to see who we can attract, and we've got Kevin, who joined us from Korea, was the Chief Product Officer for eBay. If you can run a marketplace like eBay, you can definitely build one of the biggest kick-ass marketplaces for BT. So brought him over. We've just had the head of design for Dropbox, actually, one of his ex-colleagues join us. Has moved from Silicon Valley, is heading our design for enterprise. We've had ex-digital head for HSBC running our enterprise digital. We've had British Airways design head move over as well. And all of this is non-telco industry, but they're all experts in their fields in different, digital parts of the organizations all around the world. So we've been really busy.
That's what I was going to say. So you're not recruiting just here, obviously here, but going for the best candidates you can find. And that's an interesting thing, obviously, to bring them in from different industries.
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic. And so, obviously these things aren't all plain sailing, but so you've recruited, brought some new people in. You said in the last few months it really feels like you're making traction. What's the best evidence you've got that that's really happening?
I think, one big satisfaction of a very small product was last year we actually launched our first digital product, which was completely built, by BT Digital, and it's a digital marketing hub. It's basically for SMEs, saying if you're a small startup and you're a small company, your expertise lies in what you are starting up. So if you are, opening up a bakery or a barber shop or a chartered accountant, that's what your area of expertise is, not digital marketing necessarily. But that's what you need to grow your business. So we've we've using a lot of the power of our data as well as a lot of power of AI. We created the Digital Marketing Hub to really help startups. And our first customer that we went to was this very dynamic young girl. She started her own cosmetics company, and we tried to see how we can, she was part of helping our first customer to see how the marketing hub worked, and with an amazing story of how her business grew 300% and how we helped do that. The satisfaction was that our entire enterprise business, which is BT Enterprise, is a multi-billion business, and they've just rebranded as BT Means Business and been on TV. So for the last 4 weeks, you would have seen the different ads of BT Means Business on TV. They're all targeted towards the Digital Marketing Hub. So this tiny little product is a brand new revenue line, and that's what's on TV. So, a lot of our young boys and girls who develop that, going home and showing their kids saying, that's the reason dad or mom has not been as available the last few weeks. But it's a great example of saying something like that, how much of a catalyst digital can be for such a giant business.
Of course, and it sets an example. So from start to getting that live, what was that time period? Because in normal, say telco land, that is often measured in years.
Yeah, I think the team, from when they had the conception and, before digital was fully digital until we got into, I think we spent a lot of time just convincing the rest of the company we wanted to do it. But, when BT Digital came together, I mean, we ask for forgiveness later if we make a mistake, but normally you don't ask for permission. So we just brought all of this together, gave it a lot of momentum, and that time frame was about 5 months, I think, till we got to our pilot, and now 3 months later, it's really.
I think anybody who's in a startup or a big company can agree that's incredible.
But that is the beauty. That's why I really feel digital is coming into its power, because it's like I've got the best playing ground of being in almost every home in the UK, 30 million customers, more than 1 million enterprises is what we service. But we've got a culture of a startup. We work like a startup, think like a startup. We want to act more and more like a startup in that big environment. And to be able to do that, that is probably the best of both worlds, because like a startup, I don't have to start from one customer at a scratch. I mean, I've got 30 million homes.
I mean, it's an incredible luxury to have when you're innovating, for sure.
Yes.
So you talked about bringing in the senior team members and looking around the world. Last time we also talked about the Digital Skills Academy,
yes,
which was launched. That's a very ambitious project. I mean, how many people are you looking to upskill?
So we've been working now through the same SME program. All the small medium enterprises, we're going around the country, training up them to be on digital skills as well. And we've done well over 1 million on that itself. We've got a partnership with Google as well, coming into our academy with Pluralsight. Now we've launched a proper digital campus for cloud skills, product skills, design skills,
and what does that mean,
agile
digital
skills.
Campus?
So the digital campus is what we are calling the academy now.
Okay.
So that's the name of the campus, and it's going to be almost like 4 career tracks for each of these, and this year we're going to concentrate a lot on our own people, and come April next year, I want to actually start opening up much more to the broader organization. So we've got, and part of it is also some of the most esteemed fellows and technologists and product specialists around the world are coming and speaking and mentoring people within BT for these skills. But there's also a lot of investment all the way up to Ivy League schools that we intend to do. I think we've all chosen to be associated with the telecom industry or the technology industry or one of these industries, but at the end of the day, it's the tech that we are investing in. And tech is changing so much that if you don't continue to invest in yourself, no matter what you're doing today, you'll be irrelevant tomorrow unless you refresh. So the onus is on each one of us to continue to invest in ourselves to keep current, whether it's on technology or it's on product build. And then, end of the day, that's what we do. We use technology to build products or platforms.
And on that point, where do you see the benefits so you've got this traction. Where do you see the benefits really flowing through to the customers? So new products, obviously. There's a lot of internal work to do,
I
sure.
love a lot of the product guys and the digital guys. I mean, what excites all of us is really what is the problem to be solved?
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is always, starts from what is the customer feeling or wanting, or what is their problem to be solved. I mean, our entire mission statement, the first phrase is be customer obsessed. So it's fearless, customer obsessed creators. And I think that's what we are here to do, is really solve customer problems. We're investing a lot on that. We've launched a UI UX labs. Mm-hmm. In fact, 2 of them around the country already. The discipline a lot of the design teams bring is almost every single change, even a minute change, it goes through. It's tested with customers before it's put live. Mm-hmm. The amount of involvement, I mean, I was talking about the digital marketing hub, the amount of customers we went and talked to. Mm-hmm. There is only one of the sessions in my calendar which my office is not allowed to touch, and it is when we are having those either with, and I have the beauty of my job is everybody is my customer. Every employee is a customer. Mm-hmm. Because colleague experience is a big thing of what mm-hmm. we control as well. Our end users are our customers. And all of our sales agents, call center agents, all of them are our customers as well. So we spend time with all of them and creating almost a co-creation culture. But, it's much more about understanding the problem rather than going to the customer and saying, what do you want? It's more about understanding, living in their shoes and seeing what is it that they're doing, what are they going to use this product for, and, how can we help make it easier and better and faster for them. I think that thinking is probably bringing the most difference.
Look, I mean, that all makes complete sense. What would be a great example when you think about the existing BT services of where you've been able to apply that and get some
I'll give you 2 examples. I'm not proud of the examples, but I'll give you 2 examples. First of all, today on BT, if you wanted to buy broadband and mobile together, you cannot buy. You have to buy one, then you have to go and buy the other. It is impossible to buy. How many times we go to Amazon, and imagine if that were your experience. You buy the bananas first, then you go and buy the tomatoes later, and then you buy, you want to buy...
that would not be great.
It would not be great.
That would not be great.
So something as simple as that, I mean, so it shows that we've got a digital channel, we've got the tech to do the commerce, but it's not customer-oriented at all. Yeah. Yeah. So simple things like that, I mean, how we could not think about it from the first phrase, I don't know, but...
but you are now.
But we are now,
yeah.
But at the same time, it's also from things like that, and that is technically far more complex, because the whole tech world of buying broadband and wireline is completely different from buying mobile. And then on top of it, you bring a marketplace where you're selling digital solutions, and how do you combine all that together? But that's our problem, right? That's not the customer's problem. Mm-hmm. So why do we make it the customer's problem? We should be making it easier for them to do it.
Of course.
Another example I'll give you is on the same lines. It takes 39 steps today if you want to buy broadband. Bloody hell, I mean, we couldn't make it more difficult for a customer to buy broadband.
It's the opposite of a one-click shopping experience.
So the new experience is actually going to be almost going to feel like one step, because it's one scroll, and there are no more than 6 things you have to do to get it. So it's not about saying, can I simplify from there? It's about saying, can we create the best experience possible?
So that's great. We've got a completely new product line that you've launched in 5 months. That's pretty amazing. And we're going back to the basics and just trying to fix those things too. I know a lot of people in the room are from large companies. There's also a lot of people from startups and medium-sized companies. And
we love them.
And everybody's always, well, certainly I've got some war stories, but it's hard being a small company sometimes working with a big company, but that's something you're doing as well. What's a great?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you mentioned investments. I know you've been working with some smaller companies that have been helping reskill BT internally as well.
So a lot of, in fact, as part of, so there's this unit we've created called etc. So etc. is all about doing everything as they call it, the undefined. Mm-hmm. And the whole, the entire ex-Hive team who founded Hive is actually now, we've brought the whole team, and they run etc. And, one of the things as part of that is this whole startup amplifier, saying, can we work with startups to actually amplify the growth of the startup while also bringing different propositions to our customers? We're also doing some investments, and we recently announced we did investment in Distributed, which is actually, they organize the unorganized contract market for digital talent. I can see Mark there as a head of HR for digital, and he's on the board of Distributed. So it's as much about growing their business as much as about using that as an avenue to grow talent.
How big was that business when you got involved in it?
So they do, I don't know the specifics, but they do quite a few 100,000 placements is what they've done over the course. And we are looking to actually see if we can help them more than double their business over the next 3 to 5 years. At the same time, for ourselves, we attract a lot of the digital talent. That's what we want to do more for. And this gives them a very big backing of saying, I've got a customer who's got some immense, interesting work, big problems to solve. And it's a best of both worlds. We are doing, in fact, almost every quarter you will hear one or two stories that keep coming up. We hired another startup called Manova, and the CEO who's come in is actually running one of our next data products that we are launching. He's actually running that whole piece, so he's going to be launching that in hopefully a quarter.
And you usually describe that as an acqui-hire, so it was a small, early-stage business?
No, it was early stage, but they were actually liquidating as well. So we loved the team, and we just brought them all over.
Brilliant. And so if anybody in the audience is thinking about how could they connect with BT and partner with BT as a small, medium, or startup business, what's the first step for them?
There's a woman called Meg Blight. She's the first step. And I think the idea of this whole piece is Meg and her entire team are incentivized not by what they're just doing for BT. They're actually incentivized. If they're bringing in a startup, they're incentivized how much they've managed to grow that startup.
Right.
So it's a very, and we assume that the only thing I'm taking for granted is that because she works in BT Digital, she's going to live and breathe in heartbeats for BT Digital. But there's nothing about her incentives that actually say, so the whole focus, the objectives and goals of that team are measured by what they do with the startups, not by what they do with BT.
Amazing. So, I mean, because, of course, the analogy of the elephant and the mouse, and, there are lots of stories like that, but I think that's a real service, actually, BT can play in the UK community, in particular, to create that platform. Now, I know platforms is something you've mentioned a few times, and we think of telcos and platforms, and there's one thought, but you're talking about building different kinds of platforms. What do you mean by platform?
So I think generally, platforms are supposed to be, what Airbnb and Uber and all created that whole platform thinking. It is about saying that how can you build a platform that actually connects any producers to the consumers either ways, and you are actually helping grow both the consumer market and solving their problem, but you bring in a lot of producers. That's exactly what we're doing. And all products are not going to be produced by us. And some of the telco products are our solutions, things like Digital Marketing Hub, there'll be some digital solutions. But at the same time, it's many other producers in the market, whether it's products produced from these small startups in the room or anywhere else. It's how we can build a platform that actually brings those to life for our customers, whether it's our enterprise customers or it's our direct-to-home consumers, both ways. We've got our incredible strength is our brand. Our incredible strength is the customer base that we service. Our incredible strength is we are front and center in every living room in the country.
Yeah, access to customers.
Exactly, and we have a mechanism of physically and virtually serving each one of those customers. So that's what we are basically building on. Whether we service them to help them buy a mobile phone, or we help them buy any of the other consumer electronics goods, it shouldn't matter and wouldn't matter.
And going back to your point about the experience of purchasing.
Yes.
Is your vision that those products by some of these partners could be purchased through that same process on BT's platform? Yeah,
exactly.
That's an incredibly powerful idea if you can really get it moving.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually starting that again very shortly with our enterprise business. It's a concept called Business in a Box, and that's basically if you are starting a company, you not only want connectivity, but you want a solution that can help you do your accounting and do your marketing and do, you've got 5 employees, but somehow manage their, whether it's their payroll, etc. You might actually want a loan. Anything you want to do as a company to get your business going is what we'll help you get.
Amazing. Now, we're going to go to some questions in a minute. What advice would you give to anybody who is going to come into an organization like this and try and achieve this level of transformation? I mean, this has been less than a year.
Yes. I think biggest is, I mean, our mission statement and our culture says it all. I would say be fearless, don't be afraid to make mistakes, and really, be true to bring your authentic self. And if you have a spike, bring your spike. If you're spiky, be spiky. But we want people to really be who they are and be very true to themselves, and be the catalyst and the change catalyst that what you bring in. You're hired for your specialism. Bring that in and help change everything around you to that, and not just get amalgamated with everything else. And that's part of my job, and our job is to allow them to thrive in that environment and not have everybody. The worst thing that you can listen to is somebody comes and says, this is how things are done at BT. Because your job is to break how things are done at BT.
Brilliant. Well, listen, that is a great introduction to us throwing the mic out to the audience. Do we have our mics here? Brilliant. We've got our first question just here on the left at the front.
Thank you very much. I'm Kutlu from Creative Destruction at Oxford University. So congratulations on all these changes and then fixing a kind of the digital experience, end-to-end experience. I have a question about kind of the emerging technologies and future-proofing BT, blockchain, IoT, quantum space technologies. What's BT doing to explore, embrace, and collaborate around those areas?
I think a lot around IoT and quantum specifically. I think blockchain I'm going to reserve my personal judgment on, but the other two very relevant. IoT especially because IoT is actually, one of the debates we are having is IoT is moving away from just being about IoT. It's about a lot of our solutions, and some of the stuff we're doing in healthcare and health tech has actually got one of the underlying platforms and capabilities it needs is IoT, because it's about health sensors, and it's about sensors in the house if you're talking about elderly care. It's about sensors in even some of the work we're doing with the NHS on social care. It will need a lot of that ability. So what we are selling is or building is the healthcare tech platform rather than an IoT solution. But it is, if I look at it, and if you start peeling the onion, it's probably the platform that powers a large part of that. Same when it comes to even connectivity, when it comes to smart meters and utilities. And one of the things we're exploring is what more we can do, given how the world of energy has completely changed around us. And not only for an enterprise solution, but is there something we can do for the household to help every house even optimize 10% of their cost of energy? Could be, that's a problem to solve that we are getting from our customers. Now it's for us to see how we can play in that and how we can differentiate in that. But a large part of that will have the same capabilities of IoT. We're launching, security surveillance around the house, etc. That's an IoT play. So I think IoT is becoming more federated as a solution now, as previously probably in the last decade where it was like one platform and one thing that's going to be the panacea that solves it. It's actually becoming almost like a foundation capability now. So there's a lot going on there. Same with quantum as well. And I think with the level of scale that we have, whether it's for our data processing or networks, etc., I think quantum is definitely one area which we are really starting to now dip our toes and see what more it can do to help make it easier to solve bigger problems faster and more effectively. And I really feel that's probably one space that will change a little bit of the landscape, both of the industry as well as technology as well.
Thank you. Next question. Another one here at the front, on the right.
Rashmi Rao, Strategic Limited. Harmin, firstly, congratulations on all what you have achieved, not just at BT, but leading up to this point in your career. The question I had is, you previously touched on kind of the heritage and history of BT as being a 170 plus year organization. Yeah. And there's a lot that you're doing on the digital side.
Yeah.
How are you managing to navigate the fairly complex challenge of taking the legacy organization along with you? And of course, BT operates in a very regulated environment. So how do you navigate the challenge between growth, which are kind of clearly mandated, and governance?
I navigate the growth, and I've hired somebody who manages the governance because it's not a strength of mine, and I am the D in the job title is what BT calls digital, but more of a disruptor than probably a control governance person, to be honest. But I have an amazing COO, and his full-time job is to keep BT away from me, and he does a fantastic job at that. But I would also say, I think, and part of the governance is, like we talk about governance, if you federate governance as well, I mean, like data governance, I mean, building that into the data fabric itself, that's how you want to solve the problem rather than put a governance layer. So I think we're starting to think very differently, and that's helping the larger BT organization see that the same thing can be done in a different way, all the way up to the board. So that's how you end up, making a big impact on that front as well. But on the broader transformation, I think that is where it is far more fundamental on how to change the legacy thinking. Transformations are much more about people and processes as they are about systems and technologies. And there we've actually started, we are driving the overall, big transformation program, but part of that we are forcing the businesses to overly simplify the product portfolios. And that is leading to changes even in the pricing strategies. That's also leading into changes on how we do bundling. It's enabled by tech because we make it easier for them to mix and match. We also make it easier for them to come up with different variations of the proposition without actually creating different products, which is what we've got today. But it is fundamental shift in how the business thinks of how they're going to take products to market. And at the same time, we have, we just had a big session at the Exco about saying, how are we going to bring about the new process transformation? And the uniform thinking is, if you're building the new platforms and the new technology, those technologies are used around the world for similar products and similar solutions. So we're not going to actually adapt the technology and say, this is the BT process and the technology has to adapt to that process. We're doing the reverse. We're actually adapting our company to say, if this is the process that works and it's the shortest path to customer satisfaction, that's the process we're going to change to. And that is actually led by the CDOs or the CIOs in the organization. That is, I talk about, it takes a lot of small wins to make a very big win. That's probably the biggest of my small wins, is because that is what will fundamentally change, move us. Large companies have this plague of saying, I'm going to move to the newest technology, and I'm going to move to the cloud, and I'm going to move to SaaS. But the SaaS product has to bloody adapt to my process. And that's where the whole layer of customizations and requirements and all that, that's what I call is the large company plague. We got to move away from that. And I think that's what we're trying to do. And very aggressively. So anybody who wants to customize anything, they have to go through me, which means it'll never get customized.
That's really interesting, because that is definitely the history.
That is the history.
It's the history of large enterprises, full stop.
Yes.
I'm a big enterprise, I'm a big customer, I want it done my way.
I think there are two things that add complexity. The biggest one is that, and the second one is when you do a lot of mergers, acquisitions, divestitures, investments. Each one of those brings more complexity and never clean up. So we have a history of, I met somebody in my organization who said he's been part of the transformation team for 32 years. Now, he's very proud of it, and I'm very proud of him, but I'm looking at him and thinking, so basically what he's trying to tell me is we've not managed to transform the company in 32 years, and I think I can do it in 3 years, so one of us is insane.
Well, look, I think that is a great point just to talk about some of the other transformations you've been doing internally. People talk about moving to cloud.
Yes.
Right? And moving the legacy organization to cloud,
Yes.
that's a big shift. Is that something you're doing?
We are going to be fully living on the cloud. We're going to
Okay.
have
By
nothing to
when?
do with planet Earth. A very aggressive transformation. So almost even our core, the core of a telco is the BSS, OSS. All of that we're moving to the cloud. And
I remember when that was first talked about, the BSS, and it was so sacred.
Exactly.
So it had to
So
be in your data centers. And
we are fully moving that to the
Wow.
cloud.
Okay.
And all our data, that's a big partnership we announced with Google. I think Agent talked about it yesterday here at CogX. So that is, and in fact, he and the team gave me a little bit of good news yesterday is we've already moved 20% of our most critical data onto the cloud. We've got a challenge of doing more than 60% by the end of this year. So it's as fast and aggressive as it probably can be.
So that would be 18 months in, 60% migration to the cloud.
Actually, we started only in December.
Okay.
So that would be about.
You're moving quickly, I mean.
We are moving quickly, but I think one of the things, and by nature, I have OCD, and I was a perfectionist, and I realize the wrong thing about perfection is perfection should be attained from what is truly perfect, not what's perfect in my mind. And what stops us from moving quickly is our inherent belief that I know best.
Yeah.
And I believe the opposite, saying when it comes to solving a customer problem, the customer knows best, I know the least. I make the best judgment I can with the data and the information that I have at that point in time, and I constantly go and test, and I learn from it, and I adapt. And the perfection comes from my ability to adapt very quickly, rather than me sitting in the ivory tower and saying, this is what is the perfect product.
Yeah.
I take ages to build it, go out there, and the customer wants something else.
Yeah,
So
I've moved on. Yeah, no, I think that's essential. And just on a related topic, and it came up a second ago around sustainability.
Yes.
Power, energy, decarbonisation.
Yeah.
What's the progress there?
There's a lot we're doing there, and I have to say, there's a lot more we want to do. And one of the big focus we are currently having is what next. But we're moving a lot. We run thousands of fleets, around the country for both our network, our enterprise, our open reach businesses. We're moving all of that to our electric vehicles, and it's what we've publicly announced. We're changing small things like even the router in the house and how we can make it more energy efficient.
Because they give off a lot of heat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But more importantly, our entire global network and what we are building across for our enterprise customers around the globe. We've got about 400 odd POPs. We're going to change all of them, and the new technology is going to be consuming 80% lesser energy. So we're not talking about reducing by 25% and getting to 80%. We're talking about how we can reduce 80% of that energy and get to 20% footprint.
And is that a process thing, or have you picked a new supplier? 'Cause
No,
obviously-
this is a mix of process and technology.
Okay.
And it's a huge investment. And as we are modernizing, we have an option of just going and modernizing or modernizing while keeping sustainability in mind. And we are 100% choosing the second in 100% of the cases. So there's no exception.
Got it. And are there any areas that you haven't made as fast progress on that you would look for others in your new ecosystem community partners to help with?
I think energy is still a problem to be solved because while we've done some, I think the problem has become bigger in the last, literally the last quarter for all of us. So I think there, I feel we've not fully nailed it. The other is probably looking a little bit about, more around what we can do more around the periphery of the core telco, and as we're looking at different options there. So while we're building the marketplaces, but that also gives us an infinite capability of building partnerships. And what would work best as an adjacency is a fantastic way for startups to come and partner with us. And that also gives us the variability of taking a solution to the consumers and saying, if you want something world-class or something very well-known, it comes at X price and this is the product. But you want to experiment with something, here's an alternative, it costs Y, and it's something that can be done in much lesser time to market.
And that, you mentioned the numbers earlier, it's 1 million enterprise
Yes,
million
well over
enterprise customers, right?
1.2 million enterprise customers.
And 30 million consumers.
30 million consumers,
yeah, okay.
households.
We're nearly out of time. I was going to ask the audience if we have a couple more questions. We've got 2 questions up here. Simultaneously, hands in the air.
Hello, Seamus from Trust Payments. You talked about quite an array of different products and areas of transformation. Clearly, you're in every household, and there's real opportunity to do good by embedding financial services. And I'm keen to hear whether you actively steered away from
We are looking at that, and the reason I didn't talk about it was avoidance of a topic that, I grew up in financial services, so it's very close to my heart, and we are looking at saying what is the fintech play there without us getting into, financial services. But the reason that is very important to us is we already do a lot of financing of our handsets, etc. At the same time, we process, for a 20 billion organization, we process 20 billion of payments, as you would imagine. So each part of our revenue is a payment transaction, either from a corporate or from an individual. So there is a large part of that tech that already sits and capability that sits with us, and what is the opportunity there. But we are exploring that, so that's part of what the sector team is doing to see what could be our broader play there. There is a broader play there, and some of it is actually in partnerships, and we are talking to some of the, I have the fortune of also being on the board of Lloyd's, so, and I see if I look at the impact that companies like Barclays, Lloyd's, etc. have, it's the same set of customers, a different play. So I think there are different synergies that we have across these industries, which we are exploring as well. But definitely a play for both partnerships and some solutions.
Thank you.
Watch this space.
Next question.
Hi, it's Abhinav. I was just wondering, as a large company, any decisions that you make, even if it impacts only 1% of your user base, practically that's a very big number of 30,000 people. So when you're thinking about decisions, how do you hedge your bets on technology? So when it comes to changing things in the future to be more flexible and meet new technologies, whether it's quantum or something else, how do you hedge your bets to make sure you can adapt quickly?
I think I don't look at it as hedging bets. I think it's just about saying you have an idea, and when you start on that journey, you always start small. So, one of the things that actually Kevin and team are doing is we're going to change our entire experience around the new EE app. So millions of our customers are going to, and it's a massive technology shift. It's a massive proposition shift that's going to come with that as well. And it's a massive shift in actually what we do on the app today as well. And then finally, it's a massive shift on how the customer interacts with the app. But we started we've got a beta version already. It's only with 400 customers. And from 400, we're planning to go to 1,000 in a few days. And then from 1,000, we'll get to 10,000 in another month. And then we will get to 30,000. So and that's what the whole, it's the same lean startup philosophy, nothing different. But that's where I think we all talk about build, measure, learn. It's not an institution, it's not a religion in a company. The moment you make it like that, it makes it easier. And you learn much more. And I think, one of the things we do in our incubation unit, we've stopped more things than we've started, because we try different things and we prove saying, we don't think we have a play, or if we have a play, we don't think we can really make revenue. Or even if we have a play, we can make revenue, we don't think the market is going to react very well to it for whatever reason. And we just decide, okay, we're not going to do it. And creating the culture where it's okay to do that, and more than okay to do that. We want a culture where escalations happen fast. Red is good. You fail fast, that's good. You make a mistake, as long as you learn from it, that's good as well. And you actually create a culture where stopping something is not a failure, it's probably the biggest success. But you never put good money behind bad. If you stick to that philosophy, I think that's how you solve some of the biggest problems. Because then it's not about saying, then it makes you more fearless. You're not afraid to make a very big decision because you know you're going to be able to pivot and change at any step.
Thank you for the question. Is there one more question?
There's one around somewhere at the back, but they probably decided against.
There's another question at the back here, yeah.
So, given the history of BT, and I know a bit of history internally of BT, and the cultural
God bless you for that.
challenges that you have internally around, I used to work for BT many, many years ago.
Oh, we won't hold that against you.
Sorry. So the question I have is, how do you make the cultural change happen to actually make that digital transformation work? That's one of the things that I see large corporations suffering with, is the intention's there, the technology's there, the budgets are there, but actually the cultural shift to actually move, whatever, 50, 60, 70,000 people to think differently, work differently, is a really big challenge. How do you handle that part of the transformation?
The gentleman on your right actually handles it. He leads the whole cultural, literally. Yeah. So you hire somebody like him. But I think you bring about the transformation by actually being very bold up front and saying that if this is what the new culture is, and how embracing that new culture is almost essential for survival. And I think I'll be honest, when I was here at CogX last year, that was on my mind as a problem, but it's not where I started from. And my first 6 months, my biggest learning was, and I'm normally not the touchy-feely types, but my biggest learning was that in order to do everything else, that's what we need to pivot towards. And we pivoted very fast. We actually we got a squad created of true people who understood digital, and they were very levels below the organization. They led through, they created our mission statement, they created the digital way, which is part of our North Star for the new culture. And it came from hundreds of people coming together and saying, these are the problems we need to solve in our culture, in our ways of working, how we work with each other, how we show up for each other, our behavioral change, our acceptance for change. In BT, one of the things that we want to change is it's very hard to get things done. Well, the moment you make that simpler, you can get 50 things done in parallel. So we're not shy about saying it's hard to get things done, because if we are shy about saying that means we don't want to change it. We're taking it head on and saying that's what we're going to go and attack. We're going to make it easier, and we're going to make it pleasurable, and we're going to actually have fun doing it.
Brilliant. Well, I mean, it's been great to have this conversation.
Lovely as
with
always,
you.
Charlie.
You're a very impressive progress in a year. What are we going to look out for before we get to next year? If you had to pick like 2 or 3 things.
I think
What's next?
Next year I think we'll do a poll next year. I dare not do the poll this year, but next year we're going to do the poll. If everybody in the room who is a BT or EE customer, have you felt a dramatic shift in your digital experience, yes or no? So we will definitely do an open poll next year. No pressure, Kev. The second thing that I would say is, if there are startups in the room, I'd love to hear some examples from them on saying how they felt working with the new BT was more of a pleasure than a burden. And I think the third is we should have a lot more examples of how we actually helped BT get back to growth.
Brilliant. Well, listen, let's check in next year on those things. I mean, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks very much.
Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for the great questions. That's the end of our fireside, and we look forward to seeing you in the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Harmeen. Nice to see you again.
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, nice to see you again. So we have our final, I just told them backstage, like the next one is our final session of the whole festival, so no pressure. We're going to do a very quick pause while we change the set, and then we'll be back in about a minute or so. So if you want to keep your seats, you're very welcome to. Anyone that's at the back that wants to come in, I know you've been queuing, you're very welcome to. We'll see you in about 2 minutes or less. Yeah, that's right, that's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? The last session of the festival will begin shortly. Thank you.
The final session of the entire festival is here. Can I ask if anyone is standing, just come and sit down, please, for us while we're filming it. That would be great. Thank you. Thank you. So the final session of the entire festival. Thank you so much for being with us all day. It's been fantastic. I would love to welcome, the session is the Future of Education. It's a brilliant panel. I'd love to introduce them and the host, Fabiola Franca.
Good luck.
Maybe we can film there. Oh my gosh.
Thank you everyone for being here. Let's sit down. And the last panel of a 3-day festival, which was fantastic. And we're concluding the festival with a very exciting panel about the future of education, and Becoming Me, a new startup, is sponsoring this panel. And we have with us Emma, Sveta, Peter, and Rasha, the founder of Becoming Me. But before we start, I think Peter, you had a question for the audience, for all of us.
I have a question for all of you. Can we all please first stand up? That includes those of us on stage. We got to get moving, right? This is 5:30 in the evening. So think for a moment about how many years you've spent in school or formal education, from when you started in reception or kindergarten or whatever, all the way on through any university or other training you may have had. About how many years?
Wow.
Okay. So if you've had less than 5 years of schooling in your life, please sit down. 10 years. Less than 15 years, sit down. 20 years. 25 years. It's not a competition. This is a good thing. 30 years. 35 years. 40. Do I hear 45? 50. Here, just tell us, how many? in excess of 65 years. Truly a lifelong learner. That's amazing. Thanks so much. Please sit down. The point is simply to recognize how much of our lives we've spent in education. We're only talking about formal schooling here, right? Not the books we read and the podcasts we listen to and the stuff we learn in places like this. But it's a massive investment of our lives and massive investments in us to get where we are today. You multiply that times billion, and it just shows you the scale of the issue. And I think that's a really nice way of setting the stage for what we're confronting. So thank you. Fabio, back over to you.
Thank you. Yes, so really want to pick up on the state of education today, and coming out of the pandemic, which has done a lot of damage to education and students, universities, to the youth. And I think we're facing a reality as the dust settles that 400 million children and youth are out of school today. And again, this panel was organized by Becoming Me, which is an EdTech platform, and which is trying to address some of those challenges. So we wanted to spark a conversation, Rasha, and I think the key question is how can we equip millions of young people around the world with the skills, the knowledge, and the attitude. It's not just the knowledge; it's the attitude and the relationships needed to pursue their dreams, their hopes, and hopefully vocation. So it's a bit of an open question for now, which maybe we can start with Emma.
So thank you, Fabio. I think it's a good news and sort of bad news scenario with education today. I think the Times Education Commission actually released a very interesting report, which if you haven't seen it, I urge you to take a look, with some really sweeping recommendations about what's missing in the UK in terms of education. And while there was some of the usual ideas around a laptop for every child and integrating digital skills as an integral part of the curriculum, I think there are also some more interesting ideas around how artificial intelligence can be deployed to tailor and customize learning and education. And I think this is something that we really need to look at on a global scale, particularly when it comes to refugees, which is the area that I work in. Also, I think it's very interesting to note the recommendation around using secondary school and undergraduate students in a tutoring and mentoring capacity to help students who've been left behind, younger students, and that those tutors and mentors could earn academic credit for spending that teaching time with people, students in primary school who'd been left behind. And again, I think this is something that would have an actually amazing potential for refugees, many of whom, as you will learn from Sveta, who's with us today, experience a lot of disruptions in their education because they are on the move, because they live in places where education is very difficult to access. And in fact, 48% of refugee children are not in school. And this is really where we need to focus our attention, our thinking, our resources for the future. Just to break that down a bit, about 2/3 or 68% of refugee children are in primary school, but by the time you get to secondary, that drops down to 34%. And in terms of tertiary education, 5% of refugee children in that age group are able to go into tertiary education. And UNHCR is engaged in a campaign at the moment to try to bring that number from 5% to 15%. So through university scholarships and by working with partners to try to really elevate how many students are able to access university education. But as I said, in terms of scale, the real challenge is around the 48% of refugee children and those who drop out of primary and secondary education.
Thank you, Emma. Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about what you do and perhaps do a round of introductions as well before I come back to the questions. Sorry, I should have done that. It's my mistake. So you work with...
I work with UNHCR, which is the UN Refugee Agency, and the agency has a number of charity partners across the world, and the charity here in the UK is called UK for UNHCR.
Thank you, Sveta.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Sveta Mohammad Ishaq, and I am from Afghanistan. and I'm a women's rights activist, and also I run an NGO on women empowerment there, and currently also studying at LSE gender development. Yeah, so as Emma mentioned before, I have a refugee background and there were a lot of gaps in my education, but honestly, I consider myself lucky because I was able to finish, despite all the challenges that I faced in my life, I was able to finish my education. There were many gaps, many things, but also the exercise at the beginning also made me realize how privileged and lucky everyone in this room is, because when you ask that less than 5 years of formal education, like everyone was standing. So like, because everyone here they had access to education, that basic education, whereas in my country right now, the literacy rate is only 31%, and for girls it's even less than that. And right now, it has been 271 days that teenage girls are banned from going to school, and that is by the Taliban government, and it is happening right now in the 21st century, in 2022, and this is a catastrophe. This is honestly, it's very challenging. It's very, very important thing, because Afghanistan remains the only country in the world that is banning girls from going to school, and they lost one academic year, and they're sitting at home. They are so ambitious, they are so talented, they have so much potential. But right now it has been taken away from them and they are sitting at home. So I honestly consider myself lucky, even though I have had a lot of bad experiences in my life. And one of them, which is related to my education, is when in 2016, when my undergraduate university, I studied in Afghanistan and it was attacked by the Taliban. And I had a big gap on that because for 8 months we were at home, and so I can totally understand right now the girls' situation in Afghanistan right now, because I myself had the same situation and I was at home 8 months, and it was uncertain my future, and I was about to graduate in a year, and I had hopes, dreams, and I had big plans to continue my studies. I had a plan to do my master's, but I was lucky enough that the university renovated and it reopened and people went back, and I continued education, and now I'm here. But right now, when I think about the millions of girls in Afghanistan right now who are deprived of basic education, basic human rights, basically. It's basic human rights. There's nothing like that in other parts of the world, and it is happening right now in Afghanistan. So we should not, I honestly want to give this message of, like, we should not forget Afghanistan, and the media is switching its focus from Afghanistan and doing covering other news. I feel like this is such an important topic about the girls' education.
Thank you very much. And Peter, can you tell us who you are, what you do, and perhaps rebound on some of those common issues in specific territories like Afghanistan, and potentially open on issues for countries like
Sure. Hi again. Peter Droback. I run the Skoll Center for Social Entrepreneurship at Said Business School at the University of Oxford, and founded the University of Global Health Equity in Rwanda previous to that. So I think that just to build on these comments, obviously we saw some acceleration of some good trends in education during the pandemic and a lot of problems, right? In like every system, when inequity is baked into the system, when you have a shock or a crisis, those who get hurt the most are those who are already left behind. And I think we've definitely seen that. So when I sort of think about where we go, the status quo is not working, or at least it's not working for a lot of us around the world. We have to recognize that. It's worth just thinking about how little education has changed in the last 50 to 100 years, at least in a lot of the world, right? It's still fairly traditional. It's kids lining up in the classroom. It's this unidirectional teacher as the, as the arbiter of knowledge and students as the passive vessel, etc. It's not fit for purpose in the 21st century. And so I think that we need to start thinking about how we can actually radically reimagine what we mean by education. And that disruption is probably going to happen more from the outside than from some of the big incumbent institutions. But just two principles that I would sort of put out there. The first is, building on what Emma and Sveto have said, is that education is a public good. And so we have to put equity at the heart of these systems, and understanding that these are the most critical investments we can make in our future. And then the second is the notion of putting students at the center of their own learning and enabling them to drive the learning in ways that make sense to them. And that means more personalized education. That means thinking about not traditional academic categories, but thinking about the kinds of skills and competencies you need in the 21st century. Remember that most of the kids, like my 6-year-old, is being educated now for somebody who'll have a job that probably doesn't exist yet. So we need to think about, as Wayne Gretzky said, don't skate to the puck, skate to where the puck is going. So we need to start educating for the future. That means a very different way of doing things. Technology that really provides a lot of enablers of that, but we can't do it with technology alone.
Yeah, we'll come back on technology a little bit later, actually. And Rasha, thank you for organizing and sparking the conversation here. Can you tell us a little bit more about yourself and about becoming me?
Well, thank you for hosting, Fabio.
Yep, pleasure.
And hello, everyone. It's lovely to see you, and it's lovely to see everyone on the panel. Very, very good friends and familiar faces. It's lovely to be closing today. An absolute joy and privilege, and just want to thank the whole team here at CogX. And lovely to see familiar faces in the crowd. Hello. My name is Rasha. I'm on the board at the Business School at Oxford. And I have started a couple of enterprises, one of which is called the Toucan Project. The other is called Becoming Me. And we love to support the next generation leaders of the future. So we're talking, you're seeing one of the best in the room here, Svita. And Emma and I, we went recently to Beirut, to Jordan, to see a whole country's worth of extraordinary students who need to have our support. And as Vita said, what's happening, unfortunately, is that the news, it moves a bit quickly, and it moves a bit too quickly. And we can't forget, there's a whole generation of students that have been forgotten. 20 years worth. I mean, if we just talking about in this country alone, we've had COVID has wiped out 20 years of progress of our own education system. Think about across the whole world what has happened there. And there are girls and boys who want to be educated, who need and deserve the same education across the whole world. And they all deserve a seat at the kitchen table. And this is why we went to have one of our missions to go and have a look. And I can't begin to express to you sorry, I get very, very emotional because I'm thinking of all the students that I got to meet. And they're not just students that you think maybe traditionally are students that you see in the classroom, but they're, someone that comes to mind is this incredible farmer that we met. And he was given a grant. He learned hydroponics. And by virtue of this grant, it elevated his whole family and had a ripple effect and elevated the whole community as well. So education doesn't just start in the classroom. It is a lifelong. It is lifelong. And anyone can be included in this journey. You can be 3 years old, you could be 30 years old, you could be even older, and you could access education. The one thing that I believe that we all want, that we all strive and aspire for in life, outside of having maybe some great access to technology, is a better life. And you can have that through education. And you can really pull yourself up by the lapels, as it were, if you have a really good education. And there's not one person I've ever met who hasn't had, or who doesn't go and get themselves, I don't know, let's say a PhD or an MBA, or even just finish their GCSEs. I mean, I was on the bus, the train, on the way up to Oxford, and my car was particularly quiet. And sometimes you just hear conversations coming through like this. And there were 3 girls in my carriage, 3 great girls, and it was kind of summertime, kind of around this time, and one of them had just completed her GCSEs. And she was sharing this story with her friends. She was saying, "Oh, I'm so excited, I'm so excited. I've just finished my GCSEs," and she just finished, it was one of her tech. And she just said, it's so cool, I've just finished and I've just completed, I've just got a C. I'm so proud of myself. I'm so proud. And her girlfriends were like, what? You don't need to continue. No, whatever, go, let's go out drinking tonight. I can't begin to tell you, I'm a mama, my heart broke to hear, because you can just tell in the sentiment of her voice, she wanted to continue her education. But she was trying to get a sentiment from her peers, because she was like, I'm so excited, I'm so proud of this. And her friends were like, nah, you don't want to do that. In any case, we were all getting off the train at the same time. The girls were going ahead of me, and the one I could tell was telling the story was just ahead of me, and I was like, you're amazing, you should definitely do it, you should absolutely do it, continue your education. I mean, I'm a no one from nowhere, but I just gave her like a, come on, you should do it. And then she got off the bus, and I hope she continued. But there's so many students who are like that around the world who don't have that support, and you can give them that support through a good education and also through a good platform like, Becoming Me is one of them. There's so many other platforms in the world, and you can access these incredible students. Anyway, I will stop.
No,
there's a greater conversation that can be had, but I'm deeply passionate about education and how you can genuinely empower the world through it. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rasha. Thank you. So very quickly, I founded Blueverse Ventures, which is a VC early stage in the metaverse, and there is an angle on education. And of course, when we look at education, we look at the future platforms. For full disclosure, I am an advisor to Becoming Me as well, and that's very interesting because it's about finding alternative models of education and addressing some challenges that we face in education today. So we mentioned a few. I mean, of course, there are political challenges, and there's the challenge of access. Mm-hmm. You mentioned the challenge of support. So how do you articulate those challenges? How do you see them, for example, the access of education or even the relevance of education is going to university relevance? What do you think, Emma, in terms of articulating those thoughts?
I agree that the real deficits in education, which Peter mentioned also, are the lack of relevance in now that our education system is not modernized and fit for purpose for the world that we're living in today, and also the lack of flexibility. And I think that the application of AI and digital learning can really create tailored curriculums where students, every type of student, whether they're advanced or more on the primary level, can access an education that is appropriate for them. And so I see a great deal of promise in that. Mm-hmm. But obviously the challenge is, how do you deliver that in combination with the support that Rasha mentioned, where that one-to-one learning, that teaching time, that mentoring is critical too, because we all saw during COVID that just online learning isn't sufficient. And especially younger people need a lot of that teaching time in order to learn really well.
Sure.
Okay.
Sveta, do you have any thoughts?
Yes, sure. So in the context of Afghanistan, there's so many problems, like so many challenges in terms of education. The first one that I mentioned before is the ban of school, obviously, of girls. But there's so many other challenges like cultural constraints, or infrastructure. I feel like in the conflict zones, in general, it's difficult to have access to formal education, and there's always, you don't even think about the quality of education. You just want to go to study, but even that is not available. You don't have a school in that area because it was bombed by the terrorists. And these things, it's about the access, even before thinking about the quality. So the bar right now is so low that people just want to go to school to access education. But, yes, we have this problem, but it doesn't mean that people are not doing anything about it. There are a lot of underground work is going on by the local NGOs. Afghan civil society organizations are actively trying to fill that gap left by the imposed by the authorities right now. So they started teaching through radio. And some organizations started digital schools, and all these schools right now they are building are secret schools basically right now. So it's like hidden from the de facto government. So these are people are actually doing, but again, as was mentioned before, the support is needed, right? We cannot do this alone, and I think the solution should be like the globe, like the world should kind of take some actions and support the local activists on the ground who are actively trying to fill that gap, which is a big gap, honestly. More than 65% of Afghanistan's population is youth. So they are the future of the country. And we cannot just sit and like, it's a big risk right now. Like they can go illiterate and it's a big risk. And as we all also know that one of the biggest reasons for in conflict zones that it becomes like very dangerous is because they want the population to become illiterate so that they can influence them very easily. Exactly. And they can hire them basically. So the solution is, as Emma mentioned, like online education. And right now it's happening. People are starting doing it, but it's not enough. Like we need more support. And obviously the international community has the capacity, the finances, the resources, everything. They just need to kind of collaborate with local activists and fill that education gap, even though they don't want to kind of work with the government, with the de facto government, which is fine. But there are other ways to kind of solve that very, very important, in my opinion, issue.
Thank you. Peter?
Yeah, so I mean, education is about so much more than learning maths and science and geography and things like that, right? It's how we become humans, how we become citizens, how we become members of the community, or at least one of the ways that we do so. And it's where we learn how to learn and where we learn how to think. And you know, instead of a liberal arts education, the purpose is to cultivate the furniture of the mind, right? To allow us to understand the world, to understand how to learn, and that's a process that needs to continue on forever. And so I think that the way we need to start thinking about education is moving away from, you know, some of the kind of like exam-based metrics in disciplines and thinking about what are the core competencies that we need around creativity, around communication and collaboration, and around, you know, critical thinking. And one way to do that is by organizing learning around real problems instead of disciplines, right? African Leadership University, which is a phenomenal project in Mauritius and Rwanda, now all over online. When you go to university there, you don't major in geography or maths or business. You major in a mission. So you choose a mission that's one of the 7 big challenges facing the African continent in the future, like the future of African cities. And that's what you focus on, and in so doing, you have to learn many different disciplines, but it's all built around a real-world project. That's how we learn in medical school. You know, we learn about organ systems and how all the chemistry and the biology and all the different bits, the anatomy, fit together around real-world problems. And I think that's a really important way of reframing how we can approach learning and education.
Brilliant. Rasha, do you have any thoughts on that, or...?
Always have thoughts.
Always thoughts?
I'm very happy to share. Thank you. And really happy because we were speaking earlier about how we can reach the students. And one of the ways that we can reach these amazing students is through more blended online courses. So what we're talking about are more, so yes, you can do online courses, but when you're listening to the students as well, what they also want are courses where you can actually meet and do something face-to-face. So we can reach the student with an online course, but really following the last few years, people really want to meet more. So outside of the incredible use and support of the technological services in terms of reaching the student, you can implement the learning in room. So we're talking about real symbiotic learning here. So this is where the future of education really is going. We're going towards a more, I'm stepping away from hybrid because it's not really hybrid, it's more symbiotic learning. And we're learning with online learning and in the room. So, and to make sure that we're doing it with what the students want, not what we believe that they want. And through having spoken to so many of them, this is what they really want. They'd like us to be present with them, giving them lessons from people that, and a lot of the students, they learn through watching the media. So let's say, we want to learn how to speak English. A lot of English lessons, or a lot of English is learned through watching, let's say, movies or watching online. So a lot of the students that I meet, they will say, well, where did you get your dialect from? Where's that from, right? Exactly. And they'll go, what's that dialect? So a lot of the students, or a lot of the education that we create, are there from role models that have quite a precise dialect. And it's because that's what the students want to pick up. They want to pick up a particular type of dialect. And they'll go to Oxford because they want that language. They want that Oxfordness. I can't describe it. They want to come to London because they want to pick up that Londonness, whatever that is. It's not that they don't want to go to America, they don't want to go to Australia, they'd love to go there. But there's something about the Britishness and the accent that draws them. So if we can help with English language as well, that's something else that students are really looking and craving for. So that's something that we can do a lot more support with that. Yes.
A couple of points. We talked about access, and there's also in media entertainment, we say that either you're working or you're consuming content, you're entertaining yourself. And there's a competition for those hours of work, the balanced work and entertainment. So do you think with platforms like Masterclass, TikTok, and Instagram, and when the youth can access educators, do you think there's a competition there? Do you think there is an urgency for the educator to be relevant within an educational platform, be it university or Peter? I see you nodding. Do you have any thoughts on that, or?
Yeah, so I think the answer is yes, and having kids who I'm trying to teach how to be good consumers of content and move towards the stuff that's generative as opposed to mind-numbing. There's a fine edge there. But look, I think to pick up on Rasha's point about blended education being the future, I think that's right, and we've seen a lot, especially over the last couple of years, of online learning that is gamified, that's made fun, that's bite-sized, that get kids excited about it, works really well. And actually, online learning, there's research that shows that kids actually learn faster or can learn, right, in the right environment with the right technology, etc., because they can speed up where they need to, they can double back where they need to, and they can drive things a little bit. And so I think all of those things are incredibly, incredibly important, and it has sort of huge power. And then when you're able to bring it in to the classroom again, when we built University of Global Health Equity, we created a big campus from scratch, and we didn't build a single lecture theater. And the idea was that every time anyone's in a classroom, they're going to be thinking, learning, arguing, digging into a problem, etc. They do their homework before they come into class, and they watch the videos and do the stuff. And then it's really about engaging and learning from one another. And so everything are flexible spaces meant for co-creation, laboratories, etc. And so I think those two things really fit together. But absolutely, think about the way anyone who's got little kids, they can recite thousands of facts about Pokemon or whatever it is that they're into. Like, you get a kid interested, and their potential to learn is massive. And I think we have to embrace and harness that.
Absolutely. Emma, I see you nodding as well. Do you have?
Well, I think this point around sort of being able to accelerate learning is very relevant for refugees who may have had a disrupted education. And so if they are able to access a digital classroom where they can have a tailored learning experience, where they can advance in the curriculum at their own pace, and maybe it's a faster pace because, as you say, it can be accelerated with the digital component, rather than being in a classroom where you're waiting for everyone to be on the same level. I think that could be really incredibly significant, and UNHCR has been piloting this through something called the Instant Network of Schools. And so in a handful of countries in Africa, we've converted classrooms into basically multimedia centers, and there students have that internet connectivity, that ability to learn online on a computer, on a tablet, and at the same time their teacher is getting digital curriculum and training through that. And this is something that at the moment we've managed to reach about 140,000 students, and about 1,600 teachers are involved. We really want to scale that up, so we'd like that to be 500,000 by 2025. But I think, again, when you're thinking about the millions of refugee children who are out of education or whose education is interrupted or disrupted, that that digital classroom has the potential to really deliver change and education for refugees at a really, really big scale.
Sveta, do you have any comments?
Yes, so on the topic of online education, so we are also working on some, so for example, as you mentioned before, like about the skills, so it's not only about like education, but also skills, so I see it very relevant in other contexts as well. So for example, teaching things like agricultural skills, or I don't know, something that will kind of they will turn it into like employment, like for example, even technological things like coding. So for example, we have, like many people don't know, but we have like coding schools in Afghanistan. And we have this amazing Afghan robotics team. It's a team of 5 high school students who created robots and who created a robot that kind of distinguishes uncontaminated water from. And they're doing this like out of nothing. Like they don't have resources, they didn't have a training, they didn't have a support, they didn't have like finances, nothing. It is their passion, their dedication. And I think this is something that I want to talk about, like how the youth of Afghanistan in general are very passionate, or in general, I would definitely advocate for all the refugees, like the youth. So they are very passionate. All they need is support, and just because even without the support, this robotics team, they started from Afghanistan and they're competing on international levels and winning awards. So that is one of many examples that we have in Afghanistan who are very passionate and who see the technology as the future. And I honestly see the technology, we can leverage that technology and help the people. Kind of education is the future, is the solution to a lot of problems in Afghanistan. And so things like teaching them coding and other things that they can actually use it to earn money. Because right now Afghanistan is also having the worst humanitarian crisis. So through education, you can also solve humanitarian crisis as well. So it's all related, basically. The solution to everything, I feel, is definitely education. And it's the hope, it's the future.
I guess you're referring to the learn-to-earn model, where you sort of tokenize learning, and the more you participate on the learning platform, the more tokens, let's say, you earn, and therefore the more you can monetize that against other assets. Is that what you're referring to, right?
Yeah, I mean, a similar thing, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Russia?
I mean, I'd like to echo the passion from, all the students that I generally have the incredible pleasure to meet. And if anything, what I can do now is to echo that passion. Because what we need to do is ensure that they, don't get forgotten. That's exceptionally important. But it's not just refugee students. These are students that live on our doorsteps here in the UK. They also do exist. And they're also students that, because of COVID, they haven't had the best education either. So they also do need to have access, and also need to have, sorry, I get emotional because of the students that come to mind. You think that, we all in this room are standing for upwards to 20, 30, 40 years. These students will not have that opportunity if we don't really act now. That really is the reality of the situation. So we need to think about, thankfully there's solutions today that we can implement, that are being implemented, that are reaching these students. But if we don't continue, we don't ensure that this is the case, we will have a generation of lost souls. So we need to ensure, yes sir, please. Oh, very...
Do you want to ask the question? We have time for questions, but please, let's have it. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to add some context here, may I just say, young lady, you and I need to be best friends, but I'll explain what that means in a second. Just to add some context, I used to work for a little company called Apple. My team at Apple put 10 billion downloads onto the podcasting portal. I'm now working on education radio, and I think that's very interesting. I'm collaborating or building collaboration with telco companies, and why? Because a telco company has a digital identity, and if you've got a digital identity, you can personalize the conversation. To Emma, I would ask you the point you made earlier, of the people that you were talking to, how many of those people, or proportion of them, have a mobile phone? I would suggest probably more people have a mobile phone than actually have a classroom. So that is context. But let me just go back to something else the young lady referred to. In the conversations I've been having in education, it is less to do with academic rigor and much more to do with what is referred to as social and emotional learning, to do with soft skills, to do with mental health. To a certain extent, that is what the world is demanding. The education piece is almost incidental to that particular engagement. Peter, I think you referred to it also. So what I think we need is a different focus on education. I think we need to deal with the personalization, where the consumer, some of whom are paying for their education, need to be catered for, because universities and schools don't do that. And I think there's an opportunity, because there's nothing like a pandemic to create an opportunity to drive that disruption. So my question is, feelings on social and emotional learning and how that fits into the game plan of the future of education.
Anyone?
Thank you. I think one of the ways that what you said can be delivered is, so my sort of big idea for the future of education is the creation of a platform that would connect refugees with university age or young people who are in a position to help them with English language, mentor, provide that friendship, provide that support and that encouragement to stay in education. And I can't tell you, many of the students that Rasha, the refugee students, Syrian refugees, that Rasha and I met in Amman and Beirut, the amount that they'd have to fight to stay in education, the challenges to them, the socioeconomic pressures for them to begin working, the difficulties of getting to school, obviously in a conflict zone. And in Lebanon at the moment, there's a massive economic crisis, and the Lebanese university is essentially shutting down because they don't have money to pay their energy bills, which means the classrooms are not open. The teachers are striking because their salaries are not, meeting their living expenses. And yet the students that we met with are carrying on and finding ways through online learning and other. So I think supporting that and having that mentor, that friend who can help you with the mental health and that really provide the kind of encouragement that Rasha provided to that young person she heard speaking on the train with her friends. For me, also, then for young people here, we live in a society where we have a lot of privilege, and that opportunity to connect with someone who's on the other side of the world and who's had a very different life, it's, again, we live in a world where diversity, inclusion, that's in the workplace, it's in our society, and we need to do everything we can to, to build that. And I think that is one way for when people say, I want to do something, I want to volunteer, and young people are looking for ways to gain experience and gain life skills, that having that kind of relationship with a refugee and being involved in helping them and supporting them would be really powerful and meaningful.
Anyone wants to comment on that? Or
Okay.
Sorry?
Oh,
yeah.
I could build on it just briefly. I appreciate that, and I absolutely agree. Again, that education is about so much more than learning skills or setting people up for future jobs. It's also about helping to cultivate productive members of society. And so the socialization, the community building, the emotional learning as well, obviously with the mental health crisis we have now more than ever, it also highlights, I think, both the opportunities and the risks with technology and technology-enabled learning, and using these amazing assets and the phones that so many of us have, I think can provide a lot. But we know that we're hardwired to need one another as well, and that has to be a part of education. So, to me, part of the future of education could look like, classrooms still exist, but they're different kinds of things. Universities, if you look at universities, 27% of the space in universities is used at any given time on average. So there's a ton of wasted space, there's a ton of wasted money. It's one of the reasons that education is so expensive. So imagine if classrooms became hubs of learning rather than sort of temples of learning, and teachers became not the sole arbiters of knowledge, but became orchestrators and navigators and kind of meddlers, and those classrooms were open to the community as well. That can enable all different kinds of learning. It can allow us to value different kinds of knowledge, lived experience, practiced experience, along with the kind of traditional learned experience in the classroom, and that can be a catalyst on which we can build all of these amazing sort of technological opportunities for individualized learning, learning in the metaverse, and everything else that can come from that.
Sure. Seta?
Yes, I completely agree with both of you, and I wanted to add one thing about people who come from the other part of the world. It's like I completed all my education in scholarships. Honestly, without scholarships, I don't know if I could study further. So I think I just emphasize that, I want to emphasize that it is so important to provide scholarships and I don't know, any opportunities for any people, any person who is passionate and who has the passion, the capabilities, the talent, and is smart, but cannot pay the fee of the university or kind of go and study. So I feel like this is another thing that is really important. Because there's a huge talent, and it's missing because they cannot get an education, basically. And so that's one point that I want to kind of emphasize. And so if you have any things, just you can look at the refugees and or the Ukrainian refugees or Afghan refugees that came here, just help them, and it will be very valuable.
We have more questions. We have 1, 2, 3 questions. If the mic can go this way, thank you. We can just go along the line here. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for all the information. I'm from Colombia, so I'm learning about the education system here in the UK, which is very different to what we see in Latin America. And my question is about teachers, because we're always talking about what students are heading to, how the education is going to change. But I want to know, how can we support teachers to actually empower students to make those changes, to think in a different way, especially in countries like Latin America or Afghanistan? What is the role of the teacher in the future of education?
Very interesting.
I can answer that.
Go for it.
I think teachers play a very important role. Honestly, my teachers played a big role in my life, and but I'm not sure about Colombia, but in Afghanistan, it's a bit different approach, I would say, of teaching. It's more so I studied in different educational systems, and in Central Asia, in China, and now in the UK. So I kind of compare these kind of different systems, and I feel like the teacher that allows you to think critically and just lets you do what you want and kind of think, it's lacking from our education systems in Afghanistan. And I would definitely say in China as well, the education system in China is the same. They don't kind of encourage critical thinking, and it's mostly memorizing. Mm-hmm. So I feel like the teacher, that person has to remember that, to kind of let that kid to think freely, because there's so many great ideas can come out if that person is not too stressed to kind of say the right things in front of the teacher and can just say what he or she thinks.
And also, if I can just build on your amazing thought there, which is there's also maybe a subtle difference between a teacher and mentor, which they're both extremely important. And you can find, mentors come in all guises and teachers come in all guises. And today, if we're talking about blended online learning, you can find more, you can get more teachers involved and encourage more teachers, younger teachers. We're talking, you can even have your parents as teachers. And that actually really changes the landscape, because if you have, say, for example, let's say, for example, you have a parent or parents who are young, they had a young family, they didn't do their GCSEs or whatnot, or whatever it may have been. Their children go on to do that. And they don't feel empowered, they don't feel connected to their child. They may not want to support their child going on. I'm not saying that they would, but some parents don't. But if you do empower that family, you do empower that unit to communicate, and those parents to teach their children, I can't tell you the impact that has. So we're talking teachers. It's a different narrative today, because as a mama, I teach my children. And I've got 4, thankfully. So different types of...
It's a classroom.
It is a classroom. But, I personally love to teach. It's one of my passions. But you have, I would take that word teacher, I think it's grown. It's a bigger word today than it used to be. Sorry, that's just a little thought I'd probably add that, if that's okay.
I'll be super brief. I know we're coming close to time, but when we were starting this new university, I spent a lot of time studying education, the latest cutting edge in pedagogy and active learning and technology, and what's wrong with higher education. And of all that stuff, the book that influenced me the most was a book called, from Latin America, Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire, who's a Brazilian pedagogue, scholar, etc. And he writes about education as freedom, as liberation, and actually as the role of the teacher, dissolving some of the invisible power boundaries that exist in the classroom and in society. And I think that's a really powerful way of thinking about equity in education, and also think about the role of the teacher not as the arbiter of knowledge, and it's a unidirectional thing, but the orchestrator of a conversation, of collaboration, of peer learning, and kind of a meddler and a mentor and a navigator, providing the context and then allowing students to really drive. So that's the book I'd recommend you read. It's from like the 1970s, but it's as relevant today as it ever was.
Completely, it's a great book, very much.
Thank you. We have 3 more questions. We have one here, one there, and one at the back. So I would like to cover those. So please, one question.
No problem. Thanks to everyone on the panel for everything you're doing and coming to do this. I've kind of got a 2-tier question, which you actually touched upon. On one side, I know, for instance, that I'm very privileged. I've come from a certain type of family. They encourage it. And a lot of you have talked about people who see the benefit in education and want to be educated. How easy is it, or difficult, to push back the attitude towards education? Because we know, for instance, that education can give you opportunities, it can help you to earn, it can also contribute to a better quality of life. It can also solve a lot of problems. But there are people, for instance, even in this country, that have gone through, for instance, the school system. I strongly believe not everyone that is a teacher should be a teacher. And they've been failed in one way or another, and it's impacted the rest of their lives. Trying to get somebody later on in life, after that phase where everyone expects in this country for you to go to school, to understand that there may be opportunities if they were to go back into education. There seem to be a lot of limits and age limits that stop people from believing that they may be able to change their circumstance. So how do you deal with that type of attitude to education? And then I'm from Africa as well. There are things that can be resolved with more education. But people have to believe that it's going to help. They've got to believe that it's worth their time. How do you overcome that, to actually be able to give them a resource that may be able to help change something, but they don't have the attitude to receive it?
Girls? Do you want to go for it? Peter?
I'm happy to start. I'm always happy to talk. So your first point or question, I would say, I think it's a symptom of a rigid and traditional education system that's about the system, not about the student. And the idea of putting the student at the center of learning means we have to approach things and look at things in new and different ways, right? Because what you've effectively got is folks who maybe have been excluded from the system in the past or had challenges, et cetera, and it's hard to go back to secondary school when you're 30 years old, or other kinds of things, vocational training. So there are a number of barriers, not just financial, but within the system, social barriers as well. And so I think that broadening the way that we conceptualize education, individualizing it, is one part of how we can think about that differently. We have to also remember, I'm really interested in the idea of micro degrees and tokenization of education, all that kind of stuff when you think about the skills, but there's also the credentialing aspect of things which are really important as well, and especially for those who are not in as privileged positions, right? Mark Zuckerberg could drop out of Harvard, but for many there is a certain amount of status credentialing which is necessary for advancement in society, for getting certain kinds of jobs, etc. So we do need to think about, as we get really creative, how our incumbent institutions might actually be barriers to the kind of progress that I think we need. On your second point, in Africa, all I would say is that, at least in my experience, I don't think that I've seen not wanting education or not understanding what the right kind of education is being a barrier. I think the barrier has been resources, supportive teachers, etc. It's a lot like all the years I spent building health systems, and people said, well, people are superstitious or they want to see traditional doctors. I think you put high quality education out there and there will be a tremendous hunger for it.
I am being told we need to wrap up. I'm so sorry. I really enjoyed this conversation, and I know there are more questions. So, if the panelists are happy to stay and then take the questions. But thank you very much for being here. Thank you for being here, and I think we're concluding now the festival. And I see Charlie coming. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Charlie.
What a fantastic. Have we got the mic on? Yeah. What an absolutely fantastic panel to finish on. Thank you all so much. And it is just for me to say thank you for joining us here at the Leadership Summit. I hope all of you have had a brilliant time. And I hope all of you are thinking about next year already. We would love to get your feedback. We'd absolutely love to know what your high points were, and of course, anything that you think can be improved for next year. This was a great way to end. And we really want to hear what you'd like to see on the agenda for next year. So please get involved. And the last thing it says, on the app, we are launching communities, moderated communities for every single topic that has been covered here at the festival. So you can continue the conversation both with the speakers and our content partners. We have 3,000 content partners all the way through the year. And we will let you know when that goes live. But thank you all for being here. The community is everything. You guys are the community, and we can't wait to welcome you back next year.